Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive the trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
A committee has lodged a proposal as shown at item 3 of today's order of business.
Thank you. I remind senators that the question may be put on any proposal at the request of any senator, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Aged Care Amendment Implementing Care Reform Bill 2022. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. The Coalition acknowledges that this bill, in part, continues the work of the fundamental and generational reform of the aged care system to ensure it meets the needs of senior Australians both now and into the future. However, this bill is also an election commitment tick and flick. The bill is rushed, it lacks detail and it ignores the unique circumstances faced by rural, remote and regional Australia. This bill ignores the importance of good legislation. The opposition will continue to work constructively with the aged care sector, older Australians, their families and the government to collectively address the many challenges that lie ahead, including the changing and expanding expectations of aged care services, the legacy of COVID and Australia's ageing population. The task before us is to maintain and sustain an aged care sector that meets expectations, is affordable to those that need it and is equitable whether you live in Sydney, Mildura or Kununurra. We must ensure that the people this sector aims to support and their quality of life is at the centre of every piece of our decision-making. Whilst the Coalition supports the intent of this bill, it is very inadequate and suboptimal. It neglects to recognise many important and substantial consequences because it's been rushed and doesn't even try to address the concerns of stakeholders about the severe lack of workforce and the uncertainty of what might be contained in the delegated legislation. This bill, implementing care reform, contains 3 schedules amending the Aged Care Act 1997. However, the opposition is disappointed with the incredible lack of detail missing from this very important piece of legislation. In government, the Coalition called the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety to ensure our oldest and most vulnerable Australians receive care that supports and respects their dignity and recognises the contribution that they have made to society. We responded to the recommendations of the Royal Commission by investing $19.1 billion to improve aged care, fund new home care packages, respite services, training places, retention bonuses and infrastructure upgrades. Schedule 1 of this legislation goes to the heart of a very significant recommendation of the Royal Commission, Recommendation 86.5, which states that from the 1st of July 2024, the minimum staff time standard should require at least 1 registered nurse on-site per residential aged care facility at all times. The opposition supports the implementation of a recommendation for a nurse on-site 24/7 in every aged care facility, in line with the Royal Commission's recommendation, as we know the workforce challenges the Australian care sector is facing, and this is particularly acute for registered nurses. Considering this schedule is not consistent with the timeframe recommended by the Royal Commission, and noting the current workforce shortages experienced across Australia, The opposition has concerns about the impact of the expedited timeline on the broader healthcare sector. The new residential aged care staffing targets are ambitious, and achieving them is going to be challenging, especially for small providers and rural, regional and especially remote providers. However, in the broader current climate of worker shortages and record low unemployment, the whole sector will face significant difficulties employing and retaining the critical staff to continue to support our older Australians. Despite these undeniable factors, the government has just looked at a few inner-city aged care providers and has blatantly ignored a whole range of factors that the Royal Commission took into consideration when they suggested their timeline. This conflict with the Royal Commission's recommendation is the reason that the opposition is concerned by the one-size-fits-all approach in this legislation, because we know that aged care comes in all shapes and sizes, issues vary from location to location, and facilities have residents with varying levels of acuity of care needs. I note the testimonies to the Community Affairs Committee hearing into the bill, and that many witnesses, including aged care peak bodies, providers and advocacy groups, anticipate that accessing additional registered nurses will be difficult, if not impossible, within the timeframes designated in this bill. The written submissions of the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation stated, and I quote, "There is a risk that many services may need to close or that providers will leave aged care, especially in areas where there are no other services available. There is a known undersupply of health and care staff across the sector. In aged care, this includes registered nurses. The aged care industry needs adequate time to recruit and train additional staff." Without clear advice and direction from the government, it is unclear how providers, including Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander providers and those in rural, regional and remote Australia, will be supported to ensure that their aged care services are not forced to close due to this accelerated requirement. Although acknowledging the government's amendments moved by Senator Pocock in the other place, they really do nothing to address the opposition's concerns about the lack of key information and the impact on rural and regional and remote nursing homes and the Australians who rely on them. Another issue that has been raised by numerous aged care providers is the matter of enrolled nurses and the potential impact on them of the strictly prescribed requirements of care minutes within Recommendation 86 of the Royal Commission. Enrolled nurses are an absolutely critical part of Australia's aged care workforce. They provide essential care to older Australians, they support registered nurses and they can assist in administrative staff in the work that they have to undertake. The timeframe that the government has set for aged care providers in this bill to achieve having a registered nurse on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and noting that many providers remain anxious regarding that exemption and what the clauses will be, we call on the government to give consideration to the role of enrolled nurses in this time period. The refusal of the government to provide details about subordinate legislation is not only concerning as it avoids parliamentary scrutiny, but has been highlighted as a key issue for aged care providers and other stakeholders. The government must provide answers to significant questions that remain unanswered, particularly surrounding this exemption clause, which to date have been completely silent. For example, what exactly is the exemption mechanism that will be detailed in this delegated legislation? When will the delegated legislation be available for the sector to be able to see? When will the delegated legislation and will it be consulted on? Who will be eligible for an exemption? For those not eligible for an exemption, what are the penalties for non-compliance? All these very, very important questions that the security of the aged care sector going forward and their certainty have been unanswered by this government, and yet they still want to push this piece of legislation through this morning. The opposition is particularly concerned about the possible additional burdens and requirements that will be placed on regional, rural and remote providers if the exemption clauses are not adequately defined. We note the unique circumstances of rural, regional and remote providers due to their geographical locations and the burdens that they are facing in finding additional workforce or competing with other sectors like hospitals for the workforce to meet the requirements that will be set out within the timeframes in this bill. These concerns were particularly shared by Noes, who said, in order to meet the recommendations of the Royal Commission and the National Agreement and ensure Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people receive aged care from the most appropriate organisations, consideration must be given to alternate staffing models for services in urban, regional, rural, remote and very remote locations. The cost to providers of a poorly drafted exemption clause has the potential to be significantly detrimental, especially since the detrimental changes in July to the distribution priority areas. Regional providers are now finding it extremely difficult to attract and maintain a steady, reliable workforce as qualified health professionals and their staff relocate to urban areas. It remains unclear whether the subordinate legislation will consider the acuity of care required by individual facilities in implementation of the requirements for a registered nurse to be on site at all times. I note testimony from Dr Brooke, the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Community Industry Alliance, who said, "The other problem is that if you have one registered nurse for a whole facility, you're not defining the level of experience suitable to that level of acuity for those residents. You can have one registered nurse who's a new graduate and has been out into the community for 2 weeks, and that will still fulfil that requirement. But the level of acuity with palliation, dementia and delirium isn't going to be supported by an inexperienced nurse or a nurse who is not familiar with the residential aged care facilities. The government must advise whether they will stipulate specific nursing requirements for services who care for residents requiring a very acute level of care. And they must advise the public if they are considering mobilising enrolled nurse personnel for situations where they can be utilised. Instead of clear and concise articulated solutions to these issues, all we have had from the government is a talk-fest, solutionless jobs summit. In recognition of our concerns, the opposition will again seek to move an amendment to ensure that the draft subordinate legislation is presented to the parliament prior to the start of the schedule to allow providers the time to consider and consult on the proposed exemption clause. Schedule 2 of the bill enables the government to cap charges that approved home care providers can charge care recipients and removes home care providers' ability to charge exit fees. In government, the Coalition implemented for the first time a requirement for information to be published relating to the median prices charged for home care services to support older Australians and their families make more informed decisions on home care and the associated costs. We began the process of providing greater accessibility of information, not only to assist with informed decision-making on home care services, but also to put downward pressure on home care prices. We support the government's continuation of our reforms to support older Australians access important home care services, allowing them to remain independent in their homes for longer. The government has also not provided clarity regarding who will set home care caps and how the relevant Deputy Secretary of the Department will work with the Independent Health and Aged Care Pricing Authority to decide what the relevant price cap is. There is also a lack of certainty regarding how much discretionary power the decision-maker will have for setting the home care fees and whether this will be formulated using evidence-based advice. Schedule 3 of the bill requires the Secretary of the Department of Health and Aged Care to publish information in relation to the operation of aged care providers, with the aim of further increasing transparency on aged care services to allow Australians to make a more informed decision on aged care. The publication of additional information to increase sector transparency and to increase consumer understanding of the sector is supported by the opposition. We are happy to see the government continue our reform work in this area. However, it must be noted that, like Schedule 1, the details of this schedule are subject to delegated legislation that has not been released by the government. Therefore, there are still questions regarding what exactly will be required to be published. We are calling on the government to ensure that when amending the quality of care principles, they note that all aged care homes who currently do not have a registered nurse on site at all times, 53% of them are in rural, regional and remote areas, and 46% of them are small providers. We are introducing amendments to ensure the government, who was elected on a platform of transparency, provide the necessary information to allow for adequate parliamentary scrutiny of this bill and its delegated legislation, and to ensure that providers are genuinely supported and not just another headline to fulfil an election promise. Furthermore, the opposition will move an amendment to having an enrolled nurse on site and an RN on telehealth 24/7. This will be a feasible option for some low acuity providers or regional providers who are currently unable to attract a steady RN workforce despite ample and genuine attempts to do so. The opposition strongly supports continued improvement in the aged care sector and the care provided to older Australians. However, this bill is nothing more than a slap in the face for transparency. Furthermore, the opposition will move an amendment to require the Secretary, when considering whether the provider has taken reasonable steps to ensure that the clinical needs of the care recipients in the facility will be met during the period for which the exemption is in force. The Secretary must consider whether the provider has established reasonable measures to ensure the highest level of clinical care with the available workforce will be provided, which may include measures for support for clinical care by an enrolled nurse and through telehealth consultations with a registered nurse. This would not change the overall standard that the provider needs to take reasonable steps to ensure clinical needs are met. Current workforce constraints and the extreme reliance on this bill on delegated legislation, the details of which have not been released by the government, is disrespectful to the aged care sector and remains a serious concern of the opposition. Notwithstanding the very serious concerns that the opposition has to this bill, we will always support improvements in care for older Australians, and therefore we will be supporting this bill in the Senate.
Senator Ruston, are you moving your second reading amendment? And yes. Then I'll give the call to Senator
Could I please move the second reading amendment on sheet 1638, standing in my name?
I'll take that as moved. Senator Rice. My apologies.
Thank you, Deputy President. And I'm very pleased to be rising today to be supporting the passing of the Aged Care Amendment implementing Care Reform Bill 2022. It's an important bill. It adds to the aged care framework to ensure that we are providing appropriate care for older Australians. And it's consistent with the principles that the Greens bring to aged care, where we believe that the federal government must play a central role in the funding, regulation and support of high-quality aged care services, and that older people should be able to access health and aged care services as soon as they need it, and that we want to see a high-quality, affordable aged care system characterised by quality support, nursing and personal care, whether that's in their own home, residential care or hospital. We also believe that this should be being provided on a not-for-profit basis. Obviously, this legislation doesn't go to that, but that's the aspirations of the Greens going forward. We welcome the scrutiny that this legislation received through our Senate Community Affairs Community Affairs inquiry process, and believe that there was a lot of important information that has in fact influenced this bill and also influenced how this legislation is going to be implemented in terms of the things that currently are in delegated, will be in the delegated regulations down the track. We heard clear evidence through the inquiry process that advocates want this commitment to nursing requirements implemented. We note that it indeed was a recommendation of the Royal Commission. Note that the timing has been brought forward from the Royal Commission's recommendations, but that the sector overall support bringing this forward. The Older Persons Advocacy Network said that OPAN strongly supports the requirement that registered nurses must be on-site and on duty at all times, that is 24 hours each day, 7 days each week. While we acknowledge that the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety recommended one registered nurse be on staff for both morning and afternoon shifts, 16 hours per day, increasing to all day from 2024, OPAN believes a registered nurse should be available 24 hours per day as soon as possible, rather than delaying implementation. The increasing health complexity and comorbidities of older people entering residential aged care requires a corresponding need for staff with the right health and medical skills to provide support. We know that health-related incidents don't just happen in the daytime. And similarly, the Council on the Ageing said this measure strengthens national minimum staffing standards in residential aged care and brings Australia into line with similar regulations in other countries. Nurses play a vital role in aged care in partnership with allied health professionals, lifestyle coordinators and well-trained personal care workers. COTA Australia has long supported the principle of ensuring the right skills are available in the right setting and at the right time, within each staff member's professional scope of practice. So we welcome this legislation. We are glad to see it being brought forward by the government and look forward to seeing it passed by the parliament. I also want to thank and note at this stage the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation for their crucial advocacy and engagement on this issue. I met just yesterday with a delegation of nurses who are here to advocate for this legislation. And I heard about their experience working in walk-in centres, in aged care homes, in providing palliative care and a range of other types of care. One of them, Glenn, began his nursing training in 1978, so he's been in the field for a long, long time. And one of the things he said to me yesterday that stuck with me, he said the number one thing that was going to make the most difference to the older people he cares for was having more eyes, more feet, more hearts on duty. Another nurse, Steph, talked of being a nurse in aged care rather than hospitals, even though the pay was less. And I asked her why. Why did she stuck with it, working in aged care? And she said she really likes and enjoys and appreciates the opportunity to be working with older people at the end of their lives, that she's not in it for the money. She's there because she cares. This delegation of nurses, however, talked about nurses walking away from the job because at the moment the job was just too much. The stress, the overwork, the not having the support that they needed wasn't what they signed up for. And so nurses were deciding. We have trained nurses across the country who are at the moment deciding they just cannot cope with that extra stress of being in the job, who are off doing other things. This is a critical part of addressing the workforce shortage that we face of nurses in Australia. It's actually bringing nurses back into the profession, those trained nurses who are currently working in other fields because they don't feel that they are being paid appropriately, that they are valued and that the job is sustainable for them in the long term. I mean, the nurses that I talked with yesterday talked of just not having the time to do the work that needed to be done when they were on the job. And clearly increasing nursing staffing levels in aged care homes is going to make a vital difference to people around the country. So it's really important that we enable this framework to be established. So, which goes to the critical issue, of course, which Senator Ruston was just talking to, that as part of implementing this framework, we know that providers around the country, and especially in rural and regional areas, are going to need more nurses. We know that that is the fundamental issue, the tension of introducing this legislation now and the timeline that's being introduced on. But going to the heart of it, having more nurses around the country and putting in place a framework that requires that is a good thing, because nurses are providing crucial care. And as a country, we should be providing the best care possible for older Australians. Of course, so that we then going to the heart of those concerns that have been raised particularly by regional and rural providers about how they are going to be able to ensure that they can attract and retain staff when these reforms come into effect. Obviously, a crucial part of this legislation and how any exemptions that would be in place if, despite the best efforts of these providers to attract those staff, if they are not able to do it, is going to be in delegated legislation. And in particular, that delegated legislation is going to lay out what those exemptions are. We too would have preferred to have seen more detail in this legislation. But at this stage, it's weighing up. Do you pass this legislation now, or do you wait to get that more detail, to see more detail in the delegated legislation? We recognise it's an important issue, but believe on balance that it is much more important to get this legislation passed now. And I know, and I want to let people know, that we are going to be scrutinising the delegated legislation very, very closely. And I really look forward to be working with the government as the delegated legislation is developed. I really look forward to ensuring that people across the sector, from the nurses to the providers to the community, have the opportunity to provide input into that delegated legislation, to make sure that, most importantly, we make sure that the framework that delegated legislation provides can best be implemented to support older Australians. So we are going to be looking at it really closely, and I'm confident that we will be able to work with the government, and the government is going to be able to work with providers, workers and, most importantly, residents to make sure that that delegated legislation is appropriately. But fundamentally, I mean, the issue with rural and regional facilities being able to access staff, it comes down to how many people are in the workforce. And to tackle that, we need to address the underlying issues about the pay and the conditions that the workforce is experiencing. We need to be creating an aged care sector so that nurses really do feel that the work that they are doing is sustainable, that they're being paid well, that they're being valued and rewarded. I mean, we look forward to seeing the outcome of the Fair Work Commission's review into the pay levels of aged care workers. As you know, the Greens are supporting that 25% increase in pay levels for aged care workers across the board. We need to be improving the pay and condition of workers in the care industry so that it does become an attractive career path for more people, and so that it does become a field where people feel that it is something that they can do sustainably. Like Glenn, who has been in it since 1978, and to bring nurses back into the workforce who at the moment feel burnt out, who don't feel supported, who feel underpaid, who feel that, no, there are other things that they would prefer to be doing. And as we talk about the importance of implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission and improving care for older Australians, there are a number of other points I would like to raise that we will keep on advocating for that aren't being addressed in this bill, but I look forward to continuing working on them in the context of the complete review of aged care legislation that is also underway. The first is the use of restrictive practices. It's something that my predecessor in this portfolio for the Greens, Senator Siewert, pursued relentlessly, and I intend to continue focusing on that. And I want to thank the advocacy groups around the country who've raised that issue with me. I mean, nobody's human rights should be undermined for corporate profit, and this is something that we will keep on fighting on. And I mean, I'm disturbed that since the Royal Commission that showed their inappropriate and overuse of restrictive practices, and the Royal Commission highlighted it as a key issue, the data so far has shown that there hasn't been any reduction. So it's something that clearly needs to have ongoing attention paid to it. The nurses I spoke to yesterday when I was talking about restrictive practices also noted the massive link and the correlation with the amount of workforce and having enough people to actually be able to work with older residents, so that it's not just the quick fix of restrictive practices, and that often, despite their best efforts, that they're, without the workforce, able to sit down and to be talking through issues with residents suffering from dementia, and to be giving them that sense of being heard and being supported, that restrictive practices are something that they will fall back on. The other issue that I've consistently raised is allied health, and I continue to do so, and it's reflected in the second reading amendment that's been circulated in this chamber. We have got some, in terms of care minutes for registered nurses that this legislation is addressing, that's a really important issue, but we remain concerned that the changed legislation now is not giving the same level of support to allied health professionals. And we need to be ensuring that allied health is given the support and with the serious intention that it deserves, and that the care for older Australians is genuinely multidisciplinary, that is determined by a team approach, and that all of allied health professionals are there, that residents in aged care facilities and older Australians in general can access the levels of allied health care that they need and that they deserve. And finally, I would like to make the point that there are a number of recommendations in the Royal Commission's final report that related to palliative care, and in particular Recommendation 80 that focused on ensuring dementia and palliative care training is available to everyone in the aged care sector. And so, given that context, it's extremely concerning that we understand that the work of the palliative care peak body is at risk due to funding cuts. and that's an issue that I'm going to be closely examining in Senate estimates. In conclusion, I would like to thank Minister Wells' office for their close engagement on this bill and the work that they've done bringing it to the parliament. This is a piece of reform that's been a long time coming, and it is going to make a crucial difference to people's lives. And I'd also like to thank Senator Ruston for her close engagement on this legislation, her work with me and her advocacy for the sustainability of smaller providers in rural and regional Australia, who are such a critical part of our aged care system. This is important legislation, and we want to see it passed, and we want to see it passed today. It needs to be passed today to be supporting older Australians. We have a second reading motion reflecting our advocacy on restrictive practices and allied health care, which are issues I will continue to engage on, but I am very pleased to be able to share the Greens' support for this legislation and our hope that it is passed by the Senate today.
Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to make excuse me, a relatively brief contribution today. Senator Ruston has outlined the Coalition's position on this bill. I will foreshadow that I will be moving a second reading amendment, to which Senator Ruston did describe in part, but I will also talk through. Acting Deputy President, just picking up on some of the comments from Senator Rice, and I have no doubt about her commitment in this space, but the challenges facing smaller, particularly smaller rural and regional providers, are just so fundamental. And I've visited so many providers with relatively low number of people in their care who are just struggling. Centres with as fewer numbers as it varies between 8 and 12, but even centres going into the 20s and the 30s are struggling in a very fundamental way in regional areas. They find it extraordinarily difficult to find staff. When they can find staff, they're often poaching them from the local GP or the local hospital. So in making a requirement, a new requirement on these small rural and regional centres, it does have the potential, and that's why the opposition is so keen to see the regulation that underpin the vast bulk of the changes embodied through this legislation. It does have the potential to force centres to reconsider their operation. I mean, they're struggling at the moment. They're struggling at the moment. So how is a new requirement in an environment where, I mean, in so many country towns in WA, they can't even find a house for health professionals, let alone find the actual professional. You know, towns up north in WA that I visited recently, who nurses are working on fly-in, fly-out rosters. They can't attract nurses to actually live permanently in those towns. So the challenges are very manifest, and that's why the exemption clauses in the subordinate legislation are so important, and that's why the Coalition is so keen on seeing those clauses prior to this legislation being implemented. We would like to see, as I've said, a copy of those draft recommendations to Parliament as soon as practicable, and that is what would allow us to be certain that those particularly smaller rural and regional centres are not going to be adversely impacted. I think it's important to note that our nursing community have worked tirelessly over the last few years. The pandemic, particularly for aged care providers, but right across the health sector obviously, has been an extreme challenge. And the support that nurses have provided to older Australians in aged care homes has been absolutely outstanding. Nurses stood up when it mattered most, to protect older Australians. And we know through those times that we were always, and I know this place on many occasions, stated our gratitude to the work of nurses in particular, but all health professionals. In responding to the Aged Care Royal Commission in this bill, we are seeing a time frame that isn't consistent with the Royal Commission's final report, and something that does potentially have some negative impacts on those, particularly those rural and regional providers I spoke about earlier. I will now end my remarks there, and I will formally move my second reading amendment.
We'll get you to move that later after the first one has been dealt with. Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak in support of this bill and would like to start by echoing Senator Brockman's acknowledgement of nurses and what they have done for our communities across the country during the pandemic. They are some of the heroes of the pandemic. They've worked tirelessly, many to the point of burnout, and they continue to deal with massive workloads, burnout, low pay, and this is a welcome first step to acknowledge that and start to put things in place to ensure that nurses are better supported, but also people in aged care are better supported. I'd like to acknowledge the work of the ANMF and the registered nurses in the gallery today. Much has been said about our aged care system in this place since the Aged Care Royal Commission, and rightly so. We've heard the stories of senior Australians being left to die without dignity in the very places that are meant to look after them. Stories of pain, heartbreak and anguish. We may never know the full extent of the suffering that has taken place in aged care facilities across the country over the past couple of decades. But we do know what the way forward needs to look like. The Aged Care Royal Commission gave us the blueprint for reform and laid out what is needed to ensure residents receive high-quality care in aged care facilities. This bill achieves part of that vision. Principally, it enacts the requirements for all aged care facilities to have a registered nurse on site and on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This requirement would come into effect on the 1st of July 2023. This actually goes above and beyond what was recommended in the Royal Commission, but I know it is a commitment that has been welcomed widely by older Australians and advocates across the country. Simply, having a registered nurse available in every aged care facility at all times will lead to better health outcomes for residents. It will ensure there is better monitoring of the health of aged care residents. It is hoped that we will see less people transported to hospital for issues that would otherwise be prevented through early identification and intervention. I want to echo what I've heard from aged care advocates and those that work in aged care. One nurse should be the bare minimum. This bill does not put a cap on the number of nurses required in aged care. It sets a minimum standard of at least one nurse 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There will be nothing preventing providers from employing more than one nurse, and I hope these decisions will be made on the needs of residents over any other factor. Throughout the inquiry, I heard concerns with how the exemption framework was established by this bill. On the bill's first reading in the House, it contained no safeguards for the granting of exemptions. It allowed the government, without limitation, to write and then enforce their own rules in exempting providers from the RN requirement. Technically, it would have been feasible for the government to exempt providers indefinitely from the requirement. I did not think that that was appropriate. I was pleased to work with the Minister for Aged Care to move amendments to this bill that strengthen the safeguards. This bill now contains some important provisions that limit the government's ability to provide exemptions in line with what was intended by the Royal Commission. Any exemption must now be time-limited and cannot exceed 12 months without review. The need for exemptions may differ markedly across the country. I acknowledge the challenges of regional and remote areas as highlighted by Senator Ruston, Senator Brockman and many others in this place. Some providers may initially require more time to recruit the necessary workforce, and in this instance, a longer exemption may be required. Some facilities may have a limited workforce, and if one nurse were to become sick, an exemption may then be needed for a short period. Therefore, I think it's important that there is flexibility in the time limits provided, but none should exceed 12 months without looking at whether circumstances have changed for that facility. Importantly, the government will now also be required to consider the safety of aged care residents in granting an exemption, and whether alternative arrangements are in place to keep people safe and healthy during that period. Finally, all exemptions will be needed to be published in full view of residents, their families and aged care watchdogs. This will provide another accountability mechanism to ensure the exemption power is not being overused. Cumulatively, these changes ensure that one RN requirement cannot be watered down. If we're going to make this a minimum standard, then it should apply to every facility in the country. We should not be setting different standards based on postcodes. Those living in regional and remote areas should be entitled to the same standards of quality and safety in aged care as those living in the major cities. There is no doubt that for some providers, recruiting and retaining an appropriate workforce to meet this requirement may be very difficult initially, but the exemption framework will assist with this. This also speaks to a broader issue around the availability of skilled nurses across the health system and how we attract and, importantly and crucially, retain them. It seems to me that there has been an undervaluing of nurses for some time now, particularly in aged care, and I've heard many stories of aged care nurses moving to other places like the NDIS simply because they're being paid more and they have less patients to deal with. We're now realising what a precious resource nurses are and how much catch-up work we need to do to value them. I implore the government to look at this holistically and consider how we are training, recruiting and retaining highly skilled nurses in all corners of our health and aged care systems. I thank the Minister once again for her collaboration on this bill. This is not the end of the road when it comes to reform, and I look forward to working with the government on continued reform that will improve the lives of people in aged care across Australia.
The Minister.
Sorry, I've got some cords that I didn't want to trip on, Acting Deputy President. Can I thank all senators for their contributions in this debate? This is a really important bill that delivers on some key election commitments of the Albanese government. So we're very pleased to have this legislation before the Senate so early in the term. But more importantly, this bill will also deliver the care that our older Australians need and the support that our aged care workforce deserves. And can I, at the outset, thank officials from the ANMF who are in the gallery today, and Glenn Driscoll, an aged care nurse who I know has been very involved in the discussions around this bill, on representing the many thousands of nurses who work in aged care and have for a long time needed a government that backed them and provided the support that they deserve so they can care fully for our older Australians. So thank you to your participation in this really important bill. As I say, this bill makes important practical changes to the delivery of aged care services and provides greater transparency on what funds are being used for. The measures in this bill put the quality and safety of older Australians first, just as the Albanese Labor government has committed to do. The bill introduces a new responsibility for approved providers of residential aged care and of specified kinds of flexible care to have a registered nurse on site and on duty at every residential facility 24 hours a day, 7 days a week from the 1st of July 2023. This will save thousands of unnecessary trips to hospital emergency departments and will ensure that older Australians living in residential aged care have access to the nursing care they deserve. I remember talking about this policy in the run-up to the last election, and I think most Australians were shocked to learn that there was no requirement on residential aged care facilities to have a registered nurse on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But unfortunately, that was one of the legacies left by the former government in terms of its regulation of aged care, and it's one of the factors that contributed to some of the appalling incidents we saw in aged care facilities around the country. I know very well from spending time in aged care facilities that the staff work there incredibly hard, but just haven't had the resources that they need to be able to provide the care that they want to provide residents of aged care facilities. And the change we're making in this legislation will go a long way to doing that. I might just note that some of the contributions from opposition senators questioned the ability to deliver on this promise in rural and regional areas, and that is a serious issue. And I noticed Senator Brockman talking about the difficulty that rural and regional providers have in obtaining staff and housing. And I've got to say, this is exactly the problem that has arisen as a result of 10 years of neglect of the aged care system. For an opposition senator to now be saying that we can't do what we need to do for our older Australians because of problems in skills, problems in housing, well, I'm sorry, but the opposition had 10 years to do something about these issues and failed to do so. And finally, we have a government that is prepared to make the regulatory changes required and back it up with real resourcing to fix the problems in the aged care system that the last government left for 10 years. Now, we are conscious that there are massive skill shortages in the aged care sector, and they have grown over 10 years of doing nothing by the former government. So that's why we have already established a wide range of programs to support providers to attract and retain staff. And these were things that the former government never did in the 10 years that they had to do something about this. For example, the Workforce Advisory Service is available to assist providers attract, retain and build the skills of their workers. Subsidised vocational educational and training places are widely available to train personal care workers, and the Rural Locum Assistance Program supports providers with recruitment challenges. Initiatives specifically aimed at nurses include a transition to practice in aged care for newly graduated nurses, scholarships and the Nurses Retention Payment, and local guidance is provided through the department's regional stewardship network. Another thing that the former government failed to do in the 10 years that it was in power was do anything about the wages of aged care workers. They wouldn't even take a position when the case was taken for the wage rise that aged care workers were seeking, and I was incredibly pleased to see the Albanese Labor government make a submission to the Fair Work Commission in support of increased wages for aged care workers, and, of course, we have committed to fund the outcome of the case. So rather than having the hand-wringing that we see from some members of the opposition saying that this is all too hard and can't be done, this government is actually stepping up to the plate and doing things that the former government didn't do in the 10 years they had to do something in power. We're serious about fixing the skills shortage in aged care. We're serious about making sure that older Australians get the care that they deserve, and that's why we're introducing this bill and making a lot more resourcing available to the sector. Now, we acknowledge that there are going to be challenges in some rural and regional environments, and that's why this bill sets up a system to provide exemptions for the rare cases where this requirement can't be met, and the process for that to be worked through between the department and individual providers. So we acknowledge it's going to be a challenge, but we're putting significant resourcing into this to back up this commitment, and again, something that the former government failed to do in any one of its 10 years in office. Beyond the provisions about 24-hour nursing, what this bill also does from the 1st of January 2023 is introduce powers to enable the government to cap administration and management charges for older Australians receiving a home care package, and removes the ability to charge care recipients for ceasing care. There is currently little transparency of how providers set their prices for care and package management, and there is no cap on how much they can charge. The Royal Commission heard that some providers were charging up to 50% of home care package funding for administration and management. The bill will provide the means to ensure higher levels of administration and management charges reduce, to stop the rorting and to make sure that the maximum amount of funds instead goes directly toward meeting people's care needs. Again, this is something that should have been done by the former government, but it's taken the election of a new Labor government to actually make change on this front. Finally, the bill will also include amendments relating to the transparency of providers' financial information and other valuable information about providers' operations. This will empower older Australians and their families to make more informed choices about their care and will make transparent to taxpayers how aged care funds are being used. Now, in wrapping up, the Minister for Aged Care would also like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee members for their time and contributions in the consideration of this bill and the subsequent report. The Minister wants to reassure those that have taken the time to participate in these processes that we've heard you and the issues you've raised, and as a result the government moved a number of amendments which clarify some points which would otherwise be insubordinate legislation. The Minister would like to thank Senator David Pocock and his office for their productive engagement on these amendments, as well as all members and senators that have engaged with the Minister and her team. The government acknowledges comments raised during the inquiry process around ensuring appropriate levels of consultation for the delegated legislation, and we agree there should be consultation about the detail, and there will be. In relation to the recommendation made by the Australian Greens in the inquiry report, the government consulted broadly during the drafting of both the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Royal Commission Response Act, as well as this bill, including with aged care providers and allied health specialists. The government supports robust consultation and will continue to consult with the sector and invite commentary on subordinate legislation moving forward. We also acknowledge recommendation 4 made by Senator Pocock in relation to introducing a review mechanism for exemption decisions. We agree, and the Quality of Care Principles 2014 will be amended to provide for a decision of the Secretary to grant an exemption to be a reviewable decision for the purposes of the Aged Care Act 1997 in accordance with existing provisions around reviewable decisions. The government is committed to driving meaningful aged care reform and will continue to work through the details with the sector, unions, older Australians and our colleagues in this chamber and in this parliament. We want to do this reform once and do it well for a lasting positive impact on people's lives, and that will require us all to work together to make that happen. Again, this bill is another step towards fixing the terrible problems that were left to us and left to Australians in the aged care system by the Liberals and Nationals. This is a very good piece of legislation, and I encourage all senators to support it.
Thank you, Minister. Senators, we have 3 second reading amendments, and the first is by Senator Ruston. So the question before the chair is that the second reading amendment from Senator Ruston be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Ruston be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Ciccone as teller for the noes. Order. There being 43 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'm now going to invite Senator Rice to move her second reading amendment. Senator Rice.
Thank you, President. I move my second reading amendment on page 1613.
Thank you. So the question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Rice be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Dr Dawes. So the question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Rice be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 46 no, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now invite Senator Brockman to put his second reading amendment.
I move the second reading amendment as circulated in the chamber in my name on behalf of the opposition.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Brockman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading amendment, as moved by Senator Brockman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Pratt as teller for the noes. Do remind senators that once I have called the tellers, you need to be sitting still and not standing. Thank you. Order. There being 30 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I believe there's a committee stage required. The question now is that the motion for the second reading as amended be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Aged Care Act 1997 and for related purposes.
Yep.
Objection is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Those of that opinion say...
I think you probably want to call Senator Ruston.
Before I get to there then, Senator Ruston, do you wish to have the call?
I wish to move... actually, am I able to ask the Minister a few questions before I move my amendment, or would you prefer me to move it first?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so I just have a few questions I'd like to ask the Minister in relation to this bill before I move my substantive amendment. So, Minister, I was just wondering if I could get a little bit of clarification in relation to the budgeting around this particular measure. I note in the explanatory memorandum that there is an amount of funding. I've asked the department through questions to explain to me the funding that's attached to this bill, exactly how it is going to be spent, but I haven't had a response yet, which has been somewhat frustrating, given that you are seeking for us to pass this bill despite the lack of information that has been provided in relation to the delegated legislation, which is so important to be able to understand exactly what is going to be required. So I'm sort of interested, Minister, if you can give me some idea around what the funding that has been allocated in your explanatory memorandum is actually going to be going to.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President and Senator Ruston. The information I've been provided with is that, in accordance with the financial impact statement in the explanatory memorandum to the bill, the indicative financial impact over the forward estimates of each of these measures for Schedule 1, which involves the extra nurses who will be needed, $450.7 million. Schedule 2, which relates to capping home care fees, $1.2 million. And Schedule 3, which relates to transparency and reporting, $8.1 million.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Minister. I was just wondering, in determining the $450.7 million that's been allocated to Schedule 1, which relates to the requirement of 24/7 nurses, what provision has been included in the calculation for that for the likelihood of exemptions?
Minister.
I'll just try and get some advice on that point. Well, I mean, while I'm obtaining that advice, I will just reiterate this point that it is disappointing to see the opposition continue to do what they did for 10 years, which was fail to deal with the need for 24/7 nurses in Australian aged care facilities. As I said earlier, I found when I was talking about this issue in the run-up to the election, people were shocked that we don't have 24/7 registered nurses in aged care facilities. And it's very clear that one of the reasons that we saw the range of appalling incidents involving care in aged care is not because of bad staff, but lack of staff. So it seems that the opposition continues to want to delay this important measure, which is about providing extra support for residential aged care workers so that they can provide better care for residents. As I already acknowledged that there are challenges in implementing this in rural and regional environments, and that's why this government is putting more resources into fixing this situation than what we ever saw from the former government. So, as I say, it's disappointing to see this ongoing delay tactics from the opposition when we finally got a government that wants to fix it. The information that I've been provided is that the government will be providing overall, over 4 years, $2.5 billion towards 24/7 nurses and increased care minutes. We're introducing a 24/7 registered nurse supplement to support residential aged care services, employ extra registered nurses to be on site and on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We'll invest $473.3 million over 3 years from the 1st of July 2023 in a new RN supplement that tops up Australian National Aged Care Classification care minutes funding to support smaller services to meet their 24/7 requirement. Initially, the supplement will be available to eligible services providing care to up to 60 residents. Services over this size will not receive the supplement as their existing care minutes funding will be sufficient for providing 24-hour care, taking into account the previously announced funding increases and the additional $1.9 billion in Australian National Aged Care Classification funding in the budget to increase care minutes to 215 minutes, including 44 RN minutes from the 1st of October 2024, and this supplement will be available to eligible providers from the 1st of July 2023. In terms of exemptions, the government has considered feedback from the sector around current workforce shortages and will allow one-off 12-month exemptions to the 24/7 RN requirement for all services of 30 or less beds in modified Monash Model 5 to 7 areas. This exemption is provided on the basis that small, rural and remote services are likely to face the most significant workforce challenges in recruiting sufficient RNs to meet the requirement. Exempt services will not, of course, receive the RN supplement. So we are taking into account the challenges that particularly rural and remote services will have in attracting workforce. And again, if we'd had a government at some point over the last 10 years that was prepared to invest in workforce, prepared to build the skills of the workforce, then perhaps we wouldn't be having this problem.
Order. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. Minister, in the interest of time, I have a number of questions, and I absolutely don't want to delay the passage of this legislation despite the false information you've just put on the record. But could you please just advise, in quite short answers, is the $450.7 million that's been allocated to Schedule 1 one-off funding, or is it an ongoing measure?
Minister.
It's an ongoing measure over the forward estimates.
Senator Ruston.
Just seeking clarification on your answer. The 450.7 is for 4 years. Are you saying that this will be a continued funding measure past the end of the forward estimates, or is it just a one-off allocation for the 4 years of this particular budget cycle?
Minister.
Senator Ruston, as you well know, having been in government, the way governments structure their budgets is to provide funding for 4 years. Any decisions about future funding beyond the forward estimates are obviously made closer to the end of the forward estimates, but I can't see any situation in which we would walk away from this.
Senator Ruston.
Okay. I'm interested to understand, of this funding, will it go to providers who currently do not have an RN on site, or is it going to be allocated more generally?
Minister.
The advice to me is that the money will be allocated on the basis of that modified Monash model level that I referred to before, but the funding will be provided to both services that have an RN now and services that don't have an RN, provided they meet that modified Monash model test.
Senator Ruston.
Okay, so can I take it from that that modified Monash 1, as an example, will not have access to the 450.7, whereas more remote and inaccessible operators will get access to it. So it's entirely based on the modified Monash model and not on need.
Minister.
I'm obviously taking advice as we're debating this, but to be clear, there's two issues. There's the exemption that's provided, a one-off 12-month exemption. Yep. And that applies to services of 30 or fewer beds in modified Monash model 5 to 7 areas. As to whether services in modified Monash model, for instance, 1 areas get extra funding, the answer is if they have 60 beds or less, then they would be eligible for that funding. So it's possible that I misled you before. My answer earlier was in reference to the level 5 to 7 areas was in relation to the exemption rather than the funding. So I apologise for any confusion there.
Senator Ruston.
So I'm keen to understand in the determination of the expenditure of the $450.7 million for Schedule 1. You've said that it's available to any provider with 60 beds or less. Could you advise whether there is any mechanism within the determination that would differentiate between a provider who was struggling with the current workforce crisis or rewarding providers that weren't bad providers, and we know that we do have some of those sadly out there. So is there a mechanism that will actually determine the most imperative issue before us at the moment, which is workforce crisis versus rewarding bad providers?
Minister.
While I get some advice on that specific point, I might just give you a little bit more information about how this supplement and who will work and who it will be paid to. So the 24/7 RN supplement will be introduced from the 1st of July 2023 to support residential aged care services employ extra RNs to be on-site and on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This supplement is targeted at small services, up to 60 residents, in recognition of the extra support these services need to deliver 24/7 RN coverage. The RN supplement provides up to $733,000 in funding per annum to rural and remote services in modified Monash model 5 to 7 areas and is paid at a higher rate to rural and remote services, recognising the increased costs in attracting nurses to work in rural and remote areas. The supplement is expected to be available to around 90% of, I've never quite known whether you say triple M or MMM, 5 to 7 services, compared to just under 40% of more metropolitan services in MMM 1 to 4 areas. So it will be eligible for both rural and urban, and it's more dependent on the size of the service.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. So can I take it from that the $733 million that you've just referred to in the supplement is not actually contained in the explanatory memorandum as a cost associated with this bill? You've only got 450.7, which relates to the support for business, nursing homes to get to employ extra RNs. Just to seek clarification on what you actually just said, you said that the 450.7 million was to enable to support facilities to be able to employ extra RNs. So what you've actually just said sort of contradicts somewhat in what you said before. You said it would be available to all facilities as long as they met the 60 or below threshold, but what you've just said is that it is for them to employ extra RNs. So is the 450.7 able to be used to provide extra RNs even with facilities that already have 24/7 RNs?
Minister.
The advice I've received is that that supplement would be available to services that do already have 24/7 RNs in place, provided they have 60 or fewer beds, and that's in recognition that those smaller services, whether they be large, small, rural, urban, have additional difficulties.
Senator Ruston.
Can I just quickly state some clarification? We've got 450.7 for Schedule 1 of this bill, and you've just said to me $733 million for the supplement. Can you, so where is the $733 million currently allocated for in the budget? Where is the 450.7 allocated in the budget? And what is the differentiation in terms of what you're talking to me about, the difference between the 450.7 and the 730? Which is the supplement, or are they both the same thing?
Minister.
Sorry. I think what might be happening, I've been wondering where you got that $733 million figure from. What I said, unless if I said the wrong thing, I was talking about $733,000 in funding per annum to rural and regional and remote services, not $733 million per service. So just to repeat the point, the RN supplement provides up to $733,000 in funding per annum to rural and remote services in MMM 5 to 7 areas, and it's paid at a higher rate to rural and remote services because of the increased costs that they will incur.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. So I was just wondering, just moving on to the exemptions that exist under this particular schedule, could you please advise where you're up to regarding your current considerations about what would constitute an exemption under this legislation?
Minister.
Obviously, this legislation puts in place a process to then create exemptions. Early consultation has begun, but what I'm advised is that an exposure draft of the exemptions will be finalised soon. It's currently being drafted, and of course there'll be a consultation process on that exposure draft.
Senator Ruston.
Do you think there's any possibility we could get a little more detail about when that exposure draft is likely to be available?
Minister.
Early next year.
Senator Ruston.
Okay. Clearly you're not going to be providing us any more advice around that process of what is actually in your minds in relation to general attempts to try and obtain an RN, or can you provide us some more information on that?
Minister.
We're obviously working out the specifics at the moment, but the intention is to make it an open and fair process that treats particular facilities on a case-by-case basis. But I'm sure Minister Wells would be more than happy to provide a briefing to you once the consultation process begins.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. So, in relation to that, what communication, consultation and certainty have you given to providers to date regarding how the exemption process will work, or are you just going to leave them to wait until they see the exposure draft, or have you actually been, talking to them? Because, I mean, if we don't see these exemptions, because, I mean, you put out an exposure draft, we're not going to see the delegated legislation until, March or April. I think it was April next year, I was advised when I asked about this in committee. Where does that leave providers who will be frantically trying to possibly seek an exemption and provide the necessary detail to you? So I just like to understand what communication and consultation have you provided to date to give certainty and security to these very important workers in our community?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Ruston. What I'm advised is that there has been extensive consultation around these commitments already. I won't go through it in great detail, but there was general consultation conducted in relation to the government's election commitments around aged care that has occurred with a range of groups, employer, union, providers, carers, through July and August. General consultation was conducted in relation to legislative amendments, again with a range of stakeholders from various different perspectives through July and August, and specific consultation in relation to exemptions to the 24/7 RM requirement was conducted on the 22nd of July with the Funding Reform Working Group. And I could run through the members of that, but it essentially again includes providers, a wide range of providers and various interest groups. And again, there'll be further consultation once we've drafted.
Senator Ruston.
I'm just wondering whether you could put on the record, Minister, how many regional providers has the Minister visited, and how many rural and regional and remote providers has the Minister discussed his exemption clauses with directly?
Minister.
I'm obviously not in a position to advise that here. But what I can see is that some of the groups that were consulted about the exemptions on the 22nd of July included the Aged Care Workforce Remote Accord. There's Leading Ageing Services Australia, and a number of other large providers who have services in regional and rural Australia.
Senator Ruston.
Minister, I'd be appreciated if you could take it on notice and maybe come back to me for estimates as to how many rural, regional and remote nursing home facilities that the Minister has visited and consulted with, both of them. So just wondering, just finally on these amendments, on these exemptions, in the information that's contained in the documentation that we have suggests that they are for 1 year. Is there an ability for those exemptions to be extended or renewed past that 1 year if it's determined that the exemptions are still warranted?
Minister.
The advice is yes. There would be capacity for those to be extended, but they would have to reapply.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. Now moving on to probably the most important issue that is facing the Australian care sector more generally, and that is obviously workforce challenges. So I'd be keen to understand what data has the government relied upon to understand and to be able to quantify the current level of workforce shortages and therefore the impact this is likely to have on the ability of the sector to be able to deliver on the requirements of this bill.
Minister.
What I'm advised is that there are a range of sources of that data, including departmental modelling.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Would it be possible for the data and the sources on which the government has relied on making their decisions around this to be made available to the opposition or to this chamber?
Minister.
I'm very happy to take that on notice, in addition to the one that I took, the request about the minister's travels.
Senator Ruston.
I'm just wondering if the government has done any research since, sort of post the end of the. So maybe has the government done any research since coming into government to reassess and stocktake the number of nurses currently in the sector? Because we do know that there is quite a lot of pressure and stress and a workforce that is highly susceptible to burnout from the conditions that they have experienced over the last 3 years with the amazing job they did in dealing with COVID. So I was just wondering whether there has been any reassessment in terms of the impact of the last 3 years on our nursing workforce and how that may impact on the ability of the provisions of this bill to be able to be implemented.
Minister.
What I'm advised is that we rely on the National Health Workforce Report, the last of which was made public. Yeah, we'll find out when that one was. And there will also soon be another quarterly financial information report. I'm not exactly sure of the exact title of that, that is due in October or November, which will have further information on that. I might again just put on the record, I'm really welcome the fact that the Minister is interested in the workforce challenges facing the aged care sector, and I just wish she and her colleagues had been so focused on it in the 10 years they were in government.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Just wondering if the government is expecting to rely on immigration to assist providers in fulfilling the requirements of this legislation, and if they are, to what extent, and the kind of numbers that they are expecting to rely on from immigration in the timeframe in which they believe they will be able to be accessed in Australia.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Yes, there will undoubtedly be an element of immigration required to meet the general workforce challenges of the aged care sector, whether it be as a result of this legislation or because of the crisis in the aged care workforce that was left behind from the former government. Just as there is a workforce crisis in agriculture, in hospitality, in manufacturing, in construction, in every industry of the economy because of the failure of the former government to act. Immigration will be a part of it. I've seen myself the Minister's announcement about work that's being done under the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Program to source workers for our aged care sector, in addition to other sectors of the economy. But of course that is in addition to the range of measures that we have already put in place to train locals and provide skilling opportunities for locals to work in aged care, again, which were never put in place by the former government.
Senator Ruston.
So can I take it from that you have not modelled specifically the requirements, immigration requirements of the requirement of 24/7 nurses? You've just made a blanket statement around general workforce. So just wondering if you could answer the following. I didn't say that. Well, you sort of did. Anyway, I'll ask you another question.
Order.
So
Ruston.
what is the current estimate number of nurses needed to ensure every aged care facility in Australia has an RN on site 24/7? What is the estimated number of nurses believed to be required to meet the care minutes that will come into effect in October 2023 for 40 minutes of care? Can I have them both separately? And obviously, and do you have an accumulative total? Because obviously some may well cross over into the other, please.
Minister.
Well, again, first I'd make the point that I never said that there was no modelling around immigration. That is the Shadow Minister's decision to misrepresent what I said. What I'm advised is that the estimated additional nurses required for 24/7 registered nurses in our nursing homes is 869, measured in terms of headcount.
Senator Ruston.
Would you like to answer the other half of the question? Okay, so 24/7 nurses. There's also a requirement in October 2023 for 40 minutes of care. You referred to it in your second reading address, the 40 minutes of care minutes. Just wondering if you could tell me how many additional registered nurses are required for the 40-minute care minutes, and what is the collective total of those two things which were coupled under the Royal Commission and of which your government has chose to decouple. I would like to know what the coupled impact is.
Minister.
I don't have that information to hand, but again what I would say is that whatever the number of extra nurses required to deliver on this commitment would have been a hell of a lot easier if the former government had done anything about training nurses.
Senator Ruston.
Would you be able to take that on notice? Because in the absence of you taking it on notice and providing that piece of information, which is absolutely essential, one can only assume that you don't know the answer. Look, just finally, just wondering if there's any additional funding in the budget or contained in this particular bill that would go to assist nurse peak bodies, aged care providers to upskill their current workforce of enrolled nurses or nurse practitioners.
Minister.
I'm certainly aware that part of the workforce plan here is to upskill existing workers and increase the participation of existing workers. I'm sure the Shadow Minister would be aware that there's a large number of aged care workers who either work part-time or casually, and there's certainly an opportunity there to increase the working hours for those who wish to do so. I may have to take on notice the details as to the cost.
Interest, because I know Senator Pocock's got a couple of questions. In the interest of time, could you also take on notice and provide me with advice as to, will any funding that's allocated under the workforce training or whatever element that you're going to come back to me to train and upskill enrolled nurses, and if the money, is it ongoing funding or will it only be one-off funding to upskill? And provide, also understand whether providers are expected to provide their own ongoing funding, or do you, in terms of this development? Because I'm very interested to understand what provisions have been put in place to ensure not just the attraction of additional workers into the sector, but also to make sure that existing workers in the sector are able to be given the opportunity to upskill so that they can try and assist in meeting the expectations of this bill. Look, I'll let Senator Pocock go. Sorry, I've taken up a lot of time, so please go.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator Ruston. My question goes to how the government will be monitoring for compliance with the 24/7 RN requirement when it comes into effect. After 1 July, it will be the responsibility of aged care providers to meet this requirement, and I understand that the Commissioner may have powers to sanction providers should there be breaches. How will the government ensure that providers are complying with this new responsibility? And specifically, what are the plans to communicate to those living in aged care and their families on how they can also report breaches if they notice them?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock, and again, can I thank you for your cooperation with us in getting this legislation finalised and into the chamber. The Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission will be responsible for ensuring compliance with this new provider responsibility, just as it is currently responsible for a range of other regulatory measures. The Commission will extend their existing risk-based and proportionate regulatory approach used to regulate other provider responsibilities to this new responsibility. Consideration is also being given to develop auditing arrangements that ensure the registered nurse and care time data that facilities report is accurate. I think the second part of your question is what a resident or family member would do if they were concerned that the requirement was not being met, and I presume the answer is that they could make a complaint to the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Does the government have plans to inform aged care residents and their families that they can report after 1 July?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. There are already a range of activities undertaken to inform residents and family members of their rights to make complaints or raise concerns about the failure to meet regulatory requirements, and information is provided on how people can do that. And I guess this would come within the existing information, whether it be a breach of this provision or breach of existing provisions. Information is provided to residents and families about how they can make those kind of complaints. But I'm happy to follow that up with the department and make sure there's specific reference to this.
If there are... Senator Pocock.
Sorry, Chair.
Not at all.
One more question, if I may. Through the inquiry process, the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation raised that there currently isn't the Indigenous-led workforce that can provide culturally appropriate care where it is needed. Currently, elders may have to move off-country to live in aged care facilities. I think there's no doubt that having more Indigenous aged care workers and nurses would help provide more culturally appropriate care for these elders. Could the Minister advise what plans are underway to ensure the training of the next generation of Indigenous aged care workers and nurses happens?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. You raise a very good point. I've actually been to an aged care facility in remote Northern Territory and saw firsthand the particular issues and challenges that arise in providing aged care in those sorts of settings. There are existing training programs in place, but I'm happy to get the department to come back to your office with some more information about what more we can do. But you're dead right. It's a really important thing to have First Nations people trained to deliver these sorts of services in community.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick final questions. I'm just wondering whether the department has modelled or taken into account or has any understanding as to the impact of the changes to the distribution priority areas that may make it more difficult for regional and rural providers to retain or obtain staff.
Minister.
I'll have to take that one on notice.
Senator Ruston.
Okay. Well, on that basis, it would be really good in the response if you could provide us with any evidence as to whether you believe it has or it hasn't, and what that evidence might well be. Are you considering, a bonus or incentive for nurses to relocate to regional communities to help providers meet their requirements in this legislation, as opposed to the incentives that are being provided to providers to retain nurses?
Minister.
We're obviously at a fairly early stage of planning, doing the workforce planning to deliver on this commitment. The money has been provided in the budget, consultation has begun. There's a range of measures that are under consideration, but I can't sort of commit to one or the other at this point in time.
Senator Ruston.
Okay, finally, I just wanted to understand whether the department has or is intending to look at how technologies like telehealth could be used to support current nurse workforce, given and noting the challenges, particularly of the shallow workforces that we find in rural, regional and remote Australia. I'm just wondering whether any consideration has been or will be given to supporting providers to using innovative technologies like telehealth to ensure that older Australians are able to actually be able to get the care that is possible within the circumstances that they often wish to live. I mean, I know a lot of people who live in rural, regional or remote Australia would prefer to stay in their own communities than move to places that may have a greater depth of service opportunity. So I'm just wondering whether any consideration has been given to using other types of technology and innovative approaches to ensure that service is provided without necessarily having to force providers to have 24/7 nurses when other alternatives may deliver the same outcome.
Minister.
Yeah, I'm certainly familiar with the benefits that telehealth can provide for health and aged care in regional settings, and you may have seen, Senator Ruston, that we actually provided significant new funding to extend telehealth services in the bush, in health in general. We are giving consideration to what more can be done for telehealth specifically for older Australian, but I certainly wouldn't rule out doing that kind of thing.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. I'm just wondering whether, just on that point, not necessarily specific to this bill, whether the minister might seek for the department to provide me with advice about the expansion of telehealth services in the bush that are in the budget. The only one that I saw was the reinstatement of the loading on psychiatric service. So I'm just wondering whether you could provide more additional detail around telehealth services to the bush that you've just referred to. And just wondering whether that you absolutely commit to working with rural and regional and remote providers to ensure that we don't see facilities closed in an attempt to try and meet the requirements of this bill, that you will always operate and the government will always act in the interest to ensure that facilities are kept open and the supports are provided them to be able to be kept open in a manner in which delivers the appropriate care for the older Australians that rely on the services of those facilities.
Minister.
Yes, we certainly will be consulting those providers as we roll out this initiative. What I can say is that we will be working with providers to make sure that they can access the workforce that they need. And what we will also do as a result of this legislation is ensure that older Australians living in rural and remote areas get the kind of nursing care that they deserve in rural and remote nursing homes, something, again, that was left to neglect by the former government. We're determined to fix that and make sure that all Australians get the aged care services they deserve, whether they live in the bush or in the cities.
Senator Ruston.
That's great news to hear that, Senator, so I find it somewhat astounding that you voted against our second reading amendment, but there you go. Could you just advise the 450.7 and the 1.2 and the 1.8 that are contained in this bill, are they contained in the $2.5 billion election commitment that you're currently rolling out for aged care?
Minister.
What I'm advised, and we'll come back to you if I get this wrong in explaining it, is that the measures included in Schedule 1 do form part of the $2.5 billion because that was about extra hours and minutes for nursing homes, but the measures included in Schedules 2 and 3 are outside the $2.5 billion because they relate to transparency and other things.
Senator Ruston.
Okay, so the $3 or $4 million sits outside, but the bulk of it sits inside. So, just wondering, just finally, whether it would be possible, and maybe we can prosecute this more vigorously during estimates as to what the actual $2.5 billion, and I know you read out earlier, is actually going to, and what additional funding sits outside the $2.5 billion that's contained in your healthcare commitments as a part of the budget. But if you don't have that information, I'm more than happy to prosecute through estimates.
Minister.
Yeah, it might be better to explore this further at estimates, but again, the $2.5 billion election commitment was for extra hours and minutes of nursing care and other care. The matters that are in Schedules 2 and 3 are to deal with other things, and funding has been provided to the department via the budget to do those other things.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. And look, I thank the Minister for the answers he's been able to give. Obviously, there's a lot more that needs to go in terms of this bill. I'll reiterate the disappointment of the opposition that we don't have greater clarity around the really important aspects of this bill that will have such a huge impact on our nursing home facilities across the whole of Australia, not the least of which will be the significantly disproportionate impact on rural, regional and remote communities. So I look forward to seeing what you've got to come forward with your delegated and subordinate legislation, and we certainly will use the opportunity of the little time that you're going to be providing to us and the wider community to make sure that we are not having unintended detrimental consequences because of the fact that this has been rushed and the lack of transparency and the lack of time that is obviously going to be made available for these really important facilities that protect and support older Australians in their journey in older life. But obviously, this is a tick and flick that is being put in place to move forward an election commitment with no regard whatsoever of the unintended consequences. But as I said in my contribution earlier, the opposition is absolutely committed in making sure that we support any initiative that is going to be able to support older Australians in their journey. So we will not be standing in the way of this legislation. In fact, we would have put in place almost this legislation in its entirety we probably just would have accepted the recommendations of the Royal Commission, who spent many months working with the sector more generally to understand the really significant nuances that exist across our aged care sector, to make sure that whatever we put into this place, whatever legislation we enacted, took into account all of those details. Instead, we see those opposite for a headline because, yes, Australians do expect that people that are in nursing homes will have access to the appropriate nursing care. But in the pursuit of a headline, they have absolutely failed to recognise that there are sometimes nuances that will mean that things need to be changed to meet the individual and unique circumstances that we find, because we have such a large country, that we have very shallow markets across our country. But that's not what's happening here today, but we certainly won't stand in the way of improving the situation for older Australians who need the support and care of our many wonderful aged care providers. And we also will not stand in the way of making sure that anybody who is a bad provider, a rogue provider, is held to account and is not allowed to inflict the kind of devastating pain and impacts that we saw in some of the testimony that we saw during the Royal Commission. But I would urge those opposite, as they go forward in their aged care reform, a reform that we're happy to be constructive and support you with as you go forward with that reform, is please do not apply a one-size-fits-all model to this, which appears to be what you're intending to do in this bill and the bill that you pushed through this place more recently. I would urge you to make sure that you actually take a little bit more time, that you actually put a little bit more investment and effort in making sure you understand the nuances of what is a very important sector for Australians. Because it is absolutely important, as we see with our ageing population, that we support the journey of older Australians. We put them in the centre of every single piece of our decision-making. This should not be what the government wants, what the bureaucracy wants, or even, for that matter, what the providers want. What we need to be doing is investing in the opinions and the wants and the needs of older Australians, and making sure that that is the seminal point when we make decisions about what we are intending to do. You need to listen to the voices of older Australians, not to your own voices. And on that note, as I said, the opposition will be supporting the government in moving forward on this important piece of reform, despite the reservations that we have about the way that this has been handled. So on that point, Chair, I wish to move move the amendments on behalf of the opposition on sheet 1677.
And Senator Ruston, are you seeking leave to move those amendments 1 and 2 together?
I haven't got the piece of paper, have I? Hang on. I'll tell you what I'm seeking. I seek leave to move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 1677 by leave together.
There is leave granted. There being no objection, leave is granted. The question is that the amendments moved by Senator Ruston be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. Order. The question before the committee is that the amendments on sheet 1677 circulated by Senator Ruston be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, those against to the left. I appoint as teller for the aye Senator O'Sullivan and teller for the noes Senator Pratt. Noes. It's passed in the negative. Pursuant to order, I shall report the bill.
And then are you reporting that? And then I'll take it.
Honourable Senators, the committee has considered the Aged Care Amendment implementing Care Reform Bill 2020 and agreed to it without amendments.
The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Aged Care Act 1997 and for related purposes.
Minister. Page 2. Sorry. Senators, time allotted for debate on the bill has now expired. I will now put the questions on the second reading and remaining stages of the bill, which is the counter-terrorism bill. The question is that bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. That's now agreed. I believe. No. No. Okay. Okay. I'll call the clerk. Thank you.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to counter-terrorism and for related purposes.
I just advise the Senator Ruston that we've now passed the counter-terrorism bill, the Gillett, and you wish to have a no vote recorded? Yeah, I'll put the vote again. So those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. The ayes have it. Did you want a division called? Division for 4 minutes. Ring the bells. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment AFP Powers and Other Matters Bill of 2022 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pratt as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to counter-terrorism and for related purposes.
Are you seeking the call? Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to table the second reading speech in relation to the previous bill that was passed due to my inability to be able to table it because we were under a time order.
Leave is granted, Senator Ruston. It now being... Oh, I'm sorry, are you seeking the call, Senator Shoebridge? Yep.
I seek leave to make a brief contribution in relation to the counter-terrorism legislation, AFP Powers and Other Matters Bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Shoebridge. It now being 11:15, I am moving on and I'm going to call the clerk to present a petition.
President, a petition has been lodged as noted on the dynamic red. The terms of the petition will be incorporated in Hansard.
Thank you. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Before I call Senator Urquhart, could people either leave the chamber or resume their seats? It's very hard to see who's seeking the call and it's quite disorderly. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence for a senator.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Urquhart.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator McCarthy for today on account of ministerial business.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Urquhart be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. No other notices of motion? Senator White.
President, pursuant to notice given on the 26th of October 2022 on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I withdraw business of the Senate notice of motion number 1, 3, 4 and 5 for 7 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Air Navigation Air Noise Amendment 2021 Measures number 1, Regulations 2021, Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Amendment Health Measures number 9, Regulations 2021, Financial Framework Supplementary Powers Amendment Prime Minister and Cabinet Measures number 11, Regulations 2021, Industry Research and Development Underwriting New Generation Investments Program Instrument 2021, and business of the Senate notices of motion number 3 for 13 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Bankruptcy Amendment Service of Documents Regulations 2022.
Thank you, Senator White. Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, President. I present the sixth report of the 2022 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Urquhart. So the question is, a motion is moved by Senator Chisholm.
I move the following amendment.
Just a moment. You need to speak up, Senator Chisholm.
Try again. I move the following amendment.
It's on now, Senator Chisholm.
I move the following amendment. At the end of the motion, add end. In respect of the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2022, the provisions of the bill be referred immediately to the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 17 November 2022. And in respect of the Fair Work Legislation Amendment Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022, the provisions of the bill be referred immediately to the Education and Employment Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 17 November 2022.
Thank you. You're seeking the call, Senator McKim?
President, I can indicate that the Greens will be supporting the government's amendments to the Selection of Bills Committee report and flagging that we will also be moving an amendment once these amendments have been dealt with.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Ruston.
Equally, I flag that we will also be moving an amendment to actually, could I actually amend the I would seek leave to amend the amendment that has been moved by Senator Chisholm.
You don't need leave.
Okay, so at Part B of the motion, in respect to the Fair Work Legislation Amendment Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022, the provisions of the bill be referred immediately to the Employment Legislation Committee for inquiry to report on the on the 10th of February 2023. So my change reflects a change of committee, the Education and Employment Legislation Committee, and for a reporting date of the 10th of February 2023, as per the amendment circulated.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. And Senator Ruston's indicated that amendment has been circulated. Senator Wong.
Well, I rise to speak in support of the government's amendment, but also to respond to the amendments just flagged by the opposition. Well, if you ever wanted to see that the Liberal Party and National Party were wedded to wages, low wages as a design feature of the Australian economy, you see that again in this. They don't even want to deal with a bill which has at its heart, recognising that we've got to get wages moving again in this country. But do they want to debate the bill? No, they want to defer the Senate considering legislation which is all about trying to get wages moving again. You are so wedded to low wages as a design feature of the economy, you're even trying to defer legislation which this government has clearly a mandate for. Now, we are very happy to have a proper inquiry, but let us be clear: a 1st of March date. We know what that means in terms of legislation. 10th of February date. 10th of February date. We know we want to defer it till next year, and I think anybody through this country who remembers Senator Cormann's declaration, low wages are a design feature of the Australian economy, that was the policy under the coalition government. And here today, yet again, we see how slavishly they are wedded to that proposition, wanting to defer a bill for which not only does this government have a mandate, a very clear mandate, it's not as if this was not clearly discussed in the election, but which is needed through our economy, particularly to low-paid men and women throughout this country who are battling inflation, battling rising cost of living at a time where they have experienced wage stagnation for years under those opposite. So when the opposition come in here and ask questions about cost of living, let everybody remember what they are trying to defer is changes to our industrial relations system, which have at their core a desire to get wages moving again. So I'd say to the Senate, don't give them that. They have to learn that people in this country, workers in this country, actually not only want but are entitled to a better deal than they had under Scott Morrison and the Coalition.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Just before I call you, Senator Birmingham, I just remind all senators it is particularly disorderly to call out when you are not in your correct seat. Senator Birmingham.
Well, President, the government's proposal for the inquiry into this legislation is an obscenely short inquiry, obscenely rushed, and shows that this Labor government are scared of any fair dinkum scrutiny into their industrial relations proposals. They have just released this bill today, and they are seeking to push it through the Senate inquiry process in a matter of weeks. If you actually look at the Senate sitting calendar, when you look at estimates and other considerations, they're only effectively allowing just 3 or 4 working days for any potential hearings to take place. We know they won't, of course, use those days. They'd be the last few days before the committee reports. So what opportunity will Australian small businesses have to get their head around the legislative proposals of this government? What opportunity will they have to take time out of their businesses and make a submission? What opportunity will they have to appear before an inquiry and put their views and their concerns about this legislation? The answer to that is bugger all. They will have bugger all opportunity in terms of giving fair income, evidence, analysis and advice to the Senate about this legislation. The government is clearly scared of scrutiny around these reforms. They're scared of allowing proper, reasonable scrutiny. If this proposal is adopted by the Senate, if the government's reporting date is adopted by the Senate, this will be one of the shortest, the most rushed processes for industrial relations reform in living memory. So this will be rushed through faster, quicker than any comparable reforms we have seen, with less scrutiny, less time for senators, but most importantly, less time for Australian businesses. Now, why does this matter? Because these types of reforms will matter about whether we have an economy where businesses have more confidence to employ Australians or less confidence to employ Australians. We already know from the budget, the hapless budget handed down by this government earlier this week, that unemployment in Australia is forecast to go up under Labor. We already know that there are forecast to be more Australians losing their jobs over the next year under this government. And reforms such as this run the risk of worsening that problem, run the risk that if they get it wrong, as appears from the concerns of many parts of business they might, that we will have a situation where Australian businesses, particularly Australian small businesses, will be even more hesitant to employ more Australians. And if businesses are concerned about employing Australians, that means fewer Australians in work, more Australians on unemployment benefits, fewer Australians with the opportunity to get ahead. And Lord knows they need every helping hand they can in terms of work opportunities to get ahead at present. With the inflationary environment, with this government's broken promises in relation to energy prices, with this government's threat that they're hanging over the heads of Australian workers in terms of increased taxes in the future, Australians need all the help they can get to be able to secure work, get secure work, have certainty, but do it in an environment where those jobs actually exist, because they only exist if businesses are hiring. They only exist if small businesses are hiring. Now, the government claims that these reforms in this bill were largely cooked up from their Jobs Summit. But we know that small businesses were largely absent from that Jobs Summit. Unions, indeed, Senator O'Sullivan, plenty of union representatives at the Jobs Summit. We know from all the evidence that Mr Burke and others sit down with the unions quite frequently, and that they have been there at the drafting table, no doubt, day in, day out, preparing this legislation. But look, this is not a debate about the substance of the legislation. This is a debate about whether or not proper process is followed. And those opposite don't want to follow the established processes. This is a highly unusual process they're proposing, to rush through the inquiry in an abnormally short period of time. The opposition's amendment simply ensures that we have a normal period of time, and then the government could bring the legislation forward for normal debate in the early part of next year, as would be customary, not seeking to ram it through as they are proposing. I urge the crossbench in particular to support the opposition's amendment to ensure a fair—
Senator Pocock is on his feet. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. This is clearly a really important legislation for Australians, particularly Australian workers who are in areas such as nursing, frontline workers who have not seen wage increases, who are feeling the pinch when it comes to inflation, cost of living prices, electricity prices forecast to go up more. This is really important for us to consider as a Senate. I am very supportive of a number of the measures in this enormous piece of legislation. However, as a senator, I think it's really important that we do have time to consider this. As good as the ideas and the legislation are, and to be clear, I've not seen the legislation. The crossbench has had no opportunity to see it in detail. Those who have had an opportunity to see it have signed non-disclosure agreements. So this is brand new legislation with a reporting date of a few weeks. It doesn't make sense to me to give crossbench senators a couple of weeks to get across this, to give small business owners who are under the pump a short period of time for elements of this bill which have huge consequences for our industrial relations laws in Australia. I asked the Parliamentary Library to look at the length of reporting dates for industrial relations reform in Australia, all the way back to work choices in 2005. And this sort of reporting date is unprecedented in terms of industrial relations. So I have real concerns about having such a short reporting date. I have put to the government that I believe that there are parts of this big omnibus bill that potentially don't need as long to consider. Parts of it around gender equity, objection of putting that into the Fair Work Act, equal remuneration and the two new expert panels, banning pay secrecy clauses, and the boot reforms, which people have known about. There seems to be general consensus. But other elements of the bill are new to many and I think warrant our consideration. I have circulated an amendment that would allow us to have more time, but I'm certainly open to talking to the government about ensuring that we do deal with this legislation in a timely way, but we also allow the oversight that these committee hearings provide. And being new to this place and having been involved in the committee process for a few bills now, it's quite incredible, the access to experts and the ideas that come up and the genuine consultation, as well as the very collegiate way that senators engage to improve legislation. So would really like the government, given we haven't seen any details of this bill, given how big it is, but crucially just how important this is to Australians and the future of workers in Australia, the future of small businesses in Australia, that we do get the balance right between legislating in a timely manner, but also having time to really look at the detail, to engage with the various stakeholders, and ultimately, I think, to legislate very important reforms that are needed, that are warranted when we have wages for many Australians back to 2008 levels.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, blow me over if this doesn't reek of union all over it. I don't know what does. You've got to be kidding. You're doing an omnibus on IR laws. Any time these guys, the whole time I've been up here on omnibuses, what did you say? These omnibuses got to go. So what do you do it? Some of the probably most important things that need to be done over the next term of parliament is these IR laws to be looked at and looked at properly. What do? Roll them in an omnibus and try and run that bus down the bloody hill. That is what is going on here. I will not be doing this. Where am I going to speak to my businesses in Tasmania? I haven't even seen the bill either. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it. These are going to be some of the most crucial and important decisions we are going to make for the future when it comes to IR, and you're trying to shove them down our throat? Seriously. Seriously, if this is the way it's going to go, goodness me, I don't know. This is just not going to function well up here, I can assure you. I need time to go and have a look at that bill. That's the first time. I need to go and use my small amount of staff that I've now got left to try and dissect that bill. And if you think I can do that in a matter of a few weeks, I tell you what, I know what planet you guys are living on. I know what planet you guys— oh, that's right, you're living on the planet of the unions. I can tell you it is not going to happen. It's not going to happen over this bill, and any other important bill you put up in the future and you want to ram it down our throats, you will not get that vote. You will not get it. If you want this done a little bit quicker, great, then give our staff back. That's fine. In the meantime, you can keep wearing the small ones we've got still left, the little amount we've got left, keep wearing them down so we get a revolving door of staff, which makes it worse. But there is no way that reporting date is happening this year. And I'm sorry to those guys out there that expect pay rises and all the rest. I apologise to you. But there is no way. I've stipulated when it comes to Jackie Lambie Network, we will not vote on anything in this parliament without putting it under the microscope. And if you do not give us time to digest that and put it under that microscope, you will never ever get our vote. We will just vote against you. So here's a very clear reminder how we operate up here. And this is what the Tasmanian people expect from me, and I will give them nothing less. This needs to go to a Senate inquiry. There is going to be, I imagine, a lot of people putting in submissions to this, which we're also going to have to go through. And the amount of time that you have given us to do that or want to do that is absolutely shameful. It is shameful on those people that you're trying to get wages for, and it's shameful on small business who has been through 2 years of COVID and is struggling to keep their doors open still. You're not doing this to my small businesses down there in Tasmania, because that's who we rely on. We need their doors open. We are not rushing through this legislation.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. This has got nothing to do with workers, this rushed inquiry. It's got everything to do with union bosses. Let me tell you why. Because with the exception of people like senators like Deb O'Neill, Tony Sheldon, Glenn Stirl, the Labor Party no longer represents workers. I've been pushing an issue in the Hunter Valley and in central Queensland with casual miners for 3 years. I've been misrepresented by Labor and the CFMEU in the Hunter Valley to put people off the scent. Thanks to Senator Barbara Pocock, we're starting to get some traction. She's now aware of what's going on in the Hunter Valley. Labor has not been at all interested in fixing that problem. They don't even want to recognise the problem. I've raised it with Senator Ayres, nothing to see here. I've raised it with Senator Sheldon, who said he would like to help but couldn't, and I appreciate that, Senator Sheldon.
Roberts, I've given you some leeway, but we are debating motions before the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So am I, President.
No, Senator Roberts, it's not a debating point with me. I'm the President. We are looking at the timing put forward in the motion by Senator Ruston and the Committee of Bills report. That is what you need to confine your remarks to.
What I will say again is that the Labor Party is not being genuine here. This is a complex bill. We know that some people in the Senate have seen it. We have not. Why not? Have Senator Lambie seen it? No, she said she hadn't. Why are some people getting it and not others? This is a complex bill and it needs to be done properly for the workers of this country. This is about union bosses making sure that donations get back to the Labor Party. That's why we need a thorough inquiry to assess the benefits for workers, to give small businesses an opportunity to comment, and so that we can all have proper scrutiny of this bill. I will be supporting the Liberal National Coalition on this. I will not be voting for the Labor Party rushing this through the chamber. And I want to make a comment again and emphasise that in the climate change bill, it was in the hands of the Greens and Senator Pocock weeks before we even saw it. Why? 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 Now we've got the Greens justifying. But my point is this bill needs solid scrutiny for the benefit of small business and workers.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Ruston.
If it will assist the chamber in a more streamlined approach to the reporting date of this particular important bill, the coalition will withdraw its amendment for the reporting date being the 10th of February and in doing so indicate that we will support Senator Pocock's motion that requires the reporting date to be the first day of the sitting week of 2023.
So that's, I'm assuming you were seeking leave to withdraw, Senator Ruston?
Withdraw.
Thank you. I think leave is granted. And Senator Pocock, if you would now formally move your motion, please.
Thank you, President. I move my motion.
So the question is that the motion to amend the selection of bills committee report standing in the name of Senator Pocock, which has been circulated, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So I'm now going to move to the government amendment. I'll just give senators. Are you seeking the call, Senator Birmingham? Yep.
Thanks, President. I will be very brief, but President, it is deeply disappointing that the government and the Greens have combined to block fair income scrutiny of this legislation. We note the only proposal left on the table to actually have any Senate inquiry at all is to have this rushed, curtailed inquiry that is being forced upon the Senate by the Labor Party and the Greens with complete disregard to the interests of Australian small businesses or the opportunities for those businesses to be heard and heard properly, and the opportunities indeed for crossbench senators and others to give proper, serious consideration to this legislation. And let it fall upon the government's head then if those senators come back to this place when they seek to rush this legislation through in the final 2 sitting weeks, and those senators say, we haven't had a chance to properly consider it. If those senators say business tells us we haven't had a chance to properly consider it, let it be on your heads, Labor Party and Greens, if that is the consequence when it comes to your legislation, that the message you have when it's considered is that there hasn't been time, there hasn't been proper consideration, and if the voices of Australian small businesses are emphatically, we haven't had the chance to get across the detail of it. However, some inquiry is better than no inquiry, and so despite the opposition's deep reservations about this rushed inquiry, we'll give those who can have the chance the opportunity to participate in at least getting their voice heard. But we know this will be woefully inadequate, President, and it all hangs and sits on the Labor Party's head.
Thank you, Senator. The time for debate has now expired. I'm going to put the motion as moved by the Minister. So the question is that the amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report, as moved by Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. Senator Ruston.
Could I ask that Part A and Part B be put separately?
Thank you. That can happen. So on Senator Ruston's request, I'm now going to move Part A of that amendment. So the question is that Part A of the amendment moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'm now going to move Part B of that amendment. So the question is that Part B of the amendment moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I move the amendment circulated in my name to the Selection of Bills Committee report and for the assistance of senators. This is an amendment that seeks to refer the Privacy Legislation Amendment Enforcement and Other Measures Bill 2022 immediately to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 22nd of November 2022.
Thank you, Senator McKim. So the question is the motion which has been circulated. I beg your pardon, Senator Roberts.
Leave to speak to this?
No, the time's expired, Senator Roberts. You could ask for leave, but that's not my decision. It's the decision of the chamber, Senator Roberts. I'm indicating to you that the hard marker for this bill, for this part of the day, has passed. If you're seeking leave, is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Roberts. So the question is that the order. It is order. It is particularly disorderly to call out across the chamber when you are not even in your correct seats, and I would ask for silence as I put this motion. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator McKim to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'm now going to move the amended Selection of Bills Committee report. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Senator Roberts.
Could I get my name recorded as opposing the Senator McKim's amendment, please?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. That will be done. Senator Ruston. Senator Lambie, I have so you seeking the call, Senator Ruston? Senator Lambie.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. That will be done. I'm now going to move the amended Selection of Bills Committee report. So the question is that the amended Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Smith. Yeah, let me just catch up. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? And I'll just give senators a few moments to get back to their positions. Senator Chisholm.
I move that today, A, government business orders of the day as shown on today's order of business be considered from 12:15 p.m. B, government business then be called on and considered till not later than 1:30 p.m. And C, general business notice of motion number 78 be considered during general business.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. No other placing of business. We'll now move to postponements and extensions of time. I remind there are none. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. Are there any? We'll deal with business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Bragg.
Ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 1, proposing a reference to the Economics References Committee relating to ASIC be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Bragg.
I move the motion.
So Senator O'Neill?
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator O'Neill.
I draw the Senate's attention to the reality of the work of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services. It is the statutory responsibility of that committee to inquire into the effectiveness of ASIC's enforcement measures and to make sure that we do our proper judicious work in supervising that entity. Mr. Senator Bragg and Senator McKim are both members of that committee, and it's within that committee this morning that we adopted the terms of reference that are here on the notice paper before the senators, with the addition of one further item, the effectiveness of ASIC's enforcement measures in protecting vulnerable Australians. If this bill is supported, senators, it will lead to a duplication of this inquiry in two different places. In fact, this is the construction of a platform for Senator Bragg, who is on both committees, to provide himself with an opportunity for media, not the service of the Australian people. I urge you, senators, to vote against this. We should be absolutely working on this in the PJC.
O'Neill, your time has expired. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Bragg. Business of the Senate number 1 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. Lock the doors. So the question is, business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 43 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. We'll now move to business of the Senate, notice of motion number 2, standing in the name of Senator Orman-Payne. Senator.
Thank you, President. I ask that the business of the Senate, notice of motion number 2, be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Orman-Payne.
I move the motion.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Orman-Payne be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll now move to business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Rennick. Senator Rennick.
I ask that business of the Senate, notice of motion number 3, be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Rennick.
I move the motion.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Rennick be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate notice of motion number 3, standing in the name of Senator Rennick, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to business of the Senate, number 4, standing in the name of Senator Chandler. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. Before asking that the motion be taken as formal, I wish to inform the chamber that Senator Lambie will also sponsor the motion. I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 4 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Chandler.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 4 standing— oh, beg your pardon, Senator Ciccone.
Okay, thank you very much, President. I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Ciccone.
I move that the motion be amended by omitting 1 December 2022 and substituting 1 February 2023. I'd also like to seek leave to make a short statement of no more than 1 minute.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted. Senator Ciccone. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much. Look, the government acknowledges the importance of the issue and believes it is something that it does deserve consideration by this place. I do want to note my disappointment, though, how this particular motion has progressed with the lack of consultation, given that the motion was only lodged after the consultation was only after that the motion was lodged by the table office. But I do move the amendment to report in the date to allow proper consideration to this very important and sensitive matter by the committee.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just indicating that the Greens will support—
No, you need to seek something.
Can I seek leave to make a short statement, please?
Is leave granted? 1 minute, Senator
Thank you.
Hanson-Young.
Just putting on the record that the Greens will be supporting the amendment from the Labor Party to the reference, but I want to put it on the record that we expect a public hearing this year from the committee, and we'll be working with the committee to have a public hearing this year.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. So the question is that— So the question is that the amendment moved by Senator Ciccone be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. And now the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Chandler and Lambie as amended be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We now move to general business 69, standing in the name of Senator Ormond-Payne. Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 69 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Ormond-Payne.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 65, standing in the name of Senator Ormond-Payne, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We now move to general business notice of motion number 70, standing in the name of Senator Rennick. Senator Rennick.
Okay. I ask that general business notice of motion number 70 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Rennick.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 70, standing in the name of Senator Rennick, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 70, standing in the name of Senator Rennick, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is negated, resolved in the affirmative. We now pass the hard marker. I said.
Okay, where are we? So we're
government.
Okay, senators, if you could quickly, efficiently move out, thank you. Senators, just to clarify, that last vote was negative. Okay, call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 7, Health Legislation Amendment, Medicare Compliance and Other Measures Bill 2022, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Dunham.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I rise to give a brief contribution on the Health Legislation Amendment, Medicare Compliance and Other Measures Bill 2022. This bill amends the Health Insurance Act 1973, the National Health Act 1953 and the Dental Benefits Act 2008 to protect the viability of Medicare. The bill supports the integrity of the Medicare Benefits Schedule, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme and the Child Dental Benefits Schedule CDBS by addressing inappropriate practice as well as protecting payment integrity, encouraging compliance with claiming requirements and supporting consistency. Medicare, including the Medicare Benefits Schedule and the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, provides Australians access to free hospital care and more affordable health care and medicines, while the Child Dental Benefits scheme provides access to dental services to children. The primary intention of the bill is to strengthen the compliance powers of the Professional Services Review, the PSR, which is the agency responsible for reviewing and examining possible inappropriate practice relating to Medicare or the PBS, and of course also add a degree of flexibility to the PSR's ability to address any inappropriate practice. It is the same legislation introduced by the former coalition government in the 46th Parliament via the Health Legislation Amendment, Medicare Compliance and Other Measures Bill 2021. This legislation formed part of the Coalition's commitment to protecting the integrity and financial viability of Medicare. Medicare is there for all Australians and underpins our world-class health system, and the former government were stewards of ensuring the viability of Medicare and supporting access to affordable health care for all Australians, having introduced this legislation in the last parliament. The Coalition oversaw record investment in Medicare, ensuring all Australians can access health care services no matter where they live, and we were committed to investing $133 billion over 4 years into Medicare, including $31.4 billion in 22-23 and an increase of $7.3 billion compared to the 21-22 budget, $32.3 billion in 23-24 and $33.9 in 24-25. The Coalition will always be committed to supporting the integrity of financial viability of Medicare and ensuring that all Australians have access to our world-class health system into the future. Once again, the Labor Party are prioritising the passage of one of our bills in recognition that the Coalition was a leader when it came to important healthcare policy and improving the sustainability of Australia's world-class health system for the benefit of all Australians.
Minister.
Thank you. The Australian government is committed to protecting the integrity of the Medicare program. Rigorous and effective health provider compliance is a vital component of this commitment. The behaviour of individual practitioners remains a critical focus, but the government is adapting its compliance arrangements for corporations in recognition that they are increasingly involved in and influencing the provision of healthcare services. The bill both strengthens and adds flexibility to compliance powers, especially the ability of the Professional Services Review, the PSR, to address the inappropriate practices of corporations. In essence, the bill extends provisions that are currently applicable only to individual practitioners, to corporations and other non-practitioners. The new provisions allow the Director to come into an agreement with the body corporate or non-practitioner as an alternative to a lengthy review by a committee. This is a valuable and practical addition to the PSR's toolkit, facilitating confidential agreements with corporations while still ensuring that the PSR properly addresses inappropriate practice. It must be emphasised, however, that while the bill strengthens the compliance arrangements in respect to corporations, it also protects practitioners employed or otherwise engaged by corporations that acknowledge inappropriate practice. To be clear, individual practitioners will not be named in agreements with the corporations. To encourage compliance, the Director of the PSR will have discretion whether or not to publish details of the agreement when it comes to when its terms are not fulfilled. The government's commitment to improve compliance is demonstrated through new sanctions, including civil liberties, to discourage behaviour that interferes with the ability of the PSR to review inappropriate practice and the Commonwealth's ability to recover debts formed in agreement between persons under review and the Director. In addition, the Director will be able to apply for court orders that require non-responsive corporations to comply with notices to produce information. Another important safeguard protecting the compliance terms negotiated in agreements is the extension of the government's ability to garnish the bank accounts of persons and or corporations that renege on agreements to repay a debt to the Commonwealth. The bill also clarifies that a referral to the PSR may be made where it appears that there is the possibility that a person may have engaged in inappropriate practice in the provision of services. It is ultimately for the Director or a committee to investigate whether or not a person has provided services and to determine whether the conduct of the person under review in relation to the rendering or initiation of those services amounts to inappropriate practice. The bill also addresses inconsistencies arising from the introduction of legislation in 2018 to improve debt recovery powers under the Health Insurance Act 1973, the National Health Act 1953 and the Dental Benefits Act 2008. The bill introduces amendments clarifying the application of debt recovery provisions, the use of financial information powers, the recovery of Commonwealth debts from estates, the recovery of interest on Commonwealth debts and the administrative penalties for debts under the Shared Debt Recovery Scheme. Finally, the bill amends the National Health Act 1953 and the Dental Benefits Act 2008 to mirror recent changes to the Health Insurance Act 1973. The December 2020 amendments to the Health Insurance Act 1973 clarify that the Commonwealth may recover incorrect payments resulting from the giving of false or misleading information. I thank the senators for their contribution and commend the bill to the Senate.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes.
No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the minister to move the third reading.
I move the third reading.
The question is that the bill now be read a third time. Those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes. Government Business Order for Day No. 8, Treasury Laws Amendment, More Competition, Better Prices Bill 2022. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The opposition will not be opposing this legislation, and indeed it was coalition policy in government, part of a significant program of reforms to assist small businesses by the former coalition government. It is worth noting, however, that the measure in this bill was one that blew a $500 million black hole in Labor's budget before it was even handed down. Prior to the election, Labor claimed its policy to increase penalties under the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 would raise $557.7 million in its first 4 years. But Treasury's costings of the government's legislation shows that it will actually raise a mere $63 million in its first 4 years. Helpfully, the Assistant Treasurer clarified the government position on this black hole in a media interview recently, where he said, "We've got to wear that, obviously. It's regrettable, but we've got to wear that, and we've got to find other areas to ensure those savings are made up." And look, in the budget handed down this week, we saw the only new change to the tax system announced in the budget was a new tax on investments. Labor's sneaky new tax will slug people who invest their own savings and superannuation. Despite ruling out these changes before the election, Labor will hit retirees and investors with a new $555 million tax depriving investors of franking credits which they have previously relied on. So, in classic Labor fashion, they've mixed up their sums and introduced a new tax to pay for it. Labor wants you to work hard so they don't have to. So the opposition will be supporting this bill, but will not be letting Labor off the hook on their failure to manage the budget, and we won't be supporting their higher taxes to pay for their poor budget management.
Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The bill will deliver on the government's election commitments to help ease the cost of living by increasing penalties for breaches of competition and consumer laws, and to provide greater protection for small businesses from unfair contract terms. Schedule 1 to the bill will increase the maximum penalty for anti-competitive behaviour under the Competition and Consumer Act 2010, as well as breaches of the Australian consumer law, to ensure the price of misconduct is high enough to determine unfair activity and to ensure consumers retain a robust level of protection. In 2018, the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development found that the average and maximum competition penalties in Australia are substantially lower than those in other international jurisdictions. As a result, there is a risk that a Breach of the existing competition law could be seen as an acceptable cost of doing business by some large firms. Consumers and small businesses often lack the resources and bargaining power to effectively review and negotiate terms in standard form contracts they are offered by a larger party. The existing unfair contract term protection in the ACL and the ASIC Act provide that where a court finds a term is unfair, the term is void. This approach has not provided sufficient deterrence against the use of unfair terms, which remain prevalent in standard form contracts. The amendments introduce civil penalty provisions prohibiting the use of and reliance on unfair terms in standard form contracts. This will enable a regulator to seek a civil penalty from a court. The existing definition of an unfair term remains unchanged. The government's expectation is that the regulators will continue to take a reasonable and proportionate approach to enforcing unfair contract terms protections, including affording businesses an opportunity to respond to allegations of unfair terms before commencing any legal proceedings. The bill includes a requirement to review the reforms 2 years after commencement, and the government will also welcome feedback from stakeholders ahead of this review. I commend the legislation to the Senate.
Senator McKim, my apologies, Senator McKim. I think you're seeking leave to make a short statement.
President, I am seeking leave just to make my second reading contribution. It will be well under 5 minutes.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Thank you, Senator McKim.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I thank the Senate. The government is to be commended for bringing forward this bill. It will increase penalties for anti-competitive conduct, and it will expand the scope of unfair contract terms, and the Greens will be supporting this legislation accordingly. Now, in particular, the Greens welcome the increase in civil penalties for various contraventions of competition and consumer law. Under the bill, maximum civil penalties for individuals, and I want to highlight those words, civil penalties for individuals, including the CEOs and other executives of corporate Australia, will increase from $500 million to $2.5 million. As the government has explained, this will put penalties for anti-competitive conduct in Australia on par with those in comparable jurisdictions around the world. And after 9 years of the Liberal government dragging the chain, this bill will finally bring Australia up to scratch. But I wish we could say this in other areas. Unfortunately, the good work that the government is doing here stands in stark contrast to their obsequiousness to the banks in other areas. The Financial Accountability Regime Bill, which is currently before the Senate, establishes a framework to hold the executives of banks, of insurers and of super funds to account. Very similar to provisions in section 46 of the Competition and Consumer Act, the Financial Accountability Regime seeks to hold executives to account, not just for deliberately ripping off their customers, but for failing to take reasonable steps to ensure that customers are actually not ripped off. The Financial Accountability Regime, it might help senators to understand it, to put it this way, it is the banking equivalent of the effects test. But while this bill increases civil penalties for executives under the effects test to a maximum of $2.5 million, the Financial Accountability Regime, as proposed by this government, includes no such civil penalties for the executives of banks. So this government's position is to apply a maximum civil penalty of $2.5 million on executives who breach competition obligations, but to give those executives a complete free pass if they breach their accountability obligations, which will set up Australia's banking accountability regime right at the bottom of the international rankings. It is an approach which makes absolutely no sense at all. It has zero internal coherence. And I've got to say it's a worrying sign, because the government seems to be picking up where the previous government left off in going soft on the banks. The Banking Royal Commission appears to be lost in the mists of time. And this is how the rot sets in. From the chair of ASIC going soft on enforcement, to the minister making clear the limits of this government's ambitions, including by not putting civil penalties in the financial accountability regime. As Commissioner Hayne outlined quite rightly in his report, every time the government goes soft and the regulators go soft, the big banks interpret it as a sign they can just get back to business as usual and doing what they want to do, which is, let's face it, to exploit their customers just as hard as they can so they can increase their profits just as much as they can. The banks need to be held to account, and when the government finally wakes up to this obvious fact, the Greens will be ready to work with them to deliver an accountability regime that is consistent and fair and does the job to hold banking executives finally to account.
Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I just would table a correction to the explanatory memorandum relating to this bill.
So the question is that the bill has been now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and the Australian Securities and Investments Commission Act 2001 and for related purposes.
No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the minister to move the third reading. Minister.
Thank you. I move the third reading.
The question is that the bills be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and the Australian Securities and Investment Commission Act 2001 and for related purposes.
A message has been received from the House of Representatives forwarding a resolution agreed to by that House proposing a variation to the resolution of appointment of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters and requesting the concurrence of the Senate. Call Minister. Oh, sorry, Minister.
I seek leave to have the message considered immediately.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Is that motion be agreed? Those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2022 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
Question is that motion be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to offshore electricity infrastructure and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leave's been granted. In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to the 21st of November 2022. Call the clerk.
Government Business Order for Day number 3, Australian Human Rights Commission Legislation Amendment Selection and Appointment Bill 2022, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you. I rise to speak on behalf of opposition senators to put the opposition's position on this bill on the record. The Coalition has a strong history of supporting the Australian Human Rights Commission and human rights work both in Australia and overseas whilst in government. It was under the Coalition government that Australia was elected to the Human Rights Council. Australia's autonomous sanction laws were expanded through the Autonomous Sanctions, Magnitsky-Style and Other Thematic Sanctions Amendment Bill of 2021 and the Autonomous Sanctions, Magnitsky-Style and Other Thematic Sanctions Amendment Regulations of 2021, and Australia sought an independent review into the origins of the COVID-19 virus by the World Health Organisation, which a record 145 countries co-sponsored. This bill responds to a technical process issue raised by the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions Subcommittee on accreditations in relation to aspects of the appointment processes for the Australian Human Rights Commission and the potential length of tenure of commissioners. The Global Alliance of the National Human Rights Institutions reviews and accredits the NHRIS based on the United Nations General Assembly principles relating to the status of national institutions, also known as the Paris Principles. The Australian Human Rights Commission has held A status accreditation since 1999, when the accreditation regime was put in place. While supporting the bill, it is important to acknowledge that these accreditation processes are not perfect, are focused on process issues rather than practical human rights outcomes, and are designed for developing countries without a strong history of independent institutions. By way of example, Sweden's NHRI, the Discrimination Ombudsman, was downgraded to B status in 2011. The subcommittee determined its mandate was too narrow, as it focused on equal rights but didn't consider non-discrimination. The subcommittee was also concerned because, like Australia, the government appoints and can remove the Ombudsman. So Sweden, despite its strong human rights record, has a B status NHRI. Again, by way of example, Belgium's NHRI, the Interfederal Centre for Equal Opportunity, was also given B status accreditation in 2018. Once again, the subcommittee was concerned its mandate was too narrow, as it didn't cover the full range of human rights and was only responsible for combating racism and discrimination. This was despite the fact it acknowledged that while in practice its mandate was interpreted broadly, it didn't have clear legislative backing for a broad human rights approach. Concerningly, despite the panic over A status, if we were to more closely work at the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions classes as A-status organisations such as Benin, the Russian Federation, Uganda, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Ghana. I would hardly say a country like Belgium or Sweden have grave human rights concerns, yet under this accreditation process they are worse than countries with significant human rights concerns. In March 2022, in the same review, Australia was threatened with a downgrade. Some other countries, which seemed to excite the same criticism as Australia had received from the Global Alliance, nevertheless had their A status confirmed. For instance, Benin was accredited for the first time. Benin was given A status despite the subcommittee expressing concern that its appointments weren't independent or transparent. While Coalition senators are not opposing this bill, we do stand by the high-quality appointments to the Human Rights Commission that the Coalition did make in government. I particularly want to observe, note and thank them for their service and the contribution they have made to the discussion and protection of human rights in our country. All of these people are and have been distinguished Australians who have made particular contributions to safeguarding and advancing human rights in this country and beyond its shores. As a liberal democracy with a commitment to human rights, which I might add is shared across this parliament, Australia delivered on key priorities during the Coalition's period in office and on the Council. Australia spoke out against Russia's attack on Ukraine and its people, against the Chinese Communist Party's human rights violations, against deteriorating human rights situations in North Korea, Afghanistan, Ethiopia and Myanmar, against the erosion of human rights in Hong Kong, against the erosion of democratic institutions in Venezuela and against the humanitarian toll of the conflicts in both Yemen and Syria. So, while notwithstanding the clear issues with the accreditation process, the government does not oppose, the opposition does not oppose this legislation that seeks to address these process matters, and it will enjoy our support. And we look forward to continuing to work very, very closely with like-minded countries across the world, supporting human rights and the institutions that deliver these outcomes.
Senator Shoebridge.
Acting Deputy President. Acting Deputy President, I indicate that the Greens will be supporting but seeking to amend the Australian Human Rights Commission Legislation Amendment, Selection and Appointment Bill. This bill adds new criteria for the process of appointing members of the Australian Human Rights Commission, including a requirement for at least some merit-based processes and public advertising. It applies to the President of the Australian Human Rights Commission Act 1986 and each of the commissioners under the Age Discrimination Act, the Disability Discrimination Act, the Racial Discrimination Act and the Sex Discrimination Act. It retains the existing requirements that commissioners need to have appropriate qualifications, knowledge or experience, and in the case of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Social Justice Commissioner, that the person has significant experience in community life of Aboriginal persons or Torres Strait Islanders. It further amends those acts to clarify that the total term of appointments for presidents and commissioners cannot exceed 7 years. We're here because the politicisation of these positions by the former government was disgraceful, and it has tarnished the global reputation of Australia and the Human Rights Commission. And the defence that we just heard, the defence that other countries have engaged in significant breaches and are being called to account, is a defence that's unworthy of any government that should care about human rights. The fact that other countries have failed, and to give the list of other countries that have failed, as the Coalition just did, and say, oh, therefore, we're in a class of defaulters, is no defence for the disgraceful efforts that the previous Morrison government made to tarnish Australia's human rights reputation. But of course, this bill only partially delivers on an election promised by the ALP that was in response to what is likely to be, without this and other measures, the downgrading of the Human Rights Commission by the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions. And they had clearly threatened to downgrade it from an A status institution to a B status institution, and in doing that, they identified two particular appointments and the lack of due diligence and process in those appointments that clearly did not meet accreditation standards. They were the appointment of Ben Gauntlet as Disability Discrimination Commissioner in 2019, a political appointment by the government, and then the appointment of Lorraine Finlay as the Human Rights Commissioner in 2021, another clearly political appointment without any due process by the Morrison government. The Global Alliance of Human Rights Institutions, of course, has called for far broader reform than what Labor is offering with this bill. They are pressing for it, and I'll quote here from their report. The SCA encourages the AHRC to continue to advocate for a selection process in law and practice that includes explicit requirements to A, publicise vacancies broadly, B, maximise the number of potential candidates from a wide range of societal groups, C, promote broad consultation and or participation in the application, screening, selection and appointment process, D, assess applicants on the basis of predetermined objective and publicly available criteria, and E, select members to serve in their own individual capacity rather than on behalf of the organisation they represent. And apart from point 1, Acting Deputy President, pretty much none of the rest of that is implemented in this bill. And while the bill doesn't do this, what this bill doesn't do is provide a pathway for identified positions for any of these senior appointments, a position that is increasingly out of step with global best practice and public expectations. But the bill also fails to implement the requirements of the Paris Principles, and particularly Clause 1, Part 2. That's important because in the Attorney's second reading speech, he relied heavily on the Paris Principles as justifications for these measures. And Clause 1 of Part 2 of the Paris Principles provides that the composition of a national human rights institution and the appointment of its members must ensure the pluralist representation of civilian society. through the presence of representatives of non-government organisations responsible for human rights and efforts to combat racial discrimination, trade unions, concerned social and professional organisations, for example, associations of lawyers, doctors, journalists and eminent scientists, as well as trends in philosophical or religious thought, universities and qualified experts. None of that is implemented in this bill. The Greens strongly support increasing rigour in the appointment process, but that is only the first step in creating a Human Rights Commission that meets minimal international standards and is up to the job of upholding human rights in Australia. And I pause here to note that one of the critical failures in the Australian Human Rights Commissions is a woeful lack of budget, a woeful lack of resources that was in no way remedied in the most recent budget that we've just seen passed. But I particularly want to draw the Senate's attention to the lack of identified positions as a particular concern and a breach of the Paris Principles and a non-response to the UN criticism. And it's just one element that needs to be addressed. But for that reason, the Greens in committee will be seeking to amend this bill to explicitly provide for an LGBTIQA+ Human Rights Commissioner. And I want to commend here the work of my colleague Stephen Bates, the member for Brisbane, who has been a powerful advocate for the addition of this Commissioner, a powerful advocate for his community, a powerful advocate for the LGBTIQA+ community. And we have seen in the last few years attack after attack on that community, often coming from the right of politics, ugly, divisive attacks on the right of from the right of politics. And it's about time that the LGBTIQA+ community had a commissioner on their side, someone to go to, unambiguously on their side, so that when the next set of attacks come, and they almost certainly will come from some ugly part of the political right in this country, that they are guaranteed to have a commissioner on their side, fully resourced to go into bat for them. I'll speak further about that in committee.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak in support of this bill. As I understand it, this bill seeks to introduce greater transparency into the selection and appointment of commissioners to the Australian Human Rights Commission. The Commission is one of our great public institutions, endeavouring every day to stamp out instances of discrimination in our society. Just the other month, I had the pleasure of meeting Disability Rights Commissioner Dr Ben Gauntlet and hearing about his work in pushing for greater equality and opportunity for people with disabilities across our community. The presence of the Australian Human Rights Commission reminds us that in our nation, no matter the colour of your skin, your faith, your disability, or whether you're part of the LGBTQIA community, everyone has a right to live their life free of discrimination. The Commission supports this by monitoring our nation's compliance with international human rights standards and by providing a mechanism for people to lodge complaints in instances where they feel that they have been discriminated against. This includes instances where people feel that they have been discriminated against by the Australian government, department or agency, or as a matter of policy. In this way, the Commission can also support the government and the parliament to identify and challenge areas of entrenched discrimination. They also advocate broadly for human rights to be better considered in law and policy making. The Commission has a long history of providing this frank and fearless advice to governments and to the public. To name one example, I remember well when in 2014 the Commission released its watershed report into the detention of children in immigration centres called The Forgotten Children. This sobering report found that Australia's policy of mandatory detention of asylum seeker children was causing significant mental and physical illness and developmental delays in breach of Australia's human rights obligations. When the report's 324 pages were provided, amongst those pages, the Commission unflinchingly pronounced Australia is better than this. The Commission drew significant ire from the then government with a former Attorney General allegedly asking for the Human Rights Commissioner to tender their resignation. However, the report's findings withstood all challenge, the product of extensive investigation and qualitative and quantitative research. The plight of these children may never have received the attention it deserved without the Human Rights Commission. This is when our public institutions are at their best, when they are holding truth to power and acting without fear or favour to bring issues to the attention of policymakers. We have the best people for these roles, and we need to ensure that they also have the public's trust. But a loose set of laws, at least those underpinning this Commission, have left room for political appointments that have undermined both public and international trust in this institution. This is to the extent that the Commission is currently at risk of losing its status as an A-grade national human rights institution and being downgraded to the B grade. This bill seeks to remedy that risk and will undoubtedly strengthen the Commission as an institution by making clear that appointments to the Commission must be merit-based and made transparently. I welcome the new government's commitment to transparency. Much has been made by them about issues with transparency in the past, and I look forward to them following through with this and ensuring that all legislation that comes through this place has a high degree of transparency. This bill makes further amendments to ensure that all commissioners appointed hold appropriate qualifications, knowledge or experience. And I guess simply the bill ends a policy for mates approach in the Commission. This should really be standard across our public institutions. I think there's an expectation from Australians that people get jobs based on merit and not because of who they know. According to the Grattan Institute, 7% of all federal government appointees have a direct political connection. This figure rises to an alarming 21% among those positions that are well-paid, prestigious and/or considered powerful. This is an indictment on politics in Australia that needs to be remedied. Our communities are frustrated with this and they want it to change. This is a welcome first step in the right direction to actually deal with these sobering figures. Political appointments harm our democracy and significantly undermine confidence in our public institutions. It means we miss out and have been missing out on the most qualified, the most knowledgeable people to fill these roles. It also perpetuates a culture where some of our highest decision-makers may be afraid to speak their minds and criticise government policies simply because they are worried about their future job prospects. Altogether, it means the people appointed to make crucial decisions about our everyday lives may be doing so for their own party political interests rather than the public interest, rather than the people who pay for them to be there to serve Australians. It's time to restore integrity to appointments in our public sector. This bill is a good first step, but there is a way to go. While I appreciate the urgency in passing this legislation to avoid a downgrading the Commission's international rankings, I hope we can keep our sights on a broader set of reforms to end the jobs for mates culture. We should also be looking to make changes that ensure all board, tribunal and statutory appointments are publicly advertised with selection criteria, like for almost every other job in the country. We should also look to ensure that there are mechanisms where these appointments can be independently assessed, with a ranked shortlist presented to responsible ministers for their consideration. This is a good first step. I commend this bill, but I sincerely hope it's not the last one.
Thank you.
Senator Chisholm.
I thank the honourable senators for their contributions to this debate on this bill. This bill will install integrity to appointments to the Australian Human Rights Commission and help maintain the Commission's international credibility as part of our broader commitment to the international rules-based order. The bill is an essential part of the government's integrity agenda and it will implement our election commitments to ensure that appointments to the Commission are made through a merit-based and transparent selection process. The Australian people deserve no less. In addition, this bill will address the concerns raised by the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions Subcommittee on Accreditation when it deferred the Commission's re-accreditation as an A-status national human rights institution. The effective functioning of our anti-discrimination system is dependent on the proper functioning of the Australian Human Rights Commission. It is essential that the Commission is able to function as an independent statutory body and the public has confidence that the commissioners that represent their communities are appointed solely on the basis of merit. To address these concerns, the bill legislates a merit-based and transparent appointments process for members of the Commission by amending relevant provisions of the Australian Human Rights Commission Act 1986, Age Discrimination Act 2004, Disability Discrimination Act 1992, Racial Discrimination Act 1975 and the Sex Discrimination Act 1984. The bill will remove the ability of direct appointments to the Commission without a merit-based and publicly advertised selection process. Further, to address concerns raised by the Subcommittee on Accreditation, the bill also addresses the tenure of the members of the Commission. The bill amends these acts to clarify that the total term of the President and Commissioners is 7 years, inclusive of any reappointment. Finally, the bill will make minor amendments to ensure consistency in the qualification requirements for the President and the statutory Commissioners. I note the Greens have circulated an amendment, and Senator Shoebridge mentioned this in his contribution, to create an LGBTIQA+ Commissioner at the Australian Human Rights Commission. And this issue has also been raised in debate by others. The government will not support that amendment in this debate. The critical issue that this bill will address is restoring the international standing of the Commission by urgently addressing the specific issues around transparent and merit-based appointments raised by the Global Alliance to support the Commission's re-accreditation. The amendment circulated by the Greens is unrelated to the subject matter of this bill. If the Greens sought to move a similar amendment in the House of Representatives, it would be ruled out of order, and the Greens should know this. The government recognises that it is important to consider how best the Commission can operate to promote and protect the human rights of all members of the Australian community, including LGBTIQA+ people. I acknowledge the work that the Commission already undertakes in relation to LGBTIQA+ rights, led by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner. By the way of example, in 2021, the Commission reported on the human rights of people born with variations in sex characteristics in the context of medical intervention. In addition, the Commission is also engaging on the World Pride Games and Conference due to take place next year. There will no doubt be further discussion on the proposal for the creation of the LGBTIQA+ Commissioner, as well as other opportunities to strengthen the work of the Commission in the future. Broader concerns regarding the structure and operation of the Commission should be considered separately to this important bill. An independent Human Rights Commission is fundamental to Australia's human rights agenda, both internationally and domestically. This government strongly supports the work of the Australian Human Rights Commission and is committed to restoring integrity to the process of Commissioner appointments. The bill will support the Commission's re-accreditation as an A-status national human rights institution, which is necessary for its international legitimacy and credibility. Most importantly, this bill reaffirms our commitments to restoring integrity to government. I thank all honourable senators for their contributions to the debate, and I commend this bill to the Senate.
Thank you. So the question is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Relating to the appointment of members of the Australian Human Rights Commission and for related purposes.
Now, continue to committee.
Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There are no objections. It's so ordered. Senator Shoebridge.
Deputy President, I move the amendment previously circulated. As I indicated in the second reading contribution, this amendment seeks to amend the bill to provide for an LGBTIQA+ Human Rights Commissioner. The Greens have been approached by a variety of organisations, community groups, from across the broader law reform community, but especially from the LGBTIQA+ community, who have been asking for this for decades. We've been approached by Just Equal Australia, who raised the very real issue that the reform in the bill just does not go far enough. And that's why we're moving for this well-overdue appointment of a standalone LGBTIQA+ Human Rights Commissioner. And again, I want to acknowledge the work of my colleague from the other place, Stephen Bates, the member for Brisbane, in helping pull together these amendments and drive forward with this. This amendment cannot wait. The reason that the Labor government is opposing this amendment now is that they say, oh, it doesn't fit neatly in the bill. Well, tell that to the thousands and thousands of members of the LGBTIQA+ community who want a commissioner unambiguously on their side to advance their rights, to protect their interests when the next attack comes. Now, this is a community who went through the appalling marriage equality plebiscite, and thank goodness they won it, and thank goodness together we won that. But the attacks that came in that plebiscite, the platforming of hateful transphobic views that we've seen from Liberal Party members and other right-wing politicians and commentariats. The LGBTIQA+ community deserves a commissioner, deserves part of the Human Rights Commission institution to be unambiguously on their side. It would have made a material difference in the past 3 to 4 to 5 years in public debate had this been on the statute books. And there is no reason, apart from bloody-mindedness from the Labor government, for it to wait another day. And the model we're proposing here is far from revolutionary. The model proposed for this commissioner has similar functions to the existing human rights commissioners, but with that special focus on the LGBTIQA+ community. And that includes raising awareness of human rights impacts, research and education, and examining existing and proposed laws to assess their likely impact on LGBTIQA+ people and the community. That's exactly what we need. And it may well be that in the next 12 months we have another go at religious discrimination laws. And of course we should be thinking ahead and putting in place the commissioner who can help the community through that, be an advocate for the community through that, and help this parliament at the end of the day get the laws right, if that comes again to this chamber. The lack of such a commissioner is such an obvious oversight, and we can remedy it today. The numbers are in the House today. If only Labor has the decency and the imagination to get on board and support. And the need is clear. The need is clear. And in fact, there have been previous statements from the Labor Party, indicating they support this reform. Well, now's the time to test that, because now's the time to see if those statements carry any weight. Do you support it or not? We'll see how you vote.
Senator Shoebridge, just seeking clarification whether your intention is to move Amendment 1 and 2 of Sheet 1604 together.
Well, for the convenience of House, I seek leave to move items 1 and 2 together.
Great, thank you.
And I do so.
Thank you. Minister.
Thanks, and I thank Senator Shoebridge for that contribution. And we certainly understand the strong sentiment expressed by members of the community over a long period of time now about a dedicated LGBTIQA+ commissioner. But we are of the view, as I mentioned, summing up, that this bill is not the vehicle to create such a position. The government recognises that it's important to consider how best the Commission can operate to promote and protect human rights of all members of the Australian community, including LGBTIQ+ people. There is no doubt that there will be further discussion on this proposal, as well as other opportunities to strengthen the work of the Commission in the future, but the critical issue in this bill that it will address is restoring our international standing of the Commission by urgently addressing the specific issues around transparent and merit-based appointments raised by the Global Alliance to support the Commission's reaccreditation. And that is what the focus of this bill is today. And as I mentioned before, it is not possible to make such changes in this for it to go back to the House of Representatives.
Thank you. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Acting Chair. On behalf of the opposition, I advise that we will be opposing this amendment. This bill was introduced to clarify the recruitment arrangements for the President and Commissioners of the Australian Human Rights Commission, the AHRC, in order to satisfy the requirements of the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions. This bill responds to a technical process issue raised by that same body's subcommittee on accreditations in relation to aspects of the appointments process for the Australian Human Rights Commission and potential length of tenure of commissioners. LGBTIQA+ rights are already addressed in the work of the AHRC commissioners, including in particular the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins, so this amendment is not required.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator Shoebridge.
Well, of course the Coalition won't support this. And that's one of the reasons why they got thrown out of government. That's one of the reasons why we have a new parliament with a majority in this chamber and a majority in the other chamber that is meant to be committed, unambiguously committed, to supporting the rights of the LGBTIQA+ community. That's one of the reasons that the Coalition's in opposition. And the only rationale given by the government for not supporting this urgent, necessary and fundamentally right amendment is that, and I quote, "This bill is not the vehicle." Well, I don't think the LGBTIQA+ community care which vehicle is used. It can be Uber, it could be a taxi, it could be a bike, it could be this bill. The vehicle isn't relevant. What's relevant here is getting the substantive amendment through, getting the commissioner in place, and for the community to hear that response from the government when they know that they've got the numbers right here now to achieve the reform, and the answer is just sort of computer says no. Well, that's a deeply disappointing outcome. And as I said before, of course the Coalition, with their current mindset, it's not all, but it's an uncomfortable chunk of the Coalition, with their mindset that refuses to show decency to this community, of course they're going to say no. But why is Labor joining with them? Why is Labor joining with the Coalition to say no to this? We haven't heard an answer, or no persuasive answer. And it's a deeply, deeply unfortunate precedent to set in this new parliament. I thought things had changed.
Senator.
Minister, just a question. The bill is responding to concerns raised internationally by the Human Rights Council around the status of the Commission and commissioners. They've also raised concerns in the past about the fact that Australia, even as a signatory to the ICCPR, has not legislated federally for the protection of all parts of our community, including those who hold a religious faith. Could you just update the Senate on the government's commitment or plans to address those concerns which also come from these international bodies?
Minister.
Thanks. We remain committed to introducing legislation to deal with to end discrimination against peoples with religious belief.
Senator Fawcett.
So, as this amendment is alluding to, there is concern amongst various parts of our community that the Human Rights Commissioner, with a broad remit, doesn't cover the detailed support for elements of our community. And the same concern has been raised by people of religious communities in Australia. And within the ICCPR, Article 2 includes protection against people from discrimination because of their religious faith. Article 18 is specifically around having freedom of thought, conscience and religion, including the ability to practice that with their community. Article 19 says everyone shall have the right to hold opinions without interference. Article 22 have the right of freedom of association with others. And Article 27, which may in fact be applicable to communities here now, for example, the latest census says that even the Christian community is now a minority. Article 27 says that in those states where ethnic, religious or linguistic minorities exist, members of such minorities shall not be denied the right in community with other members to enjoy their own culture or profess and practice their own religion. So as the government considers its response to those encouragements from the international community and Human Rights Council to specifically legislate for religious freedom and the protection from discrimination, will they also consider the appointment of a Religious Freedom Commissioner?
Minister.
Thanks. The government will consider all of those matters as part of our consultation process in regards to the religious discrimination bill.
Senator Fawcett.
Thank you. And Minister, does the government accept that in the example of Mr Thorburn, which we have seen just recently, where through no words or actions of his own, but by mere association, he has been discriminated against and, in the opinion of some legal experts, has been subject to a constructive dismissal, that such protection is required for people of faith in Australia?
Minister.
Thanks. I don't think it is appropriate for me to comment on that particular case, but I certainly am aware of the commentary around the abandoned appointment of Mr Thorburn.
Senator Fawcett.
Thank you. And my last question, Minister, is does the government accept in the conclusions that were found by the Senate Select Committee, which was inquiring into the exposure draft of the bill into legislating for same-sex marriage back in 2017, that in order for Australia to remain a plural democracy where different views are respected and legal, that action is required to protect both people who have different views on gender, but also people who have different views in terms of their religious faith?
Minister.
Yeah, thanks. I assure you, Senator Fawcett, that the government remains committed to introducing legislation that will prohibit religious discrimination.
Senator Shoebridge.
Minister, will the government ensure that there's an LGBTIQA+ commissioner in place for that community before the next round of sometimes divisive and marginalising commentary happens associated with religious discrimination? Will you ensure the commission is in place before this parliament goes down that path again?
Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. Sorry.
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. As I've said repeatedly now, we understand the concerns expressed by the community, and I know the Attorney-General is committed to continuing discussions on this important matter and how best the Human Rights Commission can ensure that people from LGBTIQA+ community are protected.
Being no further questions, I will put the question that the amendments on sheet 1, 604, 1 and 2 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Aye. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The ayes to the right of the chair and the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan for the noes. There being 13 ayes and 31 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. It now being 1:30, it is time to move to 2-minute statements, but with the indulgence of the chamber, I would like to put the final questions in order to finalise this bill. So I'll take the advice of whips. Yes? Okay. So the question is now that the bill stand as printed. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. The question is now that the bill be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. The committee has considered the Australian Human Rights Commission Legislation Amendment Selection and Appointment Bill 2022 and agreed to it without amendments. I now call the Minister.
I move that the report be adopted.
I now put the question that the report be adopted. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Minister.
I move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the appointment of members of the Australian Human Rights Commission and for related purposes.
We'll now proceed to 2-minute statements. I call Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you. In the Senate today, I want to share some meaningful thoughts from a rally I attended in Perth for Tuart Place. Tuart Place, of which I'm proud to be a patron, supports survivors of institutional child sexual abuse. Based in Fremantle, it has occupied its headquarters at 24 High Street since its inception. That location has become a home, has become a haven for survivors. The organisation is now threatened with eviction. The owners, the Christian Brothers, who it must be noted have previously supported Tuart Place, plan to sell this property. Many voices were heard at the rally calling for Tuart Place and its services to remain where they are. Dr Philippa White, the director, said, "Tuart Place needs to stay right here on the ground floor of this building, where we have been since 2007. We have exhausted every option for moving, and yes, we could rent a 2-room office space with a reception area, but what we would lose would be everything that we have built, everything that is special about this place, everything that is our community. People who come here often have had many different homes when they were young, and it's hard to settle down after that. This is a stable, familiar, accessible place where you can just drop in and are always welcome. The staff and volunteers are warm and friendly, and it feels like home," she said of Tuart Place. "You don't just take that away, especially now as people are getting older and need more care." And John Ryle, a child migrant, said, "This building, 24 High Street, is unique as it meets all the needs of the staff and members. There are no buildings like it in Fremantle that we can afford. Many of our people feel safe and secure here. This is a matter of great concern. This concerns many West Australians. I especially call upon the Christian Brothers today to show greater charity, this important group of vulnerable Australians."
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, today in this place we launched the Women's Budget Statement, a part of the budget, a feature of the budget which has been missing for a decade since former Prime Minister Abbott appointed himself Minister for Women and abolished it. This is a really important moment. The Women's Budget Statement is back. I'm really proud to be part of a government which is made up of equal women in this place. Indeed, I believe as a government we have more than equal representation of women and men. But more importantly, I'm proud to be part of a government which is delivering for women already. And one of the key features that we've seen in this budget is Labor's extension of the paid parental leave scheme, a scheme that we brought in last time we were in government, a scheme we believe in and back, but a scheme which has largely been left untouched for a decade. Our policy will bring paid parental leave up to 26 weeks, 6 months, by 2026. And this will make a tremendous difference to families as they make those judgments and those decisions early in their little ones' lives around how much time they can spend at home, how much time they can spend as a family. By supporting families to be there with their children in those critical early months, and let's face it, those really tough early months for many, many families is a really special thing, but it's also a really important thing when we look at productivity, when we look at workplace participation. It is just one measure contained within the Women's Budget Statement that I'm deeply proud of, and I am deeply proud to be part of a government which is delivering for women and their families.
Thank you. Senator Barbara Pocock.
I'd like to talk about the question of roster justice, an issue that affects so many Australian workers, one we've heard so much about in our Work and Care Select Committee. We all use and rely on retail, hospitality and care services, and workers in these sectors are frontline workers. They're essential, and they're the fastest-growing group of employees in the country. Yet these workers, often women, are low-paid and lack decent working conditions because of the absence of roster justice. Too many are forced to play a form of roster hunger games. They are contracted for very short numbers of hours, 10 a week, for example, and their hours and thus their pay are absolutely critical to their kids and families and themselves. But their shift times fluctuate, often with very short notice. A lot of workers need a bit of extra time to top up their pay, but they have to remain glued to their phones at a high-stakes competition to secure their hours. These workers cannot plan their lives in advance or arrange the care they need for their children and families. This causes an enormous amount of daily anxiety and stress, and it's driving many, particularly women, out of the labour market at a times of skill shortage because they're forced to choose between their job on the one hand and the care of those they love on the other. Women are left desperately trying to seek care for their kids at the last minute. The choice between work and providing care is a deeply unfair choice, and it's a choice we can change. When workers ask for certainty about their rosters, too often they are penalised. They miss out on hours, they lose conditions and rights, or they may never work again in that workplace. Large retailers can predict exactly how many and what kinds of apples we will buy tomorrow. They can predict that with certainty. They can certainly predict the hours of working time from their workers that they need tomorrow. Their employment is predictable. Their rosters should be predictable. Workers need predictable rosters ahead of time, they need certainty about the minimum hours they work, and they need the opportunity to negotiate rosters so they can plan their care and lives. Our workplace relations system should enable it.
Barbara Pocock. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. 5 long years of the McGowan government has driven the West Australian healthcare system to breaking point. Labor inherited a world-class system from the Liberal Barnett government, a $7 billion investment in our hospital system, world-leading infrastructure, the Perth Children's Hospital, the Fiona Stanley Hospital, Midland Hospital, Joondalup, Albany, Kalgoorlie and Busselton Health campuses, world-leading staff planning, recruitment and policy settings, including the 4-hour rule in hospital emergency departments, and so much more. But instead of building on what we left them, they have been progressively destroying it. The Premier cannot blame COVID-19. The rot started well before COVID-19 did. We now have the lowest number of beds in Australia per capita. Ambulance ramping is at historic highs. In opposition, Labor called 1,000 hours a crisis. Today it is 7,000 hours, the highest in Western Australia's history, and it is going up. Fatal and near-fatal medical mistakes in child health services have risen by 20%. Over 50% increase in elective surgery wait lists, a chronic shortage of nurses, and sadly the list of failure goes on and on and on. Everybody now in Western Australia knows someone who is suffering or has died as a result of these failures. This is not a result of a lack of money. They have plenty. Under us, under this side of when we were in government, they got a 150% increase in hospital funding, and the Western Australian government now has a $6 billion surplus. Political hubris really is a killer. The Shadow Minister, Libby Mettam, is to be congratulated for her relentless holding of the WA government to account. She is right. The McGowan government must start turning around their health failures. The lives of more Western Australians depend on it.
Senator Reynolds. Senator Sheldon.
If there's one thing we can all agree on, and that is that Aussies have been doing it absolutely tough. Australian workers have suffered through 9 years of wage decline. And we've suffered a decade of the Australian middle class going backwards. This is an emergency. When working families are struggling to fill up the car or to put food on the table, when they can't get secure work, when their wages are going backwards, that is an emergency. We're elected to this place to legislate solutions to challenges Australians face. That's why we're all here. And there's no greater or more urgent challenge than the decline of wages and secure work. And there is no greater or more urgent challenge than that decline. The Secure Jobs, Better Pay Bill contains solutions to those challenges. The opposition and their mates in the employer lobby will always say that now is not the time. They'll always say that workers should wait a little bit longer. Australian women have been waiting for over a century to get real equity at work, and Australian workers have been waiting for 10 long years for a pay rise. Now, we could wait another 10 years to pass this legislation, and the opposition and some in the employer lobby will still say it's too soon, because low wages are part of a deliberate strategy that will never change for that lot. The Shadow Treasurer has been complaining that this bill will push up wages. Yes, the bill will push up wages, and we make no apology for it. Australian workers and the Australian women deserve their fair share. Let's get it done.
Thank you. Senator Tyrrell.
Deputy. Look, it hasn't been easy for our local wine producers these last few years. They've been trying to grow their businesses, but how can they? There's been COVID lockdowns and low tourism. There's been natural disasters. Tassie wine producers have been struggling to keep their businesses afloat. They've got bills to pay just like the rest of us. That's why I've been so supportive of the Australian Wine Tourism and Cellar Door Grant program. It's why I was so concerned when the future of this program wasn't clear. I called for the government to give winemakers some certainty over their future, and I'm very happy to see that the government listened. We got confirmation in Tuesday's budget that the program is continuing. This is very welcome news for our Tassie wine producers. Fred Peacock from Bream Creek Vineyard was so relieved when we called him to tell him the news. He's building a brand new cellar door near Marion Bay. With this grant continuing, he can employ the staff he needs to ensure the best possible visitor experience. It's also a relief for the businesses around Fred. They're relying on his new cellar door to help bring tourists to the area. These tourists will spend money at local hotels, cafes, restaurants and shops. It shows how important these grants are, important to rural and regional communities, not just for the flow-on effect of tourist dollars, but also for job opportunities they create. I want to thank Minister Watt and the government for continuing this program. I promise you, these businesses are worth investing in. I know they are, as do you. Next time you're in Tassie, Senator Watt, give me a call. I'll make sure that you get to see the best and the brightest of the wine cellar door industry here in Tasmania, and I'm sure Fred will look after us. Thanks.
Senator Scarr.
I'll give you a call as well next time I'm in Tasmania. In the lead-up to the last federal election, Labor made a promise. They made a promise. They made a promise, and I'll quote it. This is from Labor's Powering Australia policy. Labor will cut power bills for families and businesses by $275 a year for homes by 2025 compared to today. That was the promise. That was the promise. And this week, when the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers MP, member for Rankin, was asked where did the $275 appear in the budget, he said, yep, it's in the budget, And then he had to say, I misheard the question about the $275, because the $275 was not in the budget. And in fact, the position is worse. Not only are power prices not going to go down $275 for each household, but in fact, page 57 of the budget says this: Treasury has assumed retail electricity prices will increase by an average of 20% nationally in late 2022, contributing to higher forecast inflation. Given forward wholesale contract prices for electricity remain elevated, retail electricity prices are expected to rise by a further 30% in 2023 to 24. Where's the $275? Where's the $275 promise? The electors of Queensland didn't mishear. In the lead-up to the election, they heard the Labor Party promise a $275 decrease in power prices. They didn't mishear that promise, but what they find in the budget is that Labor has not kept its promise. Labor has not kept its promise. And in fact, electricity prices will go up under Labor. They're going up. They're not going down. They're going up. Another broken Labor promise.
Thank you. Senator Ciccone.
Deputy President. Sadly, the floods that continue have a very severe impact right across many communities in my home state of Victoria, and obviously—
Senator Ciccone, can you just get Senator Ciccone's microphone? I know. Give it another go.
Thank you again, Acting Deputy President. Thank you for that. As I was saying, the floods are continuing to have a severe impact right across the eastern states of Australia and in my home state of Victoria. The Australian government has moved very quickly to provide payments and coordinated relief efforts with state and local governments. Those impacted by the floods in affected council areas can now claim $1,000 payments for every adult and $400 for every child. There is also a disaster recovery allowance which is available in a wider range of council areas, which is a 13-week payment at the job seeker rate for people who have lost income as a result of these floods. The government has also authorised the deployment of up to 550 Australian Defence Force personnel, who I really want to place on the record my gratitude for the hard work that they are doing to assist flood-impacted communities. As of today, around 400 ADF personnel are supporting local authorities with flood-related tasks right across regional Victoria, including in Echuca, Shepparton, Swan Hill and Bendigo. While these floods continue to have a terrible impact on many communities, as is so often the case in our darkest days, we are seeing so many examples of Australians pulling together to help each other out. I saw a story recently out of Skipton, where a working bee is supported by the local Lions Club and Football Netball Club. The clubhouse has been used as a relief hub and a base of operations for volunteers. This is another great example of the Australian spirit and how we look after each other when times are tough. So I say thank you to all the volunteers, to all the emergency workers and ADF personnel who are out there currently on the ground helping the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
I've used pliers to rip out a fractured tooth because I didn't have the money for the dentist. I can only afford to pay the minimum on my HECS debt each year, and each year it increases with indexation. I'm never going to pay it off. I can confirm my partner and I only eat once or twice a day because we just cannot afford more than that. These are just three of the messages my office has received recently in the lead-up to this budget. And the government just had a choice to end a decade of that grind in poverty, and they chose billionaires instead. Millions of people voted for change. Australians voted to get rid of a Prime Minister that didn't care about the cost of a loaf of bread, didn't know the cost of a power bill. So how can the Albanese government even think of locking in the largest tax cuts in Australia's history and confirm that wages are going to go backwards and then flatline for years, while rent, power, food prices are going through the roof? And while I'm sure it's not just my office, that MPs across this place are getting messages like that. We just had a cost of living and a climate election. This budget addresses neither, and millions of Australians need and demand better, and we better stand with them. When we talk about the 22 floods in New South Wales, we already need to ask which ones. My state, New South Wales, is now suffering its third major flooding event, with more on the horizon. The food bowl of Moree is underwater. Farmers are out checking their wheat crops in boats as they wait for waters to subside. Gunnedah has the awful distinction of the 5th flood in 12 months. And people in Western Sydney are looking with anxiety to see when the next time the Nepean will spill over its banks. And the Shoalhaven is still recovering from the last floods and has been hit again. And I want to recognise the important work of Mayor Amanda Finlay there in supporting her community. We are in a climate crisis. Communities are on the front line of that climate crisis. They need us to act.
Thank you. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Yesterday it was a huge honour to be in the chamber as the Senate passed the Paid Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill. This is a hugely important reform that will help so many people, particularly women, be safer. As I said in my second reading speech, it was terrific to have the opportunity to consult with my community, to bring together frontline service providers, experts, the small and family business ombudsman and employee groups, to talk through the details, to talk about the implementation and to not add any unintended consequences. We had great conversations and everyone left that round table knowing more. I left that round table with a really clear view of what my community wanted. That consultation sat alongside a Senate committee process looking into this particular amendment. That committee had 28 calendar days to hold public inquiries, receive and consider submissions, draft a report and ultimately form a view. Although important, it was a relatively straightforward piece of legislative reform. Last year, the Respected Work Amendment Bill the committee had 43 days to look at that piece of legislation. The Fair Work Amendment, supporting Australia's Jobs and Economic Recovery Bill, had 92 calendar days to do the same. And now we're faced with a massive bill to do with industrial relations, something that is so crucial we get right for Australians, not only workers whose wages need to grow, but employer groups who have concerns. This will only have 22 days. While I applaud the Greens talking about more transparency, it's disappointing to see them back having a short time to actually look at a bill and consider it.
Thank you. Senator McGrath.
Thank you. But thanks to Labor, Australia is facing a cost of living crisis. It was always clear they were devoid of an economic plan. This has now been reinforced by a forgettable, empty, nothing budget. You would have thought that Tuesday night's budget would have at least attempted to help families. Instead, Treasurer Jim Chalmers and Labor have already begun to wave the white flag. The test for Labor in the budget was to build on the strong position inherited from the coalition, and Labor have failed this test. Instead, we've been presented with a budget that does nothing to address Labor's cost of living crisis bearing down on Australian families. This budget confirms that the cost of living will skyrocket. Whether it's your electricity bills, rent, mortgage payments or the taxes you pay, Labor will always cost you more. Under Labor, your electricity bill is expected to go up 56%. That's 56%, not 5.6%, not 15.6% or 0.56%, 56%. That's what Labor cost you, even though Anthony Albanese promised 97 times before the election to reduce your power bills by $275. This is a classic example of the dodgy combination of lies and incompetence that underpins the non-existent ethics of Labor governments. They promise you the world and deliver you Marrickville. They simply don't care about you or the economic hardships facing your family. Australian families need a budget that tackles the big issues of the day. Tuesday's offering falls well short of this standard, leaving Australian families $2,000 worse off by Christmas. But they'll continue to review. Labor love reviews, lots of reviews. This is a budget about hurting Australian families and reviewing things and not making real decisions.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Australian beef and, best of all, Queensland beef are here to stay as Australia's main source of protein. A recent CSIRO paper published in the journal Animal found pasture-fed beef returned 1,597 times more human edible protein than it consumed. What a wonderful way to produce natural, nutritious, affordable protein to feed our world. The CSIRO, though, couldn't help themselves, of course, and went on to denigrate the cattle industry for its methane production. This fear-mongering fails on the most basic of tests, the biogenic carbon cycle. Methane in the atmosphere combines with oxygen to produce water and carbon dioxide that are then reabsorbed into pasture through photosynthesis, encouraging plant growth. For those who swallowed the United Nations climate rubbish and think that nature's trace atmospheric gas essential to all life on Earth needs to be sequestered, it is being sequestered. There's no environmental harm from cattle methane production. Cattle can be grazed in a sustainable manner that not only protects but improves soil health. The war on red meat doesn't have a leg to stand on. I call on Meat and Livestock Australia to dump its Red Meat 2030 plan, a plan designed to create a false scarcity of red meat to double meat's price and increase profits for a lucky few large beef producers. Red Meat 2030 will end grazing in lower rainfall areas, which will then be returned to nature in a process called rewilding. This land is where affordable meat is grown. Meat will become an elitist food. Everyday Australians will be forced to source protein from food-like substances grown in labs or concocted on a process line from bugs, nuts and chemicals. Lots of chemicals. Pick up a pack of fake meat and check the ingredients. Meat and Livestock Australia must stop pandering to the climate change fraud and globalist elites. We are one community, we are one nation, and climate change delusion is a danger to people's cost of living and to our very food supply and security.
Thank you. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. The right to quality and accessible health care in this country should not be a postcode lottery. Health care is a right and it should be afforded equally to all. However, we know that stark regional inequalities to health care access persist. In Gladstone, these inequalities are seen most starkly with women's access to health care. The Gladstone Hospital services a population of around 60,000 people, and usually 600 babies are born there every year. But since the 4th of July, it has not had a fully functioning maternity unit. Instead, women are being forced to travel over 100 kilometres to Rockhampton to access this essential health care service. Private corporations extract billions of dollars from Gladstone and central Queensland, and all that wealth gets shipped out of the community into the pockets of investors while local services are failing. Lack of proper health care services also makes it harder to attract other critical workers to our community. Industry is telling us that people are not moving there because they know that they can't access that service at our hospital. We have teachers who are leaving for the same reason. The shutdown of Gladstone Hospital has now lasted for over 3 months, and there is still no clarity on when adequate health care services will resume. This is putting increased pressure on Rockhampton Hospital, and now there's a risk that we're going to lose more doctors and nurses to burnout, and Central Queensland will have no functioning maternity services. I note that the Queensland Government has caved in to community outrage by introducing limited services. You can currently have a planned C-section by appointment only. But the fact a major regional hospital like Gladstone Hospital is without a fully functioning maternity unit is totally unacceptable.
Thank you, Senator Allman-Payne. Senator Nampijinka-Price, you've got a few seconds.
Thank you. Just this week, the ABC's Four Corners program highlighted the prevalence—
Sorry, Senator, your time has expired. We now move to question time, and I call Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. How much more will an average Australian household be paying in electricity and other costs this financial year?
Thank you, Senator. Minister.
A lot less than you.
Thank you, Madam President, and I thank Senator Cadell for the question. It does. I can say that they, with the implementation of the Powering Australia plan, which we have in this budget, $21.9 billion going on to fix the energy mess, fixing the energy mess of 10 years of denial and delay, 22 policies, none of them landed. None of them landed. With the investments that we are making in Powering Australia, that we will be putting downward pressure on energy prices over time. This is why this work has become more urgent than ever. We need to put all of our effort into implementing these policies and making sure that we are fixing the grid, getting more renewable energies into the system so that we actually have a government that supports the energy transformation that is needed, that was denied the Australian people by the former government. And this challenge is the one that is perhaps most urgent in terms of our economy, in terms of cost of living pressures on households, on businesses. We understand that. Now, the budget has forecast increases in both gas and electricity, or expected increases in gas and electricity prices over the next year. Depending on which state or territory you are in, the impact of that will differ, but we do acknowledge that it is a significant impost on households and businesses. In the ACT, for example, where we have 100% renewable energy, prices between 2021 and 2022 are going down. That is the reality, because renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy. We understand that, and that is exactly why we need to put more effort in cleaning up the energy mess that you guys left behind.
Thank you, Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Madam President. I note the Minister's inability to say how much more average Australian household would be paying in electricity and other costs. I refer the Minister to NAB's Consumer Sentiment Survey, which says that by Christmas, consumers expect an increase of 33% for grocery costs, an increase of 52% in fuel costs and an increase of 31% in utilities costs. Minister, do these expectations reflect the reality of the price hikes Australians can expect?
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Minister.
Well, I'm sure those opposite are reading and understanding the inflation challenge that is alive and well across the Australian economy. Yes, we have an inflation problem that we are not seeking to exacerbate with this budget. The Reserve Bank is increasing interest rates in order to put downward pressure or to reduce inflation and get it back to within normal range. The government took the very responsible decision in this budget to make decisions that did not make the work of the Reserve Bank any harder. That is, the easiest thing to do would to say that we could spend some of the upgrades that we got in terms of revenue. That would be the easiest thing to do. But what we did was bank 99% of that and put where we did provide additional spending and putting it into services that did not increase the inflation problem in this country.
Thank you, Senator Gallagher. Senator Cadell, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. With Australian households already hurting under Labor and their promise to cut electricity prices by $275 already broken, will the minister guarantee that they will at least keep their promise to deliver all of the legislated income tax for Australians earning more than $45,000? Or will Australians face being slugged with higher taxes as well as higher costs under Labor?
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Minister Gallagher.
Well, the government keeps all of our promises. That is.
Minister, resume your seat. Order. 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 All senators on my left. Order. Senator Henderson. Senator Scarr. Order. Thank you, Senator Ayres. I should not have to repeatedly call out order. When you become that loud, the obvious response from the President is going to call you to order. And when I call you to order, I expect quiet. Minister, please continue.
Thank you, and you'll see that at the budget that we handed down 2 days ago. And I know that is funny to those opposite, and I know that it is a foreign concept to those opposite, that you'd actually have a government that does what it says.
Senator McKenzie, you don't. That was very disrespectful, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Mackenzie, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Point of order.
Yes.
On relevance, and I don't know if it is because the Finance Minister didn't hear the question that Senator Cadell asked, but it was actually about broken promises.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Order. The Minister has only just started her response. I've had to call the Senate to order twice because it's very hard to hear. I do believe she's being relevant, but I can assure you if she's not, I will draw her back to the question. Thank you, Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, President. And I acknowledge that it is a foreign concept for those opposite, that you would actually, in government, do what you said you would do, deliver on your commitments you make, and that's what this budget does, on cheaper childcare, on cheaper medicine, on renewable energy, on delivering all of our commitments. You see them in the budget, ending the waste and rorts. We're doing that. Budget repair, we're doing that. Not adding to the inflation challenge, we're doing that. And we're still delivering on hospitals, on aged care, on NDIS, all of these areas that have been neglected for years. We are fixing it up, and this budget is a sign of our commitment to deliver on what we promised.
Your time has expired. Senator White.
My question is to the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Women, Senator Gallagher. Can the Minister please inform the Senate how women have been placed at the centre of the Albanese government's budget?
Minister.
Thank you, and I thank Senator White for the question and her long-standing interest in women's policy and gender equality. In fact, all of those that sit on these benches, the commitment around achieving gender equality in this country. After a decade of neglect by the previous government, our government is committed to putting gender equality at the core of our budget and unlocking the valuing the talent, potential and contribution of women in Australia. We're investing $4.7 billion in cheaper childcare. This will make it cheaper and easier for 96% of families to access early childhood education, support workforce participation, especially by women. We're providing $531 million to expand the paid parental leave scheme up to 26 weeks, which is another one of these national schemes that Labor built and Labor is making even stronger. We're investing $1.7 billion to improve women's safety initiatives to support our ambition of a country free from gender-based violence in a generation. These measures form just part of our $7 billion investment in this budget to drive gender equality. These are our first steps, President. We will also deliver a national strategy to achieve gender equality within our first year of government to provide vision and direction about how we can achieve gender equality in Australia, and I look forward to working with all of my colleagues in doing that. We had a great event this morning, launching the Women's Budget Statement, which has, remember when that got cancelled by Minister Abbott, the Minister for Women? When that was cancelled, we put that back in place and we've made it a document of substance. And that is what we will continue to do, because this is a government that takes achieving gender equality seriously.
Thank you, Minister. Senator White, first supplementary.
Thank you for that fantastic answer, Minister. Can the Minister outline the government's commitment to reinstate gender-responsive budgeting?
Minister.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator White, for the question. Unlike the previous government, women are not an add-on in this budget. They are at its core. And decisions that the government makes, when we make them, are informed by gender analysis about how those decisions affect women. We're putting gender equality at the heart of decision-making by reintroducing gender-responsive budgeting after it had previously been abolished by the coalition government, but it was something that we tried to keep up in opposition, and I pay credit to our colleagues, Tanya Plibersek, Sharon Claydon, the Status of Women Committee, who worked tirelessly in opposition with no resourcing and very little time to do the assessment that's now being led by the public service that we did in opposition. And it was important because it sent a message that we take gender-responsive budgeting seriously, and you see that reflected in the Women's Budget Statement that was released on Tuesday night.
Thank you, Minister. Senator White, second supplementary.
Can the Minister explain why advancing gender equality is an economic and social imperative?
Minister.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator White for the question. Unfortunately, Australia currently ranks 43 out of 146 countries in the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Index. This is where we are today. Our gender pay gap stands at 14.1%. It's higher for First Nations women. It's not good enough, and we know that we cannot call ourselves a fair country while one half of the population is paid less, does more unpaid care and experiences much higher rates of domestic, family and sexual violence. Driving gender equality isn't just good for women, it's also good economic policy. This was a resounding message from our Jobs and Skills Summit, where one of the first outcomes of that meeting was that women's economic equality must be treated as a key economic imperative, that it was crucial to the future of our economic prosperity that we deal with that way. And we've listened to that, and that's why I'm proud of this budget, which places women at the centre.
Your time has expired. Senator Askew.
Thank you. My question is also to the Minister for Women and the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Senator Gallagher. I note you just boasted in previous question about your support for women, but during the election, Labor matched the Coalition's commitment to subsidise the cost of assisted reproductive technology services for aspiring parents diagnosed with cancer or at risk of passing on a genetic condition. Yet this commitment has been shelved in the budget to achieve a savings benefit. Has the Albanese government broken their promise to aspiring parents in need of IVF support?
Thank you, Senator Askew. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Not at all, President. And I would say that the budget also includes, I think, almost $70 million from memory for women's health initiatives. The Assistant Minister, Minister Carney, is actually leading the work on a women's health strategy. She's been doing a lot of work and consulting with various stakeholder groups. But this budget is a proud budget in terms of the investments in health. Investments in health, in hospitals, in primary care, in Medicare.
Please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Point of order, Madam President. I think you'll note that the question was specifically around a particular budget measure that is missing from the budget in relation to IVF for women and parents who have been diagnosed with cancer or genetic conditions. There has been no mention whatsoever of that measure.
I don't need the commentary. I do believe the minister is being relevant. She has been talking about women's health, and if not, I will direct her to the question. Minister Gallagher.
I think it was about our commitment, and I answered the question right at the front, and I said no, we have not. I didn't agree with the proposition that was being put by Senator Askew, and I was going on to explain the investments that we are making in women's health and the work that is being done to actually put together a strategy around it, because we take this seriously. We understand that women's reproductive health is key to women's health overall, and that has obviously flow-on impacts into our economy and our community. So that is the point I'm making. I'm also making the point that we have a very positive investment in health, in dealing with some of the challenges, again, surprise, surprise, that we were left by a former government that had spent 9 years trying to dismantle Medicare and not invest in health measures.
Resume your seat. You have a senator on her feet. Order. 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 I've called the opposition to account 3 times. I called order. You had one of your senators' front benches on her feet. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. Once again, on a matter of relevance, the question referred specifically to a budget measure in relation to people who have cancer or genetic conditions in relation to IVF. She has not answered that
Senator
question.
Ruston, as you know, I can't direct the minister to answer the question in a way that might be your response, but I do believe, for the second time, that the minister is being directly relevant. Minister.
I've answered. Well, are you having another question? Are you having another question? Because that wasn't the question. I have answered the question that was put. I've answered the question that was put to me straight up, and I'm now going on to explain the other positive measures in the budget, including measures around women's health. It's a positive budget for women. It's a positive budget for health. It's dealing with a decade of delay and—
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Once again on relevance, and I respect your decision here, President, but the minister has not answered the question despite saying that she has, and I would ask you to direct her to actually answer the question.
In my opinion and my ruling, Senator Wong.
President, if I may, before your ruling, I'd submit that if Senator Ruston had been paying attention, I think the minister had actually responded directly to that point, the specific policy point, in her first few sentences,
Order. Order.
I'm very happy for you to spend as much time on this as you wish. And we're always happy to have our record on health matched up against yours, but that's a different point.
Order. 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 Senator McGrath. Order. I should not have to name senators to call you to order. Now, my ruling is, once again, I do believe the minister is being relevant. Minister Gallagher, okay. Senator Askew, first supplementary.
Thank you. During the election, Labor matched the Coalition's commitment to fund 20 new Gidget Foundation Australia perinatal mental health and wellbeing services in every state and territory, yet the budget only provides for 12 services across Australia. Has the Albanese government broken their promise to new mothers in need of mental health and wellbeing support as well?
Thank you, Senator Askew. Minister.
Thank you. No, this budget delivers on the commitments that we made, and will. Well, it does. It does. Order. You're even accepting that it's in the budget, and they will be delivered. Okay. Well,
order.
Is this like 20 questions in one? Sorry, President. It's just I get asked one question and then I get another 10 questions being given to me. But I would direct people. I would be directing people.
Minister, please resume your seat. Order. 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 Senator McGrath. Order. Order. I'm waiting for quiet. Senator Askew has asked a first supplementary, which the minister is endeavouring to answer. You may not like her answer, but at this point she is still being relevant, and it is not helpful for you, any of you, to be parroting across the chamber other numbers. If you have a question, speak to your side about getting on the list, but I'm requiring the minister to answer the question that's before her, and that is the answer. That's the question from Senator Askew. Please, Minister, continue.
Thank you. And thank you, President, for your protection there. The government will be delivering. Can I please answer? The government will be delivering on our health commitments that we made in the election campaign. And if you look at budget paper 2, which goes through the measures, you will see page after page of investment in health, particularly in areas. Thank you,
Minister. Your time has expired. Right. Senator Askew, second supplementary.
So the Albanese government has shelved or cut 2 of your key women's health commitments from the election. Will you apologise to new mothers and aspiring parents in need of support for prioritising other spending areas over your commitments to them?
Senator Wong. Senator Wong. Senator McGrath. Order. 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 Minister.
Thank you.
Second supplement.
Well, I'm not about to accept a lecture from those opposite about women and services for women, okay? And if you look in this budget, it is a good budget for women. If you read budget paper 143, you will see where budget paper 2, page 143, you will see that we have delivered on the commitments we've made, and indeed, surprise, surprise, we're going to also do some work on evaluation of initiatives to make sure that they are delivering the support to the communities that those programs are intended. And that is good, responsible budgeting. That is exactly the approach that I will take as Finance Minister. We deliver on things. We also evaluate to make sure that they are delivering the support and the programs that are intended by those measures.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Education, Senator Watt. Private schools funding across the forward estimates will now be $1.7 billion more than the amount the previous government committed in their final budget. Does the Minister believe that throwing even more money at private schools at a time when public education is in dire need of support is a fair thing to do?
Thank you, Senator Allman-Payne. Senator Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Allman-Payne. I speak to you as a proud product of the state education system in Queensland, as is my wife, as are both of our children. But as I have often said in the past, I equally respect the right of families to choose the schooling environment that is appropriate for their families. For my family, the appropriate choice was a state school environment. For other families, it's a Catholic or independent school. So we, poor old Jared hasn't got over his prejudices about
Senator
GPS
Watt,
schools, it would appear, but you know, some of us move on and grow in life, and some of us stay at about grade 6 level, like Senator Rennick.
Senator Watt, I would ask you to withdraw that comment, please. Senator Watt, I'm asking you to withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Please, is that the have you finished?
But as I say, we respect the choice of families as to the appropriate schooling environment for their children, and that's why we're providing funding for both state and non-sector schooling environments. Some of the things that we have delivered in this budget, for instance, $270.8 million over 2 years for the School Upgrade Fund, $56.2 million for bursaries to attract more high achievers into teaching, $68.3 million to expand the High Achieving Teachers program, $27.6 million for other measures to tackle teacher shortages and better prepare student teachers for the classroom. 203.
Senator Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Allman-Payne.
Point of order on relevance. The question was directed to whether or not funding private schools at a higher level than public schools is fair.
Thank you, Senator Allman-Payne, and I will remind Senator Watt of the question. Please continue, Senator Watt.
Thank you, President. And just to provide a bit more further detail on funding for different sectors, in 2022 the Australian government is providing $25 billion in recurrent school funding. The majority of the largest amount is to government schools, $9.94 billion. $8.64 billion for Catholic schools, $6.67 billion for independent schools. Now, I will check this, but my understanding is that the increasing to non-state schooling in this year's budget is, I understand, and again I'll check this, is a result of the indexation model that already exists and has applied for some time. But I've run out of time.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Your time has expired. Senator Allman-Payne, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. As a proportion of total funding, private school funding is growing, according to the budget, and funding for public schools is shrinking. Does the minister accept that the government's budget has moved Australia even further away from reaching 100% of the minimum schooling resource standard for public schools?
Thank you, Senator Allman-Payne. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Senator Allman-Payne, as I was saying, One of the factors that influences the amount of funding that's provided to different schooling sectors in every budget is the indexation model. Another factor that influences it is the number of enrolments in particular sectors. We are in the process of beginning a new schools funding agreement with the states and territories, which will consider a wide range of matters, including the indexation of school funding. But I might point out that in electorates that are represented by the Greens, such as Brisbane, Griffith and Ryan, there are a substantial portion of families who choose a non-state schooling environment for their children. And we strongly support the rights and interests of public schools. And as I say, I've reflected that in my own personal decisions. But we also respect the need for some level of funding for private schooling as well.
Thank you, Senator Watts. Senator Allman-Payne, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Is the minister aware that the King's School, a private school in New South Wales, plan to use funds to build their head teacher a private plunge pool? Is the minister also aware that there has been around a 45% increase in demountables from 2014 in 2020 in New South Wales public schools? Does the minister believe that it is fair that a Labor is giving even more money to private schools while the public system crumbles?
Thank you, Senator Allman-Payne. Senator Watt.
Thank you, President. I am aware of those reports involving, I think it was the King's School, and I think it is important for all independent schools to be accountable for the public funding that they receive and to make good decisions about how that funding is used. I don't think that taxpayers would expect public funding to be used for inappropriate purposes. They are intended to be used for what goes on in classrooms, and I'd certainly encourage all private schools to approach funding that way. There is no doubt that state schools in Australia need more public funding. They've needed it for at least the last 10 years that the last government was in power, and these are matters that we will consider further with the states and territories as we approach a new schools funding agreement.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme, Senator Farrell. Can the Minister outline to the Senate what the Albanese Labor government is doing to clean up the mess left by the Liberals and the Nationals to get the NDIS back on track?
Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Urquhart for her question and her deep interest in this area of policy. The National Disability Insurance Scheme is a great Australian success story. It's a scheme that exists only because of a Labor government, and the NDIS is a scheme that will be protected by a Labor government. The NDIS is an essential investment that supports those people living with disabilities and their families. The NDIS provides support for over 500,000 Australians with significant and permanent disability. Despite this, the Liberal and the National Party, through active disinterest, left the NDIS to wither on the vine during their long 9 years of mismanagement and neglect of this position. They failed to do anything about cost increases, instead kicking the can down the road as they did with so many difficult issues. They shuffled 7 ministers through the portfolio over a decade and broke trust with the people with the disability sector. And they let fraud and criminal activity sneak into the NDIS. Labor is committed to putting people with disability at the centre of this scheme, and by establishing an independent review led by a panel of experts and people with disability, the Albanese Labor government is starting to rebuild this trust and get this scheme back on track.
Thank you, Minister Farrell. Senator Urquhart, first supplementary.
Can the Minister tell the Senate what the Albanese Labor government is doing to reduce fraud and criminal activity in the National Disability Insurance Scheme?
Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. And unfortunately, Senator Urquhart, I can, because under the Liberal government, fraud and criminal activity became a significant contributor to waste in the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Under the watch of those opposite, this mob over here, yep, that's them, There is evidence that the scheme has been targeted by serious organised crime. Currently, there are $213.9 million of NDIS scheme funding being investigated for fraud. The Albanese Labor government has zero tolerance for fraud and is committed to stopping the waste of NDIS participating funding that should be used to give individuals choice over their lives. Earlier this year, the CEO of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, Michael Phelan, noted that 15 to 20% of the scheme's
Farrell. funding Your time has could expired. be— Senator Urquhart, second supplementary.
Can the minister explain to the Senate how the establishment of the Fraud Fusion Task Force will restore integrity and responsible economic management in the National Disability Insurance Scheme?
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Urquhart for her insightful question. Yes, I can explain the answer to that question. The Albanese Labor government made an election commitment to restore trust in the NDIS and ensure a better future for Australians living with disability. The establishment of a Fraud Fusion Task Force complements this commitment by strengthening fraud detection and better safeguarding the National Disability Insurance Scheme from serious organised crime and other fraud. The Fraud Fusion Task Force will better enable intelligence sharing, identification and response by the NDIS, the National Disability Insurance Scheme Quality and Safeguards Commission, Services Australia, other departments, law enforcement agencies and regulators. The Australian government will continue to investigate and prosecute to the full extent of the laws those found to be committing fraud.
Now expired. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, President. My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Aged Care, Minister Gallagher. Sorry, didn't see you. Minister, the budget reinstated Medicare item 288. We wanted item 288 reinstated, but Tuesday's budget measure doesn't go far enough. It only applies to video conferencing. What are you doing to support people who don't have access to video conferencing and can't attend an in-person appointment?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Tyrrell for the question and for a heads-up on the question so that I could get some advice from the Minister's office. I understand that the Minister for Health, Minister Butler, has been engaging with the Jackie Lambie network on this matter and will continue to do so. And on the 6th of October, the Department of Health and members of the Minister's office met with the Jackie Lambie network. I'm not sure if it was your office, Senator Tyrrell, or Senator Lambie's, to have a discussion on these matters, and that will continue. On the issue of telephone consults versus video conference, I think it's hard to remember because of how intense the last few years have been, but phone telehealth hasn't been an option that's been available prior to the response to COVID-19. And so I think in my discussions with doctors, and I think this probably reflects the Minister's position too, that there is an accepted view that across the health workforce that face-to-face and video services better support patient care and patient outcomes and should be the preferred form of consultation with patients, particularly when there's items for more complex care arrangements, and this is the case particularly in long-form consultations over 45 minutes. The government is committed to the evidence-based care and telepsychiatry services. Consultations that are longer than 45 minutes should either be face-to-face or delivered via video conferences, but I accept the point about people finding it difficult to, at times, get in front of video conferencing and can find it hard to access services, and I'm sure the Minister's office will continue to talk about those, particularly in your local area.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thank you. We all know elderly people find it hard to use Zoom. Well, not all of them, but some. People in regional areas don't have good internet. Why is the government insisting on video conferencing? Surely, if it's a choice between the phone or nothing, you'd rather have people on the phone.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And I certainly accept that in areas across the regions, and particularly where there's workforce shortages as well, which affects regional communities, that accessing healthcare services can be difficult. There is a very strong regional communications package in this budget, which goes to strengthening regional communities' access to internet and at good speed, so that is part of it. But again, I think the clinical preference is to have face-to-face, in-person or video presence for consultations, particularly for complex care, of which elderly, often geriatric or elderly care, falls under that criteria. If there are other circumstances, if there are other options available, I'm sure the minister will engage with you, recognising there are some particular challenges in Tasmania about accessing primary health care, essentially. We've got urgent care clinics.
Thank you, Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
Sadly, she actually answered my third question in the second question, so I might just skip out of the third, and I know that's rare.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong, relating to consistency in funding allocations. I refer the Minister to the comments made by the Prime Minister in his budget reply speech last year that all projects must really stack up against the Infrastructure Australia model. When the Tasmanian Government requested support for an infrastructure project in Hobart, namely an AFL stadium, Mr Albanese said he wouldn't consider funding until he had received a business plan. Minister, if Tasmania can't get funded for a project without providing a business plan, why does the budget allocate $2.2 billion for a Labor pet project in Victoria that also doesn't have a business plan and which the Victorian Auditor-General identifies as failing to demonstrate an economic rationale?
Wow. Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Colbeck for the question. And I am pleased to get a question about Tasmanian infrastructure because, of course, Senator might be aware that, in fact, the Prime Minister, with the Premier of Tasmania and former Senator Guy Barnett, in fact, announced Marinus Link just this last week.
Senator Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. Point of order on relevance. My question is about a Victorian infrastructure project that doesn't have a business plan and, quite frankly, doesn't stack up.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Your question, which I took note of, was quite broad-ranging and had quite a long preamble, and you started off with talking about consistency in funding, but I will listen closely to Minister Wong and direct her if necessary, but I believe she started off being relevant. Minister.
Well, thank you, President. I would make the point to the senator, who seems to be implying in this question that some issue with funding Tasmanian infrastructure, and I'd make the point that there are quite a deal of infrastructure commitments that Tasmania is receiving under this government. And of course that Marinus Link, which has been something Tasmania has been seeking for years, is being delivered by partnership between the Albanese Labor government and the Liberal government in Tasmania, something the Senator Colbeck and in government could never deliver. I'd also make the point that the budget has included in it $540 million to upgrade the Tasman Highway, the Bass Highway and the East and West Tamar highways, in addition to other investments. In relation to the suburban rail loop, we've been here for some days and we've had an attempt by those—
please sit down. Senator Hume, you have a Senator Henderson and Senator Watt. We have a senator on his feet. Order. Order. Senator Watt. Senator Colbeck. Just a moment. Senator Henderson, I've called you to order twice. You have a senator of your own side on his feet. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. Point of order on relevance. My question was about the government process in allocating funding, and Senator Wong has gone nowhere near my question. In fact, I wasn't even complaining about funding of a project in Tasmania. I was talking about a project funded in Victoria.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. As I said in your first point of order, that your question had quite a long preamble on a number of issues, and I'm listening to Senator Wong, and I do believe she's being relevant to your question. Senator Wong.
Thank you. Well, I'm very happy for Senator Colbeck to go back to Tasmania and explain to his constituents that he's actually asking about Victorian projects, not Tasmanians, and he didn't want to hear about Tasmanian projects. But that's a matter for him. I'm sure my Tasmanian Senate colleagues, will have something to say about that. But as I was saying, in relation to the suburban rail loop, we are honouring our election commitment to provide $2.2 billion towards early works for the suburban rail loop east. The detailed business and investment case for suburban rail loop released by Victoria last year demonstrated a benefit-cost ratio of up to 1.7. So that's $1.70 for every dollar invested.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Your time has expired. Senator Colbeck, our first supplementary.
Thank you, President. My supplementary question to Senator Wong is, when the New South Wales government said it wanted support to raise the height of the Warragamba Dam to protect communities from floods, a project that is recognised as a state significant infrastructure, Mr Albanese said he would talk to New South Wales after their state election next March. Minister, why do the people of New South Wales have to wait for flood mitigation support until after the state election in 5 months, when the Victorian Labor Party can get $2.2 billion just 1 month before a state election?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Wong.
Thank you. I might just finish, if I may, because I was asked about Infrastructure Australia. Suburban rail loop will still be subject to assessment by Infrastructure Australia. Under the National Land Transport Act, I'm advised that the project will also be subject to a rigorous assessment process between the Commonwealth and Victoria, and we will respect these processes like any responsible government. In relation to Warragamba Dam, I am advised that the government is open to discussing the dam raising project with the New South Wales government in more detail. There is no current proposal before the federal government with respect to co-funding the dam. But I will say this. We are not going to take a lecture about integrity in infrastructure from those opposite who use taxpayers' funds as if they were their own election slush fund. And the Minister for colour-coded spreadsheets over there can shout all she likes, but everybody knows what happened on your watch.
Your time has expired. Senator Davey.
Point of order, Madam President. The minister was directly referencing my colleague here on this side of the chamber instead of addressing through the chair, and should withdraw.
Yes, I will remind Senator Wong to refer to all senators by their correct titles. Senator Colbeck, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Why are the people of Tasmania and New South Wales being punished by hypocritical and partisan decision-making by the Albanese government, which clearly favour their Victorian Labor mates, as demonstrated by Mr Albanese throwing $2.2 billion of federal money at a Victorian project that the Victorian Auditor-General describes as failing to demonstrate an economic rationale?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, I have responded to the suburban rail loop project questions. I have also responded to the Warragamba Dam questions. I'm now asked about partisan decision-making. Can we remember the $15 million commitment for a car park at Balaclava Station, despite the fact that the land was already set aside for public housing? Can we remember $115,000 per space for a project in the Melbourne suburb of Berwick, which the Auditor-General found was nearly 3 times the benchmark price? Can we remember 11 projects worth $175 million with no assessment work?
Minister Wong.
Keep asking us about partisan infrastructure funding, because we are not going to forget what you did.
Minister Wong. Senator Brockman.
Madam President, a point of order on direct relevance. Clear rulings from previous presidents have stated that including the last president, but previous presidents of both persuasions have ruled that whilst passing glances at the opposition are acceptable, an answer which is now more than halfway through that has contained nothing but attacks on the opposition is irrelevant.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. Order. 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 Senators, seriously, all of you, on my left and my right. It took me a very long time to get the attention of Senator Wong to ask her to sit down, because there was so much disorder in this chamber that it wasn't possible. Thank you, Senator McGrath. You are the biggest offender, and I would ask you to be quiet and respectful. Senator Colbeck's second supplementary was very broad and went to a hypocritical question about why something was favoured over another. It was not specific, and I believe that Senator Wong is being directly relevant. Thank you, Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. And I acknowledge I'm afraid I did not hear you, and had I heard I would have responded more quickly. But I did see Senator Brockman and sit down. I have responded on the specific projects in question, but I would remind those opposite that their record when it comes to partisanship and poor process and infrastructure is well there for all Australians to see.
Time. Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Babet.
Thank you, President. My question is for the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Minister Wong. Minister, the Australian energy market operator released a report which concludes that the closure of the Little coal-fired power station will increase electricity prices even further next year. Now, Australian families are already struggling to pay their power bills, and they are reeling, Minister, from the news in the budget this week that power prices are set to increase by 56%. Now, given the experts are now revealing that the closure of coal-fired power stations increase people's power bills, will the government commit to keep the Little coal-fired power station open to give Australian families cost of living relief who are struggling right now, Minister?
Thank you, Senator Babet. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and thank you to the Senator for his question, Senator Babet for his question. And there is no doubt that the problems in the energy grid, and in particular the exiting of supply which has occurred over the last 9 years, is one of the factors contributing to higher energy prices. One of the factors. And I know that Senator may have a different view about this, but it is very clear from advice from energy market operators, from advice from energy market suppliers, that the cheapest form of new energy is renewables. Now, I know those opposite in particular have such difficulty with that, and their difficulty with it has contributed to the mess and chaos that we see in energy markets in this country to date. And I know that the senator is concerned, as we all are, by rising energy prices and the impact that has on family budgets.
Senator Rennick.
I'll take the interjection from the senator opposite, Senator Rennick, who just asserted renewables are more expensive.
Senator
and that falsehood that is one of the reasons why energy markets are in such a mess. Under you, 4 gigawatts exited of dispatchable capacity exited the system, and you put 1 gigawatt in. Now, anybody who understands basic supply and demand knows that if you reduce supply, there's going to be an effect on prices. So that is the case. So, Senator Babet, we may not agree on everything, but I do agree with you. This requires urgent attention.
Order.
We believe, on the basis of the advice that from the industry. So this is this. Oh.
Please resume your seat, Senator Wong. This question is from Senator Babet. He is one of our crossbenchers. He gets very little opportunity to ask questions because it's on a shared basis, and I would ask all senators to give him the respect that he deserves, that his answer be heard in silence. Thank you, Senator Wong.
Thank you. Now, Senator Babet, I know that one of the things people seek is a solution which may involve taxpayers putting in subsidies to keep open facilities which are not commercial. What is really required is a transformation of our electricity sector so we get more supply, put more supply into the system and transform the grid.
Senator Babet, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, the Prime Minister, when asked about surging power bills this week, said that we're in this position because of the external factors like the war in Ukraine. How is it that a generation, Minister, after the Soviet Union was defeated, we are now so dependent on Russia or anyone else for our energy needs?
Minister Wong.
Look, I think there are a number of factors which are affecting energy prices. The point about
Order on both sides. Order. I remind all senators once again, this is a question from Senator Babet, and I would ask you to allow him to hear the answer. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Senator Babet, I think the effect of the illegal and immoral war in Ukraine is not so much an effect on Australia alone, but an effect on global energy markets. And what is occurring is we have a number of factors which are affecting our energy market and global energy markets, and of course contributing to inflation. In relation to
Senator
our
Rennick.
energy markets, we have, as I said, first.
Senator Rennick, I've called you to order on a number of times. I shouldn't have to keep doing that. Senator Rennick, it's not your opportunity to answer back. I've called you to order. I expect order. Senator Wong.
Thank you. So the war in Ukraine is affecting global energy markets. That is driving inflation, and it is also increasing energy costs. And if you speak, oh my God.
Your time has expired, Senator Wong. Senator Babet, second supplementary. Senator McKenzie. Order. Order. I have Senator Babet on his feet, waiting to ask his second supplementary. Senator
Thank you,
Babet.
President. This week, the Green German government has pulled down wind turbines to expand a coal mine. Across Europe, coal-fired power stations are being reopened, and there are 300 new coal-fired power stations being built around the world right now. Why don't we join the rest of the world and build new coal-fired power stations so that Australian families, businesses, manufacturers can have cheap power bills once again, and we can save our standard of living?
Thank you, Senator Babet. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, we share your desire that we had to reduce energy prices. What I would say to you in relation to coal-fired power here in Australia is the market has not funded investment in new coal-fired power. The market has made a decision. So, look, I know that Senator Canavan wants taxpayers to fund it, but the market has chosen not to invest in more coal-fired power generation because the market has made an assessment that renewables are cheaper. In relation to Germany, I am well aware of what is occurring in Germany. It has been a part of our discussion both between the Foreign Minister and I, but also at the Foreign Ministers' meeting at the G20. Europe is doing the right thing, seeking to reduce reliance on Russian energy, and we support that. We support that because President Putin is looking to weaponise energy supply. So it is the right thing to do for the European Union, and in particular Germany, to look to make themselves more resilient in the face of that weaponisation.
Your time has expired. Senator Ciccone. Senator Ciccone. Order. Senator Ayres. Order on both sides. Senator Ciccone. Senator Wong. Senator Rennick. Order. Senator Wong. Senator Ciccone. Senator Gallagher. Order. Senator Gallagher. I'm waiting to call Senator Ciccone. Senator Ciccone.
Question. Thank you very much, President. I appreciate that. It's a bit of a rowdy day today. My question, President, is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Penny Wong. Minister, how is the Albanese Labor government making Australia a stronger and much more influential partner in a very contested world, particularly what has arisen out of our commitments in the October budget earlier this week? Could you also please also inform the Senate how the Australian government is building a stronger Pacific family?
Senator Wong.
Good. Thank you. I thank Senator Ciccone for his question, and I thank him also for, as chair of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee, I know he is particularly interested in these matters, which go to ensuring Australia is safer and more secure in our region and in the world. So what I would say is you will see in this budget the government's commitment to renewing our closest relationships and the government's commitment to advancing Australia's interests and Australia's values. You will see in that budget, consistent with what we have been doing since we were elected, the work that the government is undertaking to make Australia a partner of choice for the countries of our region to assure Australia's security, to assure Australia's economic strength and to shape the world for the better. Our intention is to do what we are able to help build a stronger Pacific family. We want to help our regional partners become more economically resilient, develop critical infrastructure and provide their own security so they have less need to call on others. The investments outlined in the budget include an additional $900 million over the next 4 years to support Pacific development and resilience. This follows a decade of Liberal cuts which undermine the national interest, and that is the pity of the approach that was taken against Ms Bishop's advice, and I assume against Senator Payne's, but that's a matter for her, by the previous government to reduce Australia's development assistance, because that was a reduction in Australia's influence in the region. So the additional ODA will advance, and other measures will advance our interests by tackling poverty, supporting stability, prosperity and security in our region. Likewise, we are also intent on improving and expanding Pacific labour mobility to help Pacific economies still struggling with the aftermath of COVID.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Your time has expired. Senator Ciccone, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Minister Penny Wong for that comprehensive answer.
Senator Scarr, come on. Senator Ciccone, continue question, please. Senator Ciccone, please continue.
Name.
Order.
It's her name.
Order. Senator Ciccone, please continue.
Thank you very much, President. Could I also ask the Minister what steps is the government taking to deepen Australia's security cooperation with our Pacific partners in the region?
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. This is a very important domain for Australia to continue and deepen its engagement, and I thank the Senator for recognising that. There are a number of measures in the budget which go to our commitment to supporting the security needs of our Pacific partners and giving life to our commitment and our view that security in the Pacific should be an issue for the Pacific family. This includes the continuing AFP deployment in Solomon Islands in 2023, delivering, and I would have thought some of this might have bipartisan support, really. I mean, I'm talking about an AFP deployment, and you want to interject on an Australian federal police deployment that has bipartisan support.
Order.
Delivering a new Australia Pacific Defence School to boost training for defence and security forces across the Pacific, and doubling funding for aerial maritime surveillance in the Pacific.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Ciccone, second supplementary.
Thank you very much, President. I again thank Senator Penny Wong for that answer. How is the Albanese Labor government's budget building a more stable, prosperous and resilient region?
Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to talk, if I may, in the last minute about two Pacific Island Forum members, important members for us. The first is Cook Islands, the incoming chair of the Pacific Island Forum, and I thank them for their hospitality last week. Whilst I was there, I signed the Oa Tumanava partnership with Prime Minister Brown, which paved the way for deeper cooperation between our two countries. Cook Islands, as I said, is the incoming chair of the forum. We have elevated our engagement with the Pacific Island Forum as the key regional architecture within the Pacific. It is one of 11 countries which I have had the privilege of visiting since my appointment as Foreign Minister. In relation to Fiji, I just would like to inform the Senate that we are building on our new Status of Forces agreement between Fiji and Australia, signed by the Deputy Prime Minister and his counterpart last week. That marks an important milestone in our defence relationship with Fiji.
Your time has expired. Senator Wong.
I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Thank you.
Of all answers to all questions from coalition senators. And I would like to start with talking about infrastructure and how Labor are gutting rural, regional and remote Australia. And it is terrible what they are doing, because what the Labor Party are doing, they've got a giant vacuum cleaner over rural, regional, remote Australia, and it's sucking all the money out of that and it's sending it to Marrickville, because that's where the money is going. I want to talk about some projects in Queensland, because we've got some Queensland Labor senators who think they know about regional Queensland. I want to talk about some projects. Let's talk about the dam in Etheridge Shire Council at Forsyth. The Charleston Dam, which I want to be renamed the Nolly-Niken Dam, by the way. $10 million of money went into this dam through the Building Better Regions Fund. $10 million. But according to Labor, this is a rort. That $10 million building that dam allowed the people of Forsyth and Georgetown to have drinkable water. But drinkable water. Because until then, in summer, what would happen is they'll get water out of the river that was dry and they'd be drinking sludge, because that's what Labor want regional, rural, remote Australians to drink. That is sludge, because that is what Labor give to regional Australians. But we deliver. So that dam means there is potable water for the people of Etheridge Shire Council. But let's also talk about Merway Shire Council and a little place called Morven, which none of these buggers have ever been to. Morven has a population of about 100, and we've put some money into some cattle yards. They don't care about that because, according to Labor, their food comes from the fridge at Coles or Woolies or IGA or whatever organic fruit shop they happen to be going to on that day. But this is so important for that community, because two jobs come out of those cattle yards. That means a pub has been rebuilt in Morven. If you go to Morven now, there is a new pub there. So important for the sustainability of a small rural community. That is what the Building Better Regions Fund has done for Queensland. It is ensuring that those people who live beyond the Great Dividing Range, conflict of interest, Mr Deputy President, I'm one of those people. It means, and so Senator Davey, it means that those Queenslanders and those Australians, they can have the quality of life that people in the cities take for granted. And that's why infrastructure is so important. That's why Jane McNamara, the Mayor of Flinders Shire Council, fought like a really, and she probably get cranky, like a great tiger, a great lion, to make sure she got millions of dollars through the Building Better Regions Fund to build a lake in Hughenden. And you might think, oh, so what? What about a lake in Hughenden? It means that the people who live in Hughenden, which is a remote little township, they have a recreational facility where people can go fishing, they can walk around, they can have a life. Because one thing COVID is showing us is it is the benefit of living outside the cities. And this is why this budget is such a letdown for all Australians, because of the abolition of the Building Better Regions Fund and also the partisanship that has come through the politics. It is really interesting how Labor are happy to give $2.2 billion to Daniel Andrews to help his re-election, but they're not prepared to give little grants of money to little regional communities. A little community like Wandai. Now, the mob over there don't know where Wandai is. You know, Wandai's a beautiful little community. And Wandai got about $50,000 for the art gallery there. And the mob over there think that they're the artists of politics. But it is our side. It's our side who stand up for regional art galleries. It's our side who stand up, who understand that Elaine Medill, who is the doyen of the Wandai Art Gallery, fought like another tiger, fought to get $50,000 to rebuild the kitchen for the Wandai Art Gallery. But according to Labor, that's a rort, that's a terrible thing. Well, I'm going to say to Elaine, I'm going to say to Jane, and I'm going to say to the people of the Etheridge Shire Council, this side of politics will always fight for all Australians, but we'll particularly fight for rural, regional, remote Australians because we know you're doing it tough. We know that you are the engine house of the Australian economy, and we know that more money should be spent on your roads, more money should be spent on your bridges, and more money should be spent on dams. And this is the damning indictment of this government of what they are not doing in relation to the Arana Dam. A brilliant dam that is a hydro pump that's got everything going for it. But this mob here have taken the money away from it and going to let this dam sink because this mob don't believe in dams because they need preferences from the pixies at the other end of the political spectrum to ensure they get re-elected each time. So shame on Labor for that, because dams means money, and money means we can do more for all Australians.
Order. Senator McGrath, I'd like you to withdraw your use of the term "you buggers."
I withdraw you buggers. Oh, sorry, I withdraw.
Thank you. Senator Sterle.
Thank you, Deputy President. You know, it's hilarious. If anyone was new to the conversation here, you think that these pillars of virtue and everything good about Australia had an argument, but Mr Deputy President, I mean, seriously, you had 9 years, you mob. 9 years. Seriously, what the heck did you do for 9 years? It's fantastic to talk about all these so-called great nation-building projects. You didn't fund them. You didn't make any effort to build them. And we have to say a few things to Mr Deputy President. Please indulge me because it's been very wide-opening question time today. And they really talk some serious nonsense over that side. And you know, when we talk about infrastructure, and I've been tied up in the infrastructure portfolio through the Senate estimates now for over 17 years. And I don't know what I did wrong in certain parts of my previous life, but I do remember a lot of stuff. But let me just say one thing seriously. How can we look at this side of the chamber in the opposition and see if there's any credibility? Let's talk about a certain project in infrastructure, and I bet it doesn't come up in Senate estimates from that mob over there this time round. Remember the Leppington Triangle? Remember that piece of land that was valued at $3 million? You know that piece of land at the end. Listen to this: the new airport being built in Sydney. Okay, I'm not pointing fingers, but guess what? It's this lot. They've got fingerprints all over it. $3 million it was valued at, owned by none less than an LNP donor, a well-known LNP donor. I'll take 25 steps out there. I don't need the protection of Parliament to make this statement because it's damn true. You know what they bought it for under the Minister Barnaby Joyce? I think was the Mr Joyce, I should say. Deputy President was the minister at the time. $3 million value. Did they pay $3.5? No. Did they pay $5? You notice no one's interjecting over there? No. Did they pay $6 or $7? You know what they paid? You know what they took out of our pockets? All of us, all you out there in the gallery, all out you there in Radio Land? $30 million. Do I hear any objections? Where are the big voices on the opposition benches? Not one of them are saying boo. Now, there's some decent people on that side of the chamber, and I'm not accusing my good friend Senator Scarr, who's got to fire up and take one for the team. Don't lower yourself, Senator Scarr. You know you're better than that. But do I hear the Nationals? There's a couple of Nats on that side of the chamber. Very decent people. I've worked very closely with a couple of them, and I look forward to working closely with them in Senate estimates for the next few days or few weeks. Do I hear any objection? Do I hear, "Still, you big mouth, you're telling lies"? Well, fancy that. $30 million. Now, Mr Deputy President, on a more serious note, I know there's a lot more that comes. 9 years. 9 years of rotting and waste. And Senator McKenzie, oh God, you've got to give it to Senator McKenzie. She got more front than Myers. And we remember her situation there when she got dumped as the minister for, what was it, the Minister for colour-coded sports rorts or whiteboards or something like that, spreadsheets it was. But let me share another one with you, Mr President. Mr Deputy President. It is very difficult on a serious note, and it's none of my business who the opposition chooses their leadership team. And thank goodness I don't get a vote in that madhouse. But I do struggle looking across the chamber, or looking not across the chamber, but on the televisions each night when I see, and I'm sorry, I don't know Miss Lee's seat, and I apologise, but I will say Miss Lee. And if anyone can tell me the seat, I'll refer to her as the member for Farrer. Thank you very much, Senator Davey, the Minister for Farrer. You know, who was a government minister on a very attractive wage, very, very attractive remuneration, who was sacked from the ministry. And she was sacked from the ministry, and it's a well-known fact, ladies and gentlemen, very, very well known, very well documented. I think it was 8 trips taxpayer-funded to the Gold Coast. Oh no, I'm going to love this one.
Senator Sterle, I have a point of order. Senator Davey.
I think you'll find that she resigned from the ministry. The Shadow Minister for Industry and member for Farrer resigned from the ministry at the time.
It's not a debating point, Senator Davey. It's a point of order. Senator Sterle, please, if you're going to talk about another member of the 2 chambers, please.
Mr Deputy President, it's not gossip, it's not hearsay, it was well documented. The minister, all right, let's go with the minister resigned, okay, because she used her taxpayers' dollars for 8 trips to the Gold Coast to buy a unit on the Gold Coast from no less than, I'm led to believe, if my memory serves me right, now let me see, it might have been a friend of her husband's or partner's, it may have been, who was an LNP donor. Now seriously, you attack us. You come in here and you throw barbs about credibility. 9 years. No wonder the Australian public do not have faith in politicians and the political system. Can you dare even think why I would be wrong? No, because that's the scene that was set on that side. Now I can go on hour after hour about the rorts, the $650-odd million car park rorts.
Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy President. 24 hours after the budget, Labor is waving the white flag. They have surrendered on the fight to combat inflation. They have surrendered on their promises to generate wage growth. They have surrendered on providing cost of living relief to Australian families. They have surrendered on low unemployment. They have surrendered on low unemployment because the budget papers show 150,000 job losses. 150,000 job losses over the forward estimates. And then the audacity for the Finance Minister to say at question time that the government keeps all of its promises. The government keeps all of its promises. Well, the promise to keep inflation under control, the promise to keep employment low, the promise to provide cost of living relief, gone, disappearing. Why is it that the Treasurer Jim Chalmers can spend much of his commentary before the budget, his commentary in his budget speech, his commentary following the budget delivery, talking about the need to combat inflation, but has not taken one hard decision, not one hard decision to combat the scourge of inflation that is now bearing down on Australian families. As the weeks and the months progress, Australian families are going to have to face the very, very real economic challenges that no decisions taken by this government in its first budget, perhaps better characterised as a mini-statement, perhaps better characterised as an economic statement, no hard decisions to combat inflation. My colleague Senator Cadell from New South Wales drew attention, great place I'm sure it is, second only to Western Australia. Senator Cadell, in his question today, talked about the National Australia Bank Consumer Sentiment Survey. Let me share with you what the Consumer Sentiment Survey says. It says higher consumer stress associated with the cost of living is now at its highest point since 2018. Consumer stress is now at its highest point since 2018. It says that cost of living pressures are resulting in consumers changing the way in which they spend. 61% of consumers surveyed are now switching to cheaper brands or shopping around for cheaper products. 54% of those surveyed said they were cancelling or cutting back on food delivery services, and 47% of survey respondents said they were cutting back on entertainment. But there's more. The survey says a growing number have also cancelled or cut back other subscriptions like newspapers, magazines, audiobooks. People are now cutting back streaming services and gym, sports and club memberships. That is where the rubber is hitting the road. That is where the rubber is hitting the road, and Australian families are now having to change their decisions because they are feeling the real impact of inflation. They know they must prepare for the worst, preparing for the worst because the government has failed to deliver on any real, meaningful measure that will put downward pressure on inflation. And if there is a meaningful measure that the government can point to that is putting real downward pressure on inflation, then I invite them to nominate it. I invite them to nominate it. We've got Labor senators in the chamber now. I invite them to nominate it in their future contributions. So what does this mean for people's hip pocket? What does this mean for people's hip pocket? The consumer sentiment says consumers on average estimate, so this is consumers themselves, estimate that they will be paying around $239 in 3 months' time for groceries when they're currently paying $180. The Consumer Sentiment Survey says fuel, where they're currently paying $67 a week, is expected to climb to $102 in 3 months' time. And for utilities like gas and electricity and water, consumers estimate they are currently spending around $244 per month, and this is expected to rise by $320. People deserve a better plan from this Labor government.
Senator Billick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise too to take note of questions asked, and I'm going to start because it was a bit of a confusion from my perspective today about what some of their questions were really about. But I am going to start with the question from Senator Askew, who was asking about women's reproductive health and assisted reproductive technology. So it is true that we had to delay the commencement date of the assisted reproductive technology storage funding commitment, and it was delayed to the 1st of July 2023 because, and this is something that people really need to understand, because the measure cannot be delivered by the 1st of November 2022, the date originally announced by the former government. The delay will provide time to consult with the sector and develop the detailed administrative design of the measure. So we know, with 9 years of incompetence from the former government, I'm in a bit of a pickle about what I really want to talk about here today, because, you know, electricity prices were also brought up today, and although I did speak about them yesterday or the day before, you know, we've got these issues where the opposition come in and they act as though they had no responsibility for anything that happened in the past 9 years. And I know they were a pretty lazy government. I might know they were really good at announcements, and they like power. They like power. I'm not talking about the electricity type of power they like. They like power for power's sake. But when it comes to electricity, when it comes to renewables, when it comes to things like climate change, they were just all over the place. I mean, in the past 9 years, they had 22 different policies on power, but they didn't implement them. I think they had 9 ministers, if I'm correct. No strategy, no real approach to anything except to make great big promises to people, to promise the world to everyone. They were spending money like they were drunken sailors, seriously. And now we have to come in and clean up the mess. I mean, you don't have to be Einstein to work out, you know, if you're promising somebody, if I was to promise my granddaughter, you know, a $700,000 present and I didn't have $700,000, somewhere someone would have to help me clean up that mess. And that's what we're doing. We are cleaning up the mess of the previous government. And in regard to the health issue, just jumping back to Senator Askew's question, can I just say that the previous government neglected our healthcare system for the last 9 years. Absolutely neglected it. You provided funding for cancer patients to access Medicare subsidised reproductive services, but you were all talk about it. There was no delivery. Typical of those on the other side. I know they haven't taken well to being in opposition. We understand that. They act like kindergarten children through question time because they cannot come to grips that they are no longer the government. I'm not sure how long it's going to take them to move from denial, but it's taking a bit longer in my books. They need to grow up a bit. They need to treat this parliament and this chamber and, in fact, the president with some respect, and they need to start taking responsibility. You know, it's, the Labor Party's done this, the government's done that. You had 9 years. You did nothing. You did nothing. And when I think about it, you know, I think back to when Mr Abbott was running for one of the elections. I can't quite remember which election it was, but he said no cuts to education, no cuts to health, and then came in and like razor-ganged the health area, as well as the education sector and others. You know, no cuts to pensions. Just came in, took no account of what he had promised, and just made the health area so
Thank you,
much
Senator
worse.
Billick. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the answers to Coalition's questions, in particular electricity pricing and infrastructure. In April next year, the turbines at AGL's Liddell station in the Hunter Valley will spin for the last time, and with it they take 1.2 gigawatts off the market. In 2025, Eraring will also close, taking another 3 gigawatts of power off the grid. This is more than 4 gigawatts of lost energy, or 20% of the electricity in New South Wales, coming out in this term of parliament. These losses to the market will occur after an already predicted 56% price rise in the budget. How high will electricity prices go after that? Who knows? It is clear that energy prices, just like petrol, just like interest rates, just like household bills, have no clear limit under Labor. When the campaign ad said it wouldn't be easy under this Prime Minister, maybe they should have said it's just going to be bloody tough. Under Labor, everything is going to go up except your wages. Senator David Pocock spoke in this place about members in the gallery earlier who had chosen between heating and housing and asked Minister Farrell earlier what he would say to them. That minister said he would say hello and give them a wave. As useless as that advice was, it was perhaps a sign of what was to come in this budget. No care, no support, or even a realisation of the burden that families are feeling across Australia. What did they get? A scrapping of Labor's promise to lower electricity prices by $275. That was repeated 97 times during the election. The ending of the petrol excise rebate. And now, confirmation in the budget papers of massive rises in electricity prices over the coming years. Labor wasn't content with knocking a hole in the budget of the country. They were lining up mums and dads, our seniors, and putting a hole in their budget, Deputy President. Deputy President. In fact, to follow the lead of Minister Farrell, I might give you my own gratuitous advice to those in the gallery. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. You are more likely to win the lotto with those numbers on Saturday than get a proper answer from this government about the steps they will take to lower electricity prices. Minister Gallagher stated that renewables are the cheapest form of electricity. But the more renewables enter the market, the more expensive our electricity becomes. On an energy project I was working in the Hunter to build grey hydrogen made in an electrolyser would cost me $2.90 a kilo. Green hydrogen, $9.40 a kilo. How are they cheaper? Reviewing the budget papers, I read that the price of thermal coal is expected to drop by $438 a tonne now to $60 a tonne. If this is the case, how are prices meant to rise 50% over that same time? Deputy Speaker, to quote the Muppets from Sesame Street, one of those things is not like the other, one of those things just doesn't belong. We then move to infrastructure. This quote from the Prime Minister: Labor will make sure those investments really stack up, using the Infrastructure Australia model that I established as a minister. That was in his budget reply speech in March of this year. But just like the broken promise of $275 off bills, it seems Labor and the Prime Minister have broken another promise. We learnt that in the budget those opposite are funding a suburban rail loop for the Andrews Labor government, a flagship commitment of the Andrews government. The Auditor-General's report into the business case concluded that this project was neither sufficient nor provided in a timely manner on 4 of the projects it reviewed. Mr Deputy President, I go to 3 of the dates in the Auditor's report. The high-level problems and benefits articulated in the SRL business case lack necessary and supporting evidence. A narrow set of options were considered and analysed both before and as part of the case, but they are not supported with comprehensive evidence, are not supported by detailed description or root causes of underlying drivers, and do not immediately point to the need for a transport-related intervention. If we were guilty of pork barrelling, this is a bacon box beyond belief. This is nothing more than buying votes for an unpopular Premier who locked people down, and the rail loop should be spent more money letting people get out of Victoria and live their lives.
I'll put the please give me a moment. I'll put the question. I put the question that the motion moved by Senator McGrath be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move to take note of the answers given by the Minister representing the Minister for Education regarding Labor's funding for private schools. Figures from March 2020 show that approximately 12% of classrooms in New South Wales public schools were in demountables. That represented a 45% increase in demountables in New South Wales public schools from 2014 to 2020. Governments consistently tell us that while demountables may not be ideal, they're not the demountables of yesteryear, and they actually offer decent amenities. Well, if demountables really aren't that bad, why not make them available to private schools instead of splashing ever-increasing amounts of public money into ever more grand private school buildings? Why is it that public schools are always the ones that have to scrape by on scraps while the private sector gets more and more public funding? Gledswood Hill Public School in Sydney, a relatively new school which opened its gates in 2020, by 2021 had 13 demountables taking over their open fields, leaving kids with nowhere to play. Nearby, Oran Park Public School had 27 demountable classrooms as of last year. Deputy President, school populations are exploding, but the government is chucking $70 billion over the next 4 years into the private system. Of course, the private education sector will tell us that capital funding and recurrent funding are separate streams. The reality is that that's complete rubbish. Every dollar of public money given to a private school by the government offsets the cost of teacher wages and other recurrent expenses directly related to educating students. It also frees up money that the private school would otherwise have to spend on educating students, allowing them to spend money on capital works. Yet, despite the huge amount of money that governments provide to private schools, both in general funding and as capital works grants, the average independent school has raised their fees by over 50% in the last decade, and some as much as 80%. So much for the idea that funding private schools relieves pressure on fee-paying parents. And so we see story after story of largesse from the richest private schools in Australia. Plunge pools for headmasters, trips to watch a rowing race in England, a 50-metre Olympic pool because their 25-metre one wasn't quite good enough for the water polo team. To be clear, I believe that Australian students deserve those sorts of amenities. I want to live in a country where school kids, no matter their parents' income, have access to pools, auditoriums, state-of-the-art theatres, technology and excursions. But when rich private schools, and I note that it is just the rich ones, many private schools do remain poor due to the decisions made by the Catholic and independent block grant authorities, when the rich private schools get public money while the public sector crumbles, that is a moral wrong. Private schools funding across the forward estimates, Deputy President, will now be $1.7 billion more than the amount the Morrison government committed in its final budget. As a proportion of total funding, private school funding is growing and funding for public schools is shrinking. The government's budget has moved Australia even further away from reaching 100% of the minimum schooling resource standard for public schools, something that was suggested by Gonski over a decade ago. A greater proportion of federal funding for schools is now going to private schools, and that is worse than the Morrison government. Over $70 billion for private schools over the next 4 years, compared to only $45 billion for public schools. Labor has clearly given up on fighting for a fair education system. At a time when our public schools are in dire need of adequate resourcing and upgrades and are experiencing teacher shortages, this is not only incredibly disappointing, it's disgraceful. Well, the Greens won't give up on our public school students and teachers, and we'll continue to fight for public money for our public schools.
I put the question in relation to the motion moved by Senator Allman-Payne. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. There's a document, as I understand it, there is a committee report to be tabled. Senator Urquhart.
Deputy President, I seek leave to incorporate a tabling statement in Hansard relating to delegated legislation Monitor 7 of 2022 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, which was tabled yesterday.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Urquhart, you have another one?
Yes, I do, thank you. And on behalf of the Standing Committee, I should say on behalf of the President and on behalf of the Standing Committee on Appropriation, Staffing and Security, I present the Committee's 65th report concerning the 2022-23 estimates for the Department of the Senate. Thank you.
I'll now proceed to the consideration of documents, which are listed on pages 10 to 16 of the notice paper. Would the whips like to go first, and then I was intending to then just go page by page. Senator Pocock, I was going to go to the two whips, and they'll do their documents, and then I was going to go page by page so that every member of the Senate can have an opportunity to speak to a document, unless anyone has an objection to that procedure. Senator Urquhart first.
Thank you. I take note of document 15 on page 12, page 33 on document 33 on page 13, and on page 17, document number 5, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Senator Scard, do you have any documents? Honourable Senators, I'm just going to go page by page, so if any honourable senator wishes to speak to one of those documents, if they could rise. So we'll go to the two on the bottom of page 10. Does anyone wish to speak? Page 11. If Senator Pocock, I'll go slowly, so take your time to find the document you may need. Senator Stiljon.
Just to seek your advice, President, I will be seeking to speak to the naval shipbuilding report and the government response to coronavirus report.
That's a report. We haven't come to that report in a minute, so I'll give you I'll bear that in mind.
Thank you.
So, Senator Pocock, do you have a particular? Okay, right. Senator Pocock, that's a report, and I'll give the call for the reports in a minute. I just want to go through documents first. Yep. So, does anyone have anything they wish to raise on any of the documents on page 11 of the notice paper? No senators indicated. Page 12. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Secretary President. Documents 14 on Surveillance Devices Act, 22 the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, and 23 the Attorney General's Department. And I'd seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Page 13. Senator Shoebridge.
Yes. On page 13, documents 24 being the Australian Commission for Law Enforcement Integrity Report through to documents 30, the Australian Law Reform Commission report. Each of those documents, so 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29,
yes.
30.
Thank you.
As well as documents 33, 35 and 37 on that page.
And you seek leave to continue
I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Granted. Leave is granted. Page 14. Senator Shoebridge.
And on page 14, documents 45, 49, 50 and 51. I seek leave to continue my remarks on the festival of annual reports that we've just had.
Thank you. I'll check that collective now later. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Page 15. Of the last call, after asking page 15. Now we're on to page 16. Does anyone have any documents they wish to speak on? Right, we now come to documents. Bear in mind of the last asking, any documents to which no senator has risen on will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. We now come to reports. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of committee reports, government responses and Auditor General's reports, which are listed on pages 16 to 18 of the notice paper. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to speak to document number 115, the interim report of the Work and Care Select Committee. On a day when the Labor government has introduced one of the cornerstones of its election promises to reform the workplace relations system, the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill, I want to talk about how this bill must address the crisis in our work and care system.
Senator Pocock, I just want to interrupt you. Which number is that? I just had a query from Number 2. Number 2, thank you. Please proceed.
On page 17, thank you. The world has changed. The census tells us that 5 million Australians are dealing with putting together their job with care for someone else, their child, someone with a disability or an aged parent. Carers are under stress. They feel guilty about whether they're a good enough worker or a good enough parent or carer. The Australian work and care system as it stands has let them down. It's broken. The architecture of work and care needs to change to address our current and emerging challenges. We're an ageing population. We've got more and more women at work. We need more men to step up and take their share of care responsibilities. The Select Committee on Work and Care handed down its report on the 18th of October. We're halfway through our inquiry. We've had over 100 submissions and we've heard about the lives of thousands of Australians. We're heading shortly to Queensland, Western Australia and South Australia, and we're seeing a very consistent picture. The evidence is clear. There are several things we could do right now in our workplace relations system that could make a difference. The interim report recognised the need to lift wages across the care sector, in disability, childcare and aged care. We need to ensure wages are lifted fairly and comparatively across all forms of care. We also need to introduce multi-employer bargaining to allow care workers, often powerless in small workplaces, to bargain effectively. Women are the backbones of the care economy, yet they're leaving in droves because of their low wages and their poor conditions. The interim report recommended improving roster justice for workers who too often are forced to compete in a kind of rostering Hunger Games to secure the hours they rely on. Workers need stability, predictability and the right to negotiate their rosters ahead of time with their employers. Roster justice particularly affects women who are forced to juggle unpredictable shifts and care for their families. Workers also need an enforceable right to request flexibility, which for some is easy but for many it is not. Too many workers don't feel comfortable asking for flexibility because they know they'll never get another shift. They'll be sacked or otherwise disadvantaged in their jobs. I know, as a researcher, and I analysed these issues for decades, that the right to request flexibility introduced in 2009 made no difference to the number of workers who requested flexibility or the flexibility they got, because they knew they didn't have meaningful protections in place to support them when they asked for it. We also need a right to disconnect from technology that pulls work into our homes and which many people, while they like working at home, struggle to turn off and to keep within their contracted hours. The changing ways of work in recent years with the advancement of technology have created what we can call an availability creep, where employees feel they need to be available all the time, answer the emails, calls, simply deal with their workload. This has been exacerbated by the pandemic. The Victorian Police have a clause in their enterprise bargaining agreement to a right to disconnect, which means that once their paid hours are done, the employer can only contact them outside their hours in an emergency or for a welfare check. And we need this kind of protection for all workers. And of course, looking beyond the workplace relations, we need a lot more than just changes in the law, important as they are. We need to improve the availability and the quality of childcare and preschool, as well as extend paid parental leave to 52 weeks in line with international standards, including superannuation, and lifting it closer to the pay rates that parents actually receive. We also need to look to the tax system, which imposes very high levels of marginal rates of tax on working carers and makes it simply uneconomic for many of them to work once they've paid their childcare bills. I'm really looking forward to working with the Labor government on their workplace relations reform. We've got a lot to do to secure the kinds of changes I've talked about. They are decades overdue. We've had governments which for decades have ignored the shift in our workforce, the increasing participation of women, the need for support as they put together a job with the care for those they love. This legislation matters to the quality of work for millions of Australians. I mentioned 5 million today at work, putting together their job with their care. But it goes beyond that. It matters to the quality of life for our kids, it matters to our productivity, it matters to those we love, and it matters to the participation rate of women in our economy. There's a lot to do, and I'll be back here in February to tell you more about what we've learned in the Select Committee's report. And in closing, I want to thank the senators who've worked so hard alongside me and the many people who've brought their stories to the parliament through this Select Committee. Your stories are not wasted. We have heard them. We will act on them. Thank you.
It's my intention to go around the whips to see whether they have any documents that they wish to speak on behalf of their parties, and then I intend to go page by page in the event any individual senator wishes to speak on a document. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Deputy President. I think I jumped the gun before because I did ask that committee report and government response. It's a government response number 5 on page 17. I actually put that into my job lot earlier to take note and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Senator Scarr. Senator McKim. Senator Stiljohn.
Now reports, just to check.
Yeah, we're at reports.
We're in the right space. Okay, then I will take note of document number 4 on page 17, Australia's sovereign naval shipbuilding capability at sea. Now, I want to begin this contribution by making the observation that in reading the report I was reminded of that baseline reality that weapons of war are the physical manifestation of one of the greatest failures we can commit as a human race, that being to fail to be able to resolve our conflicts, our disagreements peaceably, and have to plunge our resources, our collective energies, into the task of murdering each other on an industrial scale. Over time, we have allowed, politicians have allowed, governments have allowed, this failure to be turned into an industry that stokes profit, that stokes violence for its own ends. It seems very much as though Australia is now fully within the grips of its own military-industrial complex, and that this new Labor government is happy to continue this business as usual. Now, this is regardless of the reality that we are right now in an unprecedented time in history. We are seeing the devastating effects of climate change across the nation, a distribution of wealth that is becoming more and more uneven, and superpowers that are treating the South Pacific as their own personal playground. You would think that, given this context, the Albanese government would seize the opportunity to chart an independent foreign policy focused on peace and non-violent conflict resolution. Unfortunately, the plan put forward by the government and the facts spoken to in the report speak to a government that is instead recommitting to the spending of billions of dollars on the procurement of capabilities such as nuclear-powered submarines through a dangerous deal with the US and the United Kingdom. Indeed, the Labor government is continuing the position established by the right-wing hardliners of the Liberal Party that will see the nuclearisation of our naval fleet. Nuclear submarines off the shores of Rockingham, not far from where I call home and where I've grown up most of my life. This will precipitate a drastic rise in tensions in our region. It is a disgusting and deluded compact with two nations whose judgment in matters of foreign and defence policy are little more than an international joke. The Greens will continue to raise serious questions about the AUKUS deal and about who in this country is benefiting from it and who is being put at risk. We will not sit by while the two major parties in this place put our communities at risk of being stuck in the middle of a region with tensions rising precisely because of the decisions that the government itself is making. We will not sit by and allow the arms manufacturers, the weapons dealers, to continue to talk as though the amount of money they divert from other public funding is in fact being spent in the public good, when the reality is that the money that is spent on weapons of war go to line their pockets and increase the probability that we will end up in a violent conflict. We will continue to push the conversation and the absolute moral point that public resources should be spent on the peaceful and non-violent addressing of the underlying determinants and causes of conflict, and that the wisest course of action is always to seek peace.
I remind honourable senators, any report or response to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Does any honourable senator have any wish to respond to anything on page 16, 17 and the top of 18? Senator Steele-John.
President, I seek leave to take note of the Auditor General report on page number 217. It is the Australia's COVID-19 response vaccine rollout, Department of Health and Aged Care.
Thank you.
Now, in making this contribution to what is a report which each time I read it makes me more and more frustrated sitting here as the Greens health spokesperson and as a disabled person, I'll note that on the 8th of November, the National Cabinet made the decision to remove the requirement for people to isolate while positive for COVID-19 from the 14th of October. We are now living in that reality, where somebody that tests positive to COVID-19 is under no obligation, neither is supported, to isolate while they are infectious, while they are, in fact, at the peak of their infectiousness. In the face of one of the longest existing public health measures that humanity has ever come to understand, that being that when you are sick with an infectious disease, you should isolate yourself from others, a rule so basic that a school child, let alone a public health officer or an expert in public health, would be able to recommend it to the public. In the face of these basic public health realities, the National Cabinet has decided to put the profits of the big corporations of this country and the political convenience of its leaders ahead of community public health. That is the reality of today. That is the reality of the COVID-19 response in Australia in 2022. Now, I attended an online meeting of hundreds of older people, of disabled people, of the immunocompromised in the aftermath of this decision, coming together, outraged and terrified that their government, state and federal, had completely disregarded their safety in making this decision and had seemingly made it in the face of all basic public health understandings. All basic public health understandings. I was joined in that conversation by public health experts that shared our concern. And from those requests from the community, the Greens have proposed the following 20-point plan, which I will read for the information of the Senate, because these are the steps which should have been crafted on the back of the dangers listed in this report. Number one, the release of unredacted medical advice that was considered by the National Cabinet in making the decision to remove the isolation requirement. Number two, the immediate reinstation of a mandatory isolation period for 5 days for people with COVID infection to be reviewed after 12 months. Number three, to continue with the pandemic disaster payment for 5 days isolation to be reviewed in 12 months' time. An end to mutual obligations for people on job seeker and other income support. How is it that the federal government, if you are COVID-19 positive, would require you to go into the public realm to mix with people? Outrageous. The government agencies must have a non-contact service framework, particularly Centrelink, the provision of rapid antigen tests, free on request, and the continuation of free PCRs, an amendment to relevant regulations to require COVID-19 testing for those working in the particularly care and support industries, if it is requested by the person they are caring for or supporting. The funding of an ongoing public health campaign, including bringing attention to the importance of prevention, treatment and the importance of mask wearing in indoor spaces and the health risks associated with COVID-19. Increased funding for telehealth and the reinstation of healthcare items that were invested in during the 2021 period. And among other things, proper diagnosis and health-based supports for those living with long COVID. I know that there are so many out there that feel abandoned by the government because of this decision. And I want you to know the Greens are with you. We're going to continue to keep working with you to keep each other safe.
Senator Sturgeon, do you wish to seek leave to continue your remarks?
No, that's fine.
In relation to your previous contribution regarding the tragedy and instruments of war, do you wish to seek leave to continue your remarks in relation to that report?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Does any other senator wish to make a contribution? Are there any ministerial statements? Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I table a document relating to the order for production of documents concerning the Hells Gate Dam.
You're seeking leave?
No. I'm just tabling. Thank you, Deputy President. And I table the documents responding to continuing orders.
Squeeze the messages in.
Senator wishes to speak. Minister.
Now, I move that these bills may proceed. No? Okay.
Minister, I think it's me. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the Treasury Laws Amendment 2022 Measures No. 3 Bill 2022 and two related bills for concurrence. Minister.
Deputy President, and I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and may now be read a first time.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Treasury Laws Amendment 2022 Measures No. 3 Bill 2022, Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers Fees Imposition Amendment Bill 2022 and Income Tax Amendment Labour Mobility Program Bill 2022.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that these bills now be read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporating into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. In accordance with Order 111, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned to 21 November 2022. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022 for concurrence. Minister.
President, I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and may now be read a first time.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to family assistance and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy President. I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to 21 November 2022. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to the following bills: Fair Work Amendment, Paid Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2022, Jobs and Skills Australia Bill 2022 and National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 2022. Honourable Senators, the President has received letters requesting changes in the membership of committees. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I move that senators be appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
I put the question. Does any honourable senator wish to speak? No. Then I intend to put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk. No, the Senate will now proceed to the consideration of general business. Clerk.
General business debate. Notice of motion number 78, standing in the name of Senator Lambie. Establishment of a select committee.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to amend general business notice of motion number 78 relating to the establishment of a select committee on Australia's natural disaster resilience. Before moving the motion, the amendment has been circulated.
You have the call.
I amend the motion in the terms circulated and move the motion. Mr Acting Deputy President. Madam Acting Deputy President, our days start to get long in Tasmania at this time of the year, and God bless for that. We'll get sunset at nearly 9 p.m. by Christmas. It used to be that you'd look forward to the long daylight hours. When I was a kid, we'd count down the sleeps until December. We'd go on holidays from school and you'd know you're in for the fun. I spent days and nights roaming around with the other neighbourhood kids. Nothing was better than mucking about and enjoying late twilights and warm evenings. Our only fear was that we'd get under the Christmas tree. I wonder what it's like to be a young kid in Australia during some of these days. We've had 3 years of 1 in 100 natural disasters. Fires, floods, storms, you name it, we've had it. 3 years of watching the news and seeing people pick up the pieces, disaster after disaster, turning their lives upside down. That's what summer is for our kids these days. That's what they think is normal. It is their reality. But it's not normal. This is not what our country is supposed to experience every year. We were supposed to have 1 in 100 year weather events happen every year. Regional communities aren't supposed to get smashed by floods and drought and floods again and again, but that's what we're getting, and we've got to get used to it. And I can tell you, Tasmania has copped it bad this month. Our rivers are getting pummelled. Our office is full of talk every day about the roads that are closed, how to get into work safely, the bridges you can't use anymore. All of us are wondering, is this what's going to happen every year from here on in? All these conversations we'll be having forever, because these disasters keep coming and coming, and they're getting worse and worse every year. The Tassie floods were so strong they picked up giant concrete slabs and washed them away. Concrete slabs weighing tons and tons floated off like just paper boats. Our wildlife hospital was flattened. People have lost their homes again. Family photos, furniture, fences and gardens, they're all gone. Tasmanian businesses have had to close, and that's after months of closures thanks to COVID. And I can tell you we'll be feeling this and cleaning this up for a long time, and Tassie hasn't even been hit with the worst yet.
Victoria, New South Wales and Queensland have taken an absolute hit again and have no idea what it does to a person's, and I have no idea what it does to a person's mental health to have your house flood every 6 months, to watch your paddocks get washed over and over, to watch your stock go up, whether it's in flames or go down under the water. We've got farmers who have had to leave fruit and veg to wither on the vines because they can't put heavy machinery on flood-affected roads. The heads of cattle have died in floods this year, and there's been thousands of them. My heart goes out to all of you. It must feel like your clean-up is never-ending. You're getting whacked again and again and again, and those floods are only getting worse, and it's so not fair. The really crazy thing is that disaster season is starting earlier and running for longer. Those black summer bushfires in 2019, they started in June. The country was burning in June during winter. They burnt for more than 6 months. I'll never forget what it was like up here in Canberra when those fires were burning. The sky was a weird yellow-grey colour for weeks and weeks. The smell of smoke got into everything and you could not get away from it. It sunk into your skin. It was terribly hot, but you couldn't open a window because that would mean more smoke. My staff had family in fire zones. We were up here in Parliament writing speeches and moving amendments while we watched the fire maps move, hoping the wind wouldn't change direction and send the front towards old childhood homes. We cheered for news for the tiniest little sprinkling of rain, and we held our breath when we saw the fire spark back up again. Australia lost 34 people to those black summer bushfires, and the fires burned more than 46 million acres of land. Nearly 2,500 homes were destroyed in New South Wales alone. Entire towns are still traumatised from what happened in those months. The Victorian town of Malakuta will carry those scars forever, I have no doubt. So will the Blue Mountains near Sydney. East Gippslands, Hume, Armidale. Half of our country was on fire. Massive scale disaster like that is going to be our norm, apparently, and I hate to say it, but I think it's true. All of us are going to live through more disasters like that in our lifetimes, and I tell you what, it scares the hell out of me. And I'm sure those people who have been through it not once or twice but now 3 times, it's starting to scare them as well. But we do have some things working for us. The thing I love most about regional Australia is the way we pull together when we have to. Where I'm from, you know your neighbours. If you're in trouble, you help them. If you're in trouble, they will help you. That's what we do. And as much as we might get on each other's nerves about someone's dog being a pain, usually mine, by the way, or early morning noise, or whatever else we pull together when we have to. That's what we've seen in Lismore. It was Lismore residents who got on with saving people when the floods first hit in February. The waters went up so fast that lots of people woke up to find the levee had broken and they were already trapped. You couldn't get through to 000. The SES was way too stretched to get to everybody. On one morning, they took 374 calls in less than an hour and a half, 100 calls every 10 minutes. The normal processes were broken. If we'd played it the way the government wanted to play it, more people would have died. Instead, a bunch of guys and girls hopped in their tinnies and went into action and jumped in those floodwaters. The residents of Lismore did it on their own. Regular people went out and picked up neighbours in wheelchairs. They found elderly people stuck on their roofs. A mother and her three-year-old who'd been trapped in a kayak in their backyard for 4 hours. All of those people could have died if the community in Lismore hadn't pulled together to fix those things themselves. And I reckon that's pretty bloody amazing, I'll be honest with you. I reckon that's the kind of bravery and loyalty of the country that we should look up to. But I also reckon we can't keep dealing with disasters this way, just off the cuff. In the Army we have this saying, it's called the 6 Ps. Proper planning prevents piss-poor performance. And we keep getting hit with our pants down. Let's be honest, we're not prepared. And we know these disasters are coming, we know they're more frequent and they're more severe. It's not fair to leave it to the neighbours in regional Australia to figure out how to deal with a fire and flood at the time that it's happening. That's not their job, it's our job. We're leading the country. We're not doing the proper planning. The 6 Ps tell you what our performance looks like, and I can assure you it is not very good. That's why I'm moving this motion, hopefully today. It's time for a conversation about how we deal with climate change in our own backyard. Not the climate wars, not more bickering about targets and emissions and reduction. We need to talk about how we look after our own people, our own backyard, because we are getting absolutely smashed. It doesn't matter if we hit net zero by 2050. We could turn off all our coal-fired power stations tomorrow and we'd still be up the creek in a barbed wire canoe without any paddles. The planet is warming. Doesn't matter if it's by 1 degree or 1.5 or 2 degrees. Things are going to get hotter and regional Australia is going to feel it most of all. That's what this inquiry is about. How do we prepare? How do we fix our poor performance? What do we need to do to get more boots on the ground to protect our country and our people? Right now we're in nowhere land. We're flying by the seat of our pants. We send the ADF in every summer. We have cadets who have been deployed out to sandbag rivers every year. They're running evacuation centres, handing out water bottles to people who have lost their homes. Those guys are meant to be in training. Servicemen and women who signed up 3 years ago have had every summer disrupted by domestic deployments. And Defence is extremely worried about this, and so am I. They told the new minister they can't keep doing it, and they cannot. It's too much to put on them, especially when you've got China breathing down our throats, especially when you've got Russia threatening to use nuclear weapons on Ukraine. We need the ADF to be on their toes more than ever, right now. That's their job. Their job is to protect us and our allies from other countries that want to do us harm. We can't keep running to them when climate change hits us again and again, and we need to be better prepared for that. The other problem we have is that no one wants to volunteer anymore. How sad that the country has got to a point where volunteers, we can't get them anymore. Nobody wants to do it. We've become a country of selfishness, and that is what we've become, all about self. It is really sad. It's not build community spirit, nor will we ever remain the lucky country that we are if we're going down that way of life, I can assure you. I will tell every Australian out there, you will always rely on somebody. You can't always do it by yourself. Volunteering Australia says the number of young people volunteering dropped by 10% between 2019 and 2020. Nearly half of all our volunteers are 45 or older. Retirees are going into disaster zones to rake up mud. Little old women are making sandwiches for people who have lost their homes, and to feed those people battling those fires and the floods. We need to build more resilience as a country. We need to pull together. That's what this inquiry is about. I have ideas of how we could do it. Those views are on record. I reckon we need a National Guard to clean up after disaster strikes. The Guard would be formed as a standby force similar to the Army Reserve. We'd train people up to go into disaster zones and do what the Army does now. That's all we're asking of you people out there that have never worn a uniform. We're now asking you to give back to your country. We are all responsible for the floods and fires that are going on in Australia right now, and they will continue. It means all of us in here, no matter what age you are out there, we are all responsible for looking after each other and looking after this country. Logistics, emergency management, rescue. They'd go in and help the states make it happen. Young people who want to give back to their country can do so. Here's your opportunity. Let's see what you're made of. Come on. Come on and get off those gamers out there. Get off them and get out there and learn what it's like to survive in the real world. Give back to your country. I tell you what, it's the hardest thing you'll ever do in your life. Take it from somebody who knows. It'll give you bragging points. Veterans who aren't ready to end their service could keep a connection to Defence, and the communities who've lost everything wouldn't have to organise everything off their own bat. That's my idea. I'm open to others. I don't have all the answers in this. I'm open to others. But it's going to take a whole nation to pull this together. And that's why this inquiry, we have set this nice and broad. We've left it right open. If you think you can contribute to this inquiry and you can make a difference when this country is in dire straits, when it is under flood or in fire, then please, let's see what you've got. Put your hand up. Let's see you. I want to hear from residents who have lost their homes to the fires and the floods, the community coordinators who pulled up their socks when the federal government went missing in action. They'll know better than I do about what we need. The other thing I want to do is work closely with the government to figure out what we do over the next 12 months to get this done. Minister Watt knows what we need to make changes, what we need to do to make changes, and I was glad to hear this week that he's asked his Department and Defence Minister to put some thought into this. Regional Australia deserves better than the suck it up and see approach we've had to natural disasters up to this point, and the ADF deserves better. You know, we can all sit here and we can all talk about, like I said, when are we going to cut down emissions and all the rest. This is the easy work. The hard work, the grunt work, is putting your boots on. And we've all got to be a part of that. And if that means at times when we've got it happening in our own backyard, and seriously we need to be helping and can't be sitting here, especially if there's two of us and only one can come up, that is what we've got to give back to this country. It is time for a nation-building exercise here. We've seen our kids through COVID. Their resilience, what is of it? We've got to build this resilience up, and we need to look after this country. And unless somebody has a much better idea than what I do, then please voice your opinion, because I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you. This needs to be done now, and we need boots out in the ground. So please come and tell me how we as politicians make that happen. It's everybody, it's a whole country contribution. Get off your butts. I want this to happen, and I'm happy to sit there and lead it. Let's move.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator Sheldon.
Good, thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Look, first of all, I'd like to say to Senator Lambie and congratulate her on this proposed and this actual Select Committee on Australian Disaster Resilience. You know, the essence of the importance of making sure that our country, our communities are resilient is critical to the success of the future of our countries, but also it's happening right now. We know that the disasters that we face within this country, the natural hazards, are becoming more and more regular. As climate change hits us, it hits communities, it hits real people. It hits the country, but it hits those within the country. And as quite rightly, in supporting Senator Lambie's proposal for the Select Committee into Australia's disaster resilience, it reminds me of a very important point which was raised with me by some wonderful activists, community people in the Gabargo area. And Zena Armstrong, who I met at Gabargo and Bega Valley. And I think it goes to the essence, and I don't mind capturing some of the language that Senator Lambie was using before. These are the first responders. These are the people who are actually taking the great deal of pressure day in and day out, making sure the community is not only responding but recovering. When others leave to go to the next emergency, the next response, they're still organising the resilience within their community. They're still organising the human recovery, the humanitarian disaster, which happens after these events. And with Zena, who's a fantastic local activist in Gabargo and Bega Valley, came up and rose up after the 2019-2020 Black Summer bushfires. And I'm sure she'd be embarrassed. I'm very pleased to talk about it because she's such an activist and been so involved in the community since then and been very public about it. But there are so many people like Zena that have been so active as well. But I want to concentrate on Zena because she embodies a lot of that strength that's now permeating throughout the Gabargo, but also so many other disaster areas that have turned into humanitarian disasters around the country. And As a result of her being involved in the 2019-2020 on the receiving end in her local community on the Black Summer bushfires, the town is now well underway into recovery. However, Zena told me that it helps to have a good stock of social capital before the disaster hits. And of course, I asked her what's her view of social capital, and Zena said that she means a community capacity to face immense hazards and overcome disasters, however adverse the circumstances are. She went further to say this is a capacity derived from community cohesion and an ability to adapt to quickly changing circumstances. When disaster strikes, who responds first? Who is it you call to support? Who is it you check in on? And oftentimes, it's in those in your very own community who will be the first to support with immediate recovery, to lend a helping hand, who will be able to talk about the events over a cup of tea once in a while and for the months and years on. As we know, the response in mental health is really a 2 to 5 year from these natural hazards that turn into humanitarian disasters hit. That ongoing building these connections, she went on to say, and relationships in advance sets a strong foundation for building social capital. And that was her description. I thought she couldn't have captured it more, in my mind, more beautifully, about the necessity, about how we as governments and how we as a community approach the ongoing disasters that are occurring across our country as we speak, but increasingly so in the coming months and years. When visiting the Hawkesbury, it stood out to me with the incredible sense of community spirit and camaraderie and understanding of the local risks. It was exemplified by a story from Susan Templeman. And I could actually, Susan Templeman actually is a member of the Labor Party, is a very active member of Parliament and very active in the community. But I could actually also include this for those in the National Party that I've met in the Lismore area, along with wonderful people, state member up there as well from the Labor Party. The reason I'm saying different political parties is because what binds us together is that sense of making sure we make a difference, that it goes beyond politics. It really is that area of not just a question of areas where there's degree of consensus in national security or in defence. It goes beyond that. This is an issue that should also have that same sense across all political parties, whether it be independent or any other political party. And that is a need to make sure that we get it right, we build a community resilience and understanding. And part of building that is also saying this doesn't lack desire to fix it straight away. It says what are the steps we're taking as we learn each experience together, because that actually is what makes resilience and capacity in the future so much more powerful. And Susan said to me, Templeman, and Susan shared with me about a mum who was contemplating selling after the recent floods. And I think this sort of captures, and again, Senator Lambie, I'm going to capture your spirit on this. I think it was a very, very powerful speech you gave. And I think Susan captured part of that in the story she gave me. And she said, as she was talking to that mum who was contemplating selling after the recent floods, she said her 10-year-old son said, "No, Mum, we can't sell because even if we do, we'll have to come back and help because the next people would get flooded too." And that says what I like to think, and I'm confident that so many of us hold within this place, but also right across the country. That's why we need to be building back better, and that's why we need to actually build capacity within our communities. One of the things that particularly has struck me is, whilst these natural hazards of floods and bushfires and violent storms are becoming more frequent and more severe, that the humanitarian disaster is being met, and I wouldn't describe it in a haphazard way. It needs to be met in even a more consistent way. And that should be the desire of everybody in here. Because I'm not going to suggest there are simple solutions, but there are certainly solutions. There are certainly answers. And the important part of this inquiry, this select committee, will go to another aspect of those important answers to the challenges that are right across our communities. And again, I won't point the finger of any political party in the past or the present. I try to avoid that, because this is really a lesson for us about what we're going to do today and tomorrow and the day after that. There's the disasters, and I think one of the things we should be also saying, and I do get I've been now built only, after 12 weeks of being involved directly in this space. And there's a lot of experts out there, and the experts are people like Zena and the story that Susan was relating to me and so many others, and so many people across communities. But these aren't natural disasters, because a disaster are by no means inevitably a natural disaster. When a disaster hits, when a flood hits, that doesn't mean it's a natural disaster. It can be a humanitarian disaster if we don't prepare resilience to what is occurring. If we don't prepare our best selves to work out how we respond when those events hit our communities, whether it be flood, fire or cyclone, then we've got to make sure that for the next round, the next occasion, the next opportunity, that we do meet those claims. And I'm talking beyond the politic of those claims, because what we have to see, and if we look at examples, and I will hold out Queensland as a good example of responding to disasters, and a lot that we can all learn from right across the country. The unfortunate consequences for North Queensland and the consistent disasters that they've faced up there means that they are battle-weary but battle-hardened. And this is a point, I think, again, the point that I think the message I was getting from Senator Lambie, and that we can be battle-hardened as a community if we pull together in making sure that we find those answers. And this inquiry would be an important step in finding them. And also I think it was important that we say that the commitment to recovery and preparedness by all of us here, and certainly by the government, is critical. And when you look at the Gabargo with the Bega Aboriginal Land Council and the importance of cultural burning practices and those sorts of matters, when we're dealing with future fires, like there is low-hanging fruit, but we have to all come together and say, let's make sure that with all the programs we do, that we actually bring it towards an outcome that's actually going to make us battle-hardened. Because the battles are going to come more and more and more, and more often and more often and more often, and more communities affected. We have to be able to listen to the communities and strengthen our coordination, as I say. Disaster prevention projects to ensure we are ready for what's to come. By preparing for natural hazards, we can also protect lives, livelihoods and lower damage. The Disaster Ready Fund is part of that program, but it's part of the program, and we're talking something even in addition to that, more importantly to that, the real community response and the capacity when disaster ready funds are made available, that there's a real understanding about how that money is utilised to build up capacity, to make sure that we're not just putting another bridge in to be washed out 12 months later because it's just same for same, but it's actually we're building back better so that that community can be connected, those businesses can be kept connected. Now, these are critical parts of the transfer and reform that we're doing across the government, but also something which I'm pleased to say is shared by many right across the political spectrum and across communities that would describe themselves as anything other than political, but that are very outspoken in making sure that their communities are even stronger. The need to make sure that we have the capacity for, example for Disaster Relief Australia, and again, I don't want to conclude these as the answers in toto, because they're not. This is about us building as a parliament, as a government, as the opposition, as the crossbenchers, as other political parties here, how we keep finding the answers to make sure that we can build a more resilient and community right across the board. But the Disaster Relief Australia, I will give a shout out to, because I know they've shared, a lot of us here share a lot of confidence in the great work that they do, and as part of that, and again, previous governments have supported Disaster Relief Australia, but I'm also proud to say that this government has also budgeted a grant of $38.3 million over 4 years, has been awarded, which will support the skilled volunteer workforce, to build the workforce, that skilled volunteer workforce, by more than 5,000 volunteers to help communities during a disaster. But I am saying more than that. That's why this committee and this select committee is so important to all of us. And I think, you know, in the critical areas, as has been pointed out in the select committee's terms of reference, and you know, I'm confident I share this with everybody in the committee, and that is that we have a great deal of confidence in the Defence Force personnel across the east coast of Australia in recent weeks that have been doing such wonderful work. Now, service personnel do a critical job supporting communities in the immediate recovery. Now, across the disaster-affected areas in communities from Lismore to Cobargo to Windsor, I've heard firsthand about the appreciation and support the Australian Defence Force has got from the community now, although so many years later. And it's like it was yesterday. But we all remember the scenes during the Black Summer bushfire where over 1,000 people, residents and holidaymakers, were stranded in the East Gippsland town of Malakuta. You know, this town was devastated by bushfires and was cut off by an out-of-control bushfire that started leaving leaving the area by sea. People had started leaving the area by sea. You know, roads in and out of town were blocked for weeks. You know, families were under stress. There's a need for that capacity and that ability right across our community to build not only from the fantastic work that's been done by Defence personnel, but also look at what is the capacity and resilience we can build across the community. One of the things that struck me as well, of course, and that is that during the Black Summer bushfires, the ADF provided assistance across the period from the 6th of September to 2019 until 26th of March 2020. Excuse me. That this operation, known as Operation Bushfire Assist, and assistance included logistics, bases for firefighting, aircraft, catering, recovery efforts, engineering assistance, evacuation operations, search and rescue and surveillance. And these areas are going to be critically important to the future as well, but we also need to make sure that we aren't just relying on the wonderful, powerful work that the ADF has done, but build on those strengths, but the strengths in the community to make sure that our capacity in these times of humanitarian disasters within this country is met fully.
Senator Davey.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy President. I'd like to thank Senator Lambie for bringing forward this motion and this inquiry. I think it covers a lot of really important areas. And I do also want to take the opportunity to thank Senator Sheldon, who I know, since he's taken on the role of Special Envoy in Emergency Management, he has been out on the ground, meeting with our communities. He's been to Lismore, he's been across around in the Hunter region. He's been on the ground talking to people and he's truly listened, and I really genuinely appreciate that, because that's what our people in the regions want to see. They want to see that they are being heard. They don't want to see us playing political games and partisan games, and they want to know that we're actually trying to do things better in the future, that we are learning from each and every disaster, because we won't always get it right. The expectation that someone, was able to have a crystal ball in March and have the ADF out a week before the rain actually fell is ludicrous, but we are learning, and it is in everyone's interests for us to work together to understand what we've done in the past, where we've gone wrong, where we've gone right, and develop the best systems going forward. And they must always be evolutionary, because every disaster is different. Just in my home area, I'm from Deniliquin in the Southern Riverina, and we are now, I moved down there in 2010, we had floods in 2011, floods in 2012, floods in 2016, and we are now flooded again as we speak. And not one of those floods has looked the same. Not one of those floods has had the same impact or the same results. Other than what I will say is every single one of those floods brought the community together, brought people, neighbours helping neighbours, volunteers coming out to fill the sandbags, shift the sandbags, stack the sandbags. We've seen it across the board. We've seen it in Lismore earlier this year. Unfortunately broke in the Hunter, has been flooded 5 times in the last 18 months. Rochester, Shepparton, Echuca, Moama still. I hope the river has peaked and is now going down, and obviously my hometown. But we've seen it before as well. We've seen it through bushfires, we've seen it through previous floods. And one thing we are learning more and more as well, once upon a time disasters were a regional thing. It was something that happened in far north Queensland when a cyclone hit, didn't really impact us, and it was all she'll be right. But I think the flooding disaster in Brisbane in 2011 really brought it home that natural disasters are not limited to the regions. And this year, we've seen it multiple times in Western Sydney. It is no longer a regional issue. This is an issue that impacts every single one of us. And that's why it is important that we do look at how we address these issues, that we do look at how we respond. I've been meeting with SES volunteers and SES coordinators in the various states, and one thing that they have told me is that there is no consistency in training, there is no consistency in call-out methodology. There are limits on what someone in one state can and can't do under their SES role compared to what someone in another state can do. And one thing we are in Australia, we are good neighbours. And when there is a disaster in one state, we do have volunteers from other states, from other rural fire brigades or other SES services putting their hands up and coming down to assist. But they're talking different languages. They're coming together for the same purpose, with the same good hearts, but they've got different training, different languages. They don't even use the same hand signals when directing vehicles, which is a real, work health and safety issue. And this is one thing where the ADF does have it over those other volunteer organisations, because the ADF, it doesn't matter whether you joined up in Western Australia, Queensland, New South Wales or Tasmania, as Senator Lambie did, you are trained exactly the same way. If you are in their transport unit, your hand signals are exactly the same as the hand signals of someone who joined in North Force and Darwin. And that is why, in times of emergency, when the ADF are called in, you know that it doesn't matter where they come from. They have the same level of high-quality training. They understand how to move, logistics, and how to move it across state borders. They haven't got those issues because they are a federal force. But one of the issues is the ADF, this is not their core business. Their core business is to protect Australia, not from natural disasters. One thing, when I talk to my colleagues in the ADF, they are so proud of what they do in times of natural disasters, but they are concerned that it is becoming more and more common for it, instead of being the exception for them to be called out, it is almost now the rule. I note that Senator Watt, now that he is Emergency Management Minister, he has changed his tune a little bit, because when he was on my side of the chamber, in my role as Shadow Emergency Management Minister, he never missed an opportunity to play politics with this. He never missed an opportunity to sit here and heckle and say, "Call in the army, call in the army." Well, now that he's on that side of the chamber, he realises that actually there are processes that must take place. It's not for the federal government to swoop in over and above the sovereignty of the states and declare martial law. And it also shouldn't be. The army should not be our first port of call. The army, as much as we appreciate their assistance and as much as I want to acknowledge that our communities, when they are in crisis, when they see that uniform walk into their communities, it is a morale boost because they see it, they recognise it, and they go, someone's listening. So I want to thank the ADF, and I'm so proud of the ADF for having that reputation in Australia. But you look at when we've used them. Back in 2004, when Canberra was surrounded by bushfires, we didn't have a call out for the ADF. A call was put out for volunteers in the reserve forces in Canberra, and many of them took up that call and came because they had the right training and they could come in, but it wasn't a call out. And since then, we've had them called out during the Black Summer bushfires. We've had them called out during the Lismore floods. We had them called out during COVID. We called on our Defence Forces during COVID to knock on people's doors for lockdown, to man border patrols, to staff aged care facilities. And this was at the request of the states, because the federals can't go in and march in and say, here's the army, you will use them. And now they're in hospitals. So we really do need to look at what we're doing. But we also need to look at our volunteer organisations, because if we continue to rely on a professional outfit like the Army, we are actually undermining the willingness of people to volunteer. And we don't want to white ant these fantastic organisations that have fantastic volunteers. And we've also got to look at the charity models we have. I note in the budget that Disaster Recovery Australia has received funding, and I welcome that because they do really good work. There are similar charities out there like Blaze Aid, the Salvation Army, the Red Cross. These people man the recovery centres, they provide assistance, they provide advice, they help point people in the right direction. But the one thing that I hear from them as well is there's no coordination. They are often flying blind. They are using Google as much as anyone else to try and find out where to go for information. And we hear it time and time again when we investigate natural disasters. Just most recently, the Bushfire Royal Commission and the New South Wales Flood Inquiry both pointed out the need for streamlined processes and consistency so that we don't have the double-ups, we don't have the duplication, but we also don't have the confusion. You know, where we potentially, the ideal would be a single portal for all information and a single call-out mechanism and a staged call-out mechanism. At what point do we say we'll call in the ADF? It should not be our first response. It should be our last response, because we do have the volunteer organisations, we do have the state organisations, and if this means that every state emergency management minister gets together around the table, and I would happily accept the invitation to be your wingman, Senator Watt, because, as I said before, this is not about politics. This is about getting the systems right so that we do it better, and we do it better for all of our communities, because while I think it's fantastic that strangers, friends and families all work together, and I think that will never change, because particularly in the regions. I mean, if you see someone with a flat tyre on a regional road, you pull over and say, do you need help? And that's effectively what we see. And I actually don't like it when people go, why was it left to the community to have their dinghies out and be helping people? I don't want to live in the Australia where we don't help our mates. If they're the first people on the scene and they know someone needs assistance, then I say thank you for getting in your dinghy and going to help. I say thank you for not waiting for the wheels of bureaucracy to turn, for all the boxes to be ticked so that we can have the call-out. And this is exactly why we have the volunteer organisations in situ. This is why we've got a Deniliquin branch of the SES and a Lismore branch of the SES, because you can't have an army base in every single town. And you can't wait. Even though the army is very efficient and they can get things moving in a very short amount of time, those hours that you may have to wait can be the difference between someone getting off that roof or not. And that's what it comes down to. How do we do it better without white-anting and undermining the systems we have in place? And the people, we don't want to undermine our communities. We want to make sure our communities will always be there to pack the sandbags, to hold the hose, to drive the fire trucks, and to support their neighbours. Because at the end of the day, this is what it's about. It's about neighbours, it's about communities, and it's about doing it better. So thank you, Senator Lambie, and thank you for listening.
Senator Green.
Thank you. I am very pleased to stand here today and speak to this motion, and I thank Senator Lambie for bringing it to the Senate. I don't rise here and speak, I guess, with the same authority, I think, or expertise that some of our speakers have had the opportunity to speak today. We obviously have our special envoy for disaster resilience and emergency management, Senator Sheldon, who, can I say, is doing an excellent job since appointed to that position, and has spoken with real knowledge of what is going on in those communities, and is working very hard with our minister. And the Shadow Minister as well has a deep understanding of some of the issues that we are facing. And I know that we are having a real debate about the role of the Defence Force in dealing with these recurring disasters. And I know, Senator Lambie, you have a working knowledge and a real passion for our Defence Forces, and a real understanding of what the toll from a mental health point of view, particularly participating in these types of exercises, does take. So I, in quite humbly rise to speak in the context of people who are working in this space, but I do so, Madam Acting Deputy President, as someone who lives in a state who has experienced natural disasters, that continues to experience natural disasters. I live in a place prone to cyclones, and it's a real live experience for people living in Northern Australia particularly, about how we deal with ongoing natural disasters and the threat and the cost of cleaning up these disasters. I think it's really important to point out that we have seen the climate change. We've seen changes to the way disasters are impacting our countries, and the proposal from Senator Lambie, I think importantly, to develop this select committee comes at a time where there is a very different position from the parties of government on what we should do to deal with climate change and the cost of not dealing with climate change, particularly in relation to natural disasters. The government supports the proposal to establish a select committee into Australia's disaster resilience. It would be remiss of me to not speak about this important topic without extending my sympathies to those Australians who are currently dealing with natural disasters. I know we can stand in here and have quite an academic debate, but there are real families, real communities, real businesses that are dealing with the impacts right now of flooding across the country, and flooding that has certainly seemed almost relentless in a new way, that we are needing to come up with new ways to respond, and government is having to deal with new ways of preparing for disasters, because it is important to be there. when the disasters occur, when families are cleaning up, when communities are facing the aftermath of a disaster. But what we now know, and I think what was particularly important about the contribution from the then Shadow Minister Watt, is that being prepared for disasters is a real necessity and should be the emphasis of any government that holds itself out to care about communities. It is important to turn up the day after, but what were you doing 6 months before? I think is the question, and I think it's the emphasis of this government, and particularly, can I say, the minister who has only recently taken on that role. It feels as though there's been no end to Australia's incidents of natural disasters, and the frequency of these disasters don't dilute their devastating impacts. Every time we hear about another event, there are families and communities and workplaces contending with these terrible events. I express my deepest condolences to all of them. I also express my appreciation for the ADF, emergency services personnel and all volunteers who have or are currently putting themselves in harm's way in service of these impacted communities. I know there are personnel, particularly from the Defence Forces, that are currently doing this work, and we could not be more appreciative of the contribution they make to our community. As natural disasters become more intense and more frequent due to climate change, we need to think about more seriously what we can do to support emergency management workforce. When severe natural disasters hit, the ADF do play an incredibly critical role in responding to natural disasters. Speaking with The Guardian last week, Minister Watt said you can't underestimate the morale boost that it gives communities to see those camouflage uniforms in there lending a hand. Not only does their presence bring comfort and reassurance to communities, but we've seen time and time again how they supercharge the recovery. In recent weeks, the Albanese government deployed Defence Force personnel across the east coast of Australia. Our service personnel do a fantastic job supporting communities in the immediate recovery. The efforts of our ADF personnel on the ground are incredible, and I thank them for their sustained and tireless service. Still, we do need to acknowledge the fact that our increasing reliance on the ADF may not be sustainable. Minister Watt has already flagged the government's intention to investigate how we can bolster Australia's emergency management workforce capability. A more coordinated response to more frequently occurring disasters, including the possibility of a standby workforce, is an important part of that as well. And we're having this conversation at a time when there are skill shortages across the country, and we will have political debates about who's been responsible for some of those skill shortages and not training people. But we know that certainly where there were cracks in the system, COVID created chasms, and we know that there is a real lack of skilled, trained workforce that isn't already completely exhausted and unable to really participate in types of these works. And the idea that there's this army of volunteers just waiting with nothing else to do, I think we all know that that's not the case. It's not a matter of there being a workforce that is ready and willing. There is a discussion that we need to have about where this workforce comes from, how this workforce is engaged, what this workforce is going to be required to do, and what is the emphasis in terms of preparedness versus recovery of this workforce. Australia needs to be able to rely on a systematic response every time these kinds of events occur, instead of relying on ad hoc last-minute arrangements. And I think the debate today has been very respectful and has really strayed away from too many political assessments. But it would be remiss of me not to comment on the previous government's response. It felt like over a few years of disasters, there was a real reluctance to put in new systems that would allow there to be rapid response, preparedness, mitigation. I'm loath to say the M word. I know the previous government didn't believe in investing in mitigation as opposed to other methods. But this is all part of the conversation that we need to have, and it will be investigated by this select committee. With disasters occurring more frequently, communities should be able to know what help to expect from government. I think there's definitely a case to be made that after a disaster, there's an awful time period where people are waiting to see press conferences, to see what sort of help will be available. It would be nice to know the day after a disaster that the type of response and the type of assistance available to you is going to be the same no matter where you live, no matter whose electorate you live in, no matter whether you live in a state run by a Liberal government, a state run by a Labor government. Like, if you live in Australia and you are affected by a natural disaster, there should be a federal response and a combined state and local government response that is the same no matter where you live. Already the Albanese Labor government is implementing these structural changes. In only 5 months of government, our government has established a new National Emergency Management Fund and a new Resilience Fund. And I know Minister Watt, I'm very proud of these achievements in such a short time, but I think it goes to some of the weather forecasts that we've been having, the high-risk weather season that we're heading into or we've already met. It has really exacerbated the need to get these things happening, and that's why our government has been so quick to deal with these changes. Unlike the previous government that focused on announcement and no delivery even when it came to disaster recovery, we have every intention of ensuring these funds and corresponding agencies are used. We don't want to have funding sitting in a bank when it could have been spent on mitigation projects that would reduce the impact of natural disasters. That is not helpful to any community. A press release does not help you after a flood. A mitigation project that has been designed, planned, investigated, implemented is what communities want to see from a proactive government. We've also established a $1 billion disaster ready fund to support the long-term preparedness and response to natural disasters. And I'm sure there will be many submissions to Senator Lambie's proposed select committee on what this fund could possibly be used for and how this fund could really be used to benefit preparedness and response. Just this week, with the handing down of the first federal budget under the new Albanese Labor government, we have renewed our commitment to a more proactive approach to disaster recovery and the important role that the Australian Defence Force, but also Australian veterans, play in this. On Tuesday evening, the Albanese Labor government committed $38.3 million to Veteran-led Disaster Relief Australia. This budget allocation proposes to enhance the existing operations of Veteran-led Disaster Relief Australia. This money was allocated with the concerns raised in the committee referral in mind. Adequately resourcing a range of groups will help to reduce the pressure on the Australian Defence Force when disasters hit. These funds aim to support 5,200 more disaster response volunteers. Now, I don't pretend to know or have lived experience in the lives of veterans, other than to have spoken to many communities and many people in North Queensland particularly, who support the veteran community, work really closely with the veteran community and are looking for ways to deal with the ongoing, particularly mental health, but employment situations for veterans. And it occurs to me that the Oasis in Townsville is one of those really good examples. And John Cavalieri, who I'm sure Senator Lambie has had the opportunity to meet, and I know other ministers and other members of the opposition have had the chance to meet when they've been in Townsville, is really clear on giving veterans jobs that provide purpose and meaning, somewhere to go, someone to love, something to do. And that is why we seek to engage veterans in this really important work. It's a two-pronged approach, and I think it's something that should receive support across this chamber. Finally, can I say the success of our emergency management system should not be a partisan issue. We'll all have a stake in making sure it's done and ensuring the full capacity of the public service provides communities to the best possible support in their most difficult moments. That's why our government welcomes the intention to look into this issue through the Senate and work constructively across the chamber to deliver a more sustainable emergency management workforce capability. With the impacts of climate change on our doorstep right now, with communities across the country facing a high-risk weather season, with the reluctance of previous governments to invest in mitigation and preparedness, there could not be a more important time for this inquiry.
Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And look, it gives me great pleasure to stand here today in the Senate and express, I guess, not just the government's support, but my personal support to Senator Lambie's proposal to establish a select committee here in the Senate into Australia's disaster resilience. Indeed, just earlier today I was standing here in the Senate making a short contribution in Senator Statement about the floods that are impacting many of the eastern states, particularly my home state of Victoria. I talked about the amazing efforts of all volunteers, the emergency workers and our ADF personnel, both those who are engaged on a full-time basis in the ADF, but also our reservists who have a dual role, a role not just working in their own private lives, but also the other role that they play, a very important role in also assisting the ADF full-time officers when their need in some of these dark times are required. And I really do take off my hat to the role that our reservists play when it comes to natural disasters. Now, all of these people are doing an amazing job, all working together on the ground as we speak to protect many communities and to begin the recovery efforts. And again, I want to thank them all for their courageous and essential efforts. I also just wanted to briefly note the contribution by a good friend of mine here, and Senator Sheldon, and his contribution to this debate earlier, especially in his capacity now as the Special Envoy for Disaster Recovery. Now, this is a new position that was created by the Albanese Labor government since we were elected about 5 months ago, and it really reflects on how seriously that the government is taking this policy area, an area that does need reform. And as noted earlier by Senator Davey and Senator Sheldon, he's been out and about, out there, ground zero, dealing with many communities, as has our Minister for Emergency Management, Senator Murray Watt, talking to those who have been directly impacted by the flooding, as well as those communities that have been preparing for some time, dealing with the various state and local government authorities about how they best manage the flood situations at hand. Natural disasters, as we know, devastate communities, absolutely smash them to pieces, particularly in our regions. And we've heard also earlier too, and no doubt will continue to hear a lot more from many senators in this place that represent those communities. But the devastation that they create, the havoc, they just simply uproot lives, lay waste to homes and businesses, and often tragically result in fatalities. And sadly, there have been a few fatalities, Madam Deputy President, in my home state of Victoria from the recent floods. Thousands of people in Shepparton are currently homeless, and there was an article recently that featured in the media who highlighted a particular individual who's currently living in a tent with her family of 5 children. And she says it's unlikely that her family will be able to stay in that area. I could just imagine the situation that her and her children are currently going through right now. And I really do hope that the various state governments and local authorities are all offering the support they can to support her and the others in that community. So beyond the economic damage that's been caused by the natural disasters, there's also this enormous and, I guess, disruptive impact on the fabric of many communities. Families are forced to not just move, but also change jobs, change schools. It's not as simple as, oh, well, we'll just wait for the water to subside and then we'll just go back to normal. This has some real long-term impacts on not just people, but families, communities, the social fabric of what that community is going through. Neighbours have become distant friends, and connections to various sport clubs and community groups are disrupted. This is what is at stake, and when we're talking about emergency management, it is so important. It is so important that we get the reforms right. And it was really good to see earlier this year to see Minister Murray Watt announce a new agency that was delivering the support before and during and after those disasters. And as we as a country prepare and respond and recover from these natural disasters, I must say it was really comforting to see that we established a new National Emergency Management Agency on September 1. NEMA, as I guess it is now commonly known, brings together those capabilities of the Emergency Management Australia and the National Recovery and Resilience Agency into a single agency, and for the first time that has happened. This change will deliver more coordinated approach from the Australian Government around responses to emergencies and preparing for future hazards, as is currently the case. The Minister at the time said that the new NEMA would lead Australia's disaster and emergency management efforts in partnership, and I think it is important that it is in partnership with the state and territory and local councils right across Australia. It will provide, that is NEMA, will provide informed strategic oversight and guidance of how we will deal with and prepare for emergency in this country. Now, previously the Australian disaster response, as good as it was in some ways very ad hoc and patchy, and I think it is important that no doubt the work that this committee will do will look at those issues at hand. How are we going in terms of how we are responding to natural disasters, with the floods, with the bushfires, with the other, no doubt, disasters that will happen in this country. But I must say it was comforting to see that there's been much improved response from the Australian Government in times of emergency, and to give people in our community the support that they need to recover and to recover quickly. NEMA will also drive that long-term resilience and preparedness, which is increasingly important in the face of longer and more intense natural disasters due to climate change. And I think also it would be great to see, touching on the costs, the livelihoods, the disasters that the costs of floods and others have on our economy. It is claimed that it costs around $38 billion a year. It is important that we do consider the economic impacts and the livelihood impacts that this has on many around the country. But we've also, and I've touched on our regional communities, but the farmers, and to see the nightly news, seeing calves being washed away, farmers breaking down in front of the media crews when they are interviewed for the nightly news, the devastating impact it will have on our agriculture industry in this country. Entire harvests being lost. And that will no doubt play a role on the increasing of our food supply, food costs, but also reducing the supply in the economy. So now everything that we've heard so far indicates that there is a real threat to our food security. So no one needs, but it is important to stress that despite those concerns, I would urge people not to rush to our supermarkets, not to panic buy, because our agriculture industry is very resilient. But it is important too that the reforms that the Minister Watt has already indicated earlier this year, that we also look at and inquire into other areas of improvement. And no doubt, the contributions by Senator Lambie and others in this place will play a pivotal role in ensuring that we do have a system in place where Australians are confident and have confidence that the Australian government, in partnership with the state and territory governments, can manage these disasters as best as they can, but to provide all the support that people expect when things go wrong. So, of course, these disasters are deeply traumatic for communities and those around Australia, but I also want to highlight the awful events do bring out the very best of many Australians. I know many of us, particularly senators from the southeastern states, have been glued to the news about the floods. And for every story about another town that's been impacted, there is another story about communities that are coming together to help each other out, whether it be the local churches, the local sport clubs, community groups and charitable organisations, all doing an amazing job. They are acting as relief centres, distributing the food and providing shelter for those who need it. They're also coordinating volunteers, acting as a base camp for those in the community who are putting their hand up to help out their neighbours. I was recently reading about the local football and netball club in Skipton in Victoria, whose clubhouse had been acting as a base of operations and providing a barbecue lunch with the Lions Club every day for volunteers. They're also a source of relief for families who have tragically lost their lives. So Australians all over are providing such great comfort, great support to one another. Our great country has been incredibly generous with the donations to the flood relief efforts, touched as I'm sure we all were when we saw those reports of floods in communities across New South Wales, Victoria, Tasmania and South Australia, and now in Queensland. This charitable reaction was so immediate and so generous that state governments had to scramble to point directions in the right direction to ensure they were actually going to help communities affected by the floods. And it would be great to see if the committee does look at that aspect of support that's been offered by many Australians. And it's whether it is the volunteers in Skipton or donors from around the country, I think these are just some of the great examples of the Australian spirit, demonstrating that we're always willing to lend a hand, whether it's picking up a sandbag or digging into their wallet to help out our fellow Australians. But while these efforts should be celebrated, and the government's response to these floods has been swift and continues to respond every day to the evolving situation on the ground, that does not mean that we should not review Australia's ability to respond to disasters. Our emergency management systems cannot rely entirely on the abundance of the Aussie spirit. Indeed, the generosity of the volunteers can be made necessary by a lack of sufficient resources by governments. And I really think this is what goes to the heart of what is being put here today. And what then happens to communities that don't have enough volunteers? What happens when all the people who would have volunteered are instead occupied defending their own families, homes and businesses? We cannot rely on ad hoc arrangements or on the hope that volunteers will be able just to plug gaps in government's responses, as we do from time to time, constantly relying on the ADF, relying on our reservists to somehow just fill that short gap when, in times of need. The stakes are far too high when bushfires are approaching properties or flood levels are rising to rely on the generosity of Australians who may not be in a position to help. We know that when we formed government, our country's ability to respond to events like the current floods was far from perfect. And unfortunately, these events seem to be getting more frequent, not too less. Too many communities haven't recovered from the last disaster before they hit with another one. This is the announcement by Minister Watt, the $1 billion Disaster Ready Fund to support our long-term preparedness and responses to the natural disasters is a significant investment, and we have made that in the last 5 months since we've come to government. And in the budget that was handed down this week, the government has also committed to $38 million to veteran-led organisation Disaster Relief Australia. Now, I hope that the role of veterans and the role that many veteran-led organisations that play in how we handle the disaster resilience in this country is also looked at. I know there's a group of fine veterans in Victoria who are currently helping out with the resilience efforts up north in Victoria, who have sent a delegation of people there, former veterans who are helping out other fellow veterans who are in need of help at the moment with the floods. But it is also comforting to see that the government has come to the table providing financial assistance to those who have been affected in council areas, offering $1,000 per adult and $400 for every child. In addition, the Disaster Recovery Allowance, which is available in a wider range of council areas, which works out to be a 13-week payment at the job seeker rate for people who have lost income as a result of these floods. I would note that the Minister for Emergency Management, Murray Watt, has also flagged his intention to look at bolstering Australia's management workforce capability, which I think is welcomed, and again is another area that could be looked at by the committee that we are dealing with today. So I do want to thank the Minister. I want to thank Senator Lambie for her initiative in bringing this matter to the Chamber's current consideration, and I really do look forward to the report that the committee will hand down late next year.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. Look, we think about climate change like it's nothing. It's something that's happening to someone else far away, a long time from now. It's easy to get focused on the day-to-day, kick hard decisions about things like climate emissions down the road, but it's happening now. It's happening here, to us. We're experiencing the effects of climate change in Tasmania. We've had floods this week, homes, businesses underwater, literally in an instant. But they're the latest in a long line of climate-related disasters. While the rest of the country faced floods at the start of this year, Tasmania faced droughts. Some parts of Western Tasmania had their most extreme droughts on record. Droughts dry everything out, and when you get lightning, like we had, you get fires, like we had. We had fires burning through old-growth forests, destroying trees that have stood for more than 1,000 years. Tasmania's experience is a story told at different scales. Because we're actually net zero already, but we're a small state, so our climate isn't decided by us alone. We're doing our bit, but we're at the mercy of the rest of the country too. And like all of Australia, we're at the mercy of the rest of the world. That's not to say we don't have a role to play. We do. We've got a growing economy and we've got net zero emissions. We're a model for the rest of the country. It's achievable. We should achieve it as a country. But even if Australia reaches net zero tomorrow, our emissions reduction will not end climate change, because this is a global problem and it's going to require global action. Every country that drags its feet undermines the ability for us to fix this. We have to set an example, because it's what drags others into action. And that's why it's so important we take steps to reduce our emissions here, because we need to be able to apply pressure to other countries to say, if we're doing it, you have to as well. Tasmania is setting an example for the rest of the country, and Australia should set an example for the rest of the world. But in the meantime, climate change keeps on happening to us. 2 weeks ago, I sat down and watched helicopter footage from over Latrobe. Half the town and surrounding area was underwater, and it broke my heart. It made me think back to 2016, where we lost 3 people to the floods in Latrobe. Hundreds of houses were damaged so badly they had to be rebuilt. Launceston, our second largest city, was half underwater. It was a 1 in 100-year event, experts said. It's just happened again. These floods weren't as bad as the last ones, and we're thanking our lucky stars for that. We learned a lot from the last time. But we still had houses hit hard for a second time. We've got businesses that have lost pretty much everything, and they don't know if they'll recover. People who have lived in Latrobe all their lives are now thinking about moving. They can't put themselves through this again, Natural disasters are a kind of trauma that most people will never recover from. For the people directly affected, it's months of clean-ups and temporary accommodation. It's years of rebuilding your home. It's the photos of your children and precious sentimental objects that you couldn't grab before you had to evacuate. There are some things you just can't get back and you can't replace. For those indirectly affected, it's the concern for family and friends, not knowing if they're okay because there's bad phone reception and they can't get back to you. My oldest son had to evacuate his home 2 weeks ago. We were lucky. His place was fine in the end. But I remember the moment he called me to tell me his area might be in the flood zone. As a mama, knowing your child might be in danger is one of the worst things that can ever happen. It's not a feeling I'll forget ever. It's a feeling we're all coping with across the country. The recent floods will have long-lasting impacts in ways we couldn't imagine. Roads are all warped and bent out of shape. Some have potholes, so they're barely roads anymore. They won't be able to be fixed in a day. One of the biggest battles in the North West Coast has been the damage to the Cam River Bridge at Somerset. This bridge is the only access point for people from Circular Head and the West Coast to get to Burnie and beyond. You can't take the back roads around. I'm sorry, you can take the back roads around. I wouldn't recommend it though, it takes a long time. But it can be an hour-and-a-half trip for something that should only take 20 minutes. This bridge has heavy traffic all day, not just people heading to work and appointments. We're talking about school buses full of kids and heavy trucks delivering loads. Because of the damage from the floodwater, the bridge is sagging. One lane is too dangerous to drive on, so they've had to close it off. To say this has caused chaos would be putting it mildly. It's like trying to empty the ocean with a medicine cup. You can have a crack, but it's never going to happen. What was once a 15 or 20-minute drive is now taking people 2 hours and more. One person on social media said they flew from Melbourne to Wynyard and then drove to Somerset. Their mum left Burnie at the same time they got on the plane. They still got home before their mum. It was quicker to fly from another state than to drive across the Cam River Bridge. That's pretty hard to get your head around. Expecting mums don't know what will happen if they go into labour. Women stuck on the wrong side of the bridge are scared they'll give birth on the side of the road. The state government's telling people to plan and allow time for their trip. Good luck planning your trip when you wake up in the middle of the night having contractions. Emergency vehicles can't get through to help people on the other side. People missing vital medical appointments because they were stuck in the traffic. Some schools told kids to stay at home because it would just take them too long to get to and from school. The North West Coast has been divided into what side of the bridge you live on because floodwaters we weren't prepared for. Managing natural disasters involves immediate rapid response work. That's an emergency. Then there's the clean-up. And the longer that takes, the harder it is. The worse the damage can become. Finally, there's the prevention. That might not be emergency work, but it's constant, because it requires constant work to do what we can to disaster-proof the things that are most precious to us, the places, people and the things we love. To protect them, we have to do the work. It requires work all the time. It requires someone to do it. So, who do we tap on the shoulder? Right now, we're relying on emergency services like state fire services in a pinch. And in a pinch we call on the ADF, who do great work, but they do a lot of it. Don't forget, we relied on the ADF to help with vaccine rollout. We deployed the ADF into aged care homes. Every fire, flood, they're there too. We keep deploying the ADF over and over every time, but it's not their core business. The recent Royal Commission into National Disaster Responses found that the ADF does not have the capacity or capability to fight bushfires. It found there was a public perception that the ADF is always available and always has the resources to help with natural disasters. It found that neither of those perceptions are correct. But we do what we can with what we have, and the ADF do an incredible job. And this is not to criticise that work, but Defence itself acknowledges that what we're doing right now is unsustainable. We need a new approach. Like every other department, the Department of Defence has to put together an incoming brief when there's a change of government. It's a lay of the land summary of what's going on and a bit of an around the grounds. Defence's incoming brief warned the newly elected Labor government it was under intense pressure due to the need to respond to near persistent natural disasters. Defence has pointed the finger of blame at the impacts of climate change as where this strain is coming from. This is not core business. This is what we need to fix. We need to get organised. We need to get real. If what we're doing is unsustainable, we have to do something different. A permanent standby capacity of well-trained disaster relief workers would take a huge strain off the ADF, not to mention state emergency services. It could be deployed wherever it's needed, whenever it's needed. That's what we want to look at in this inquiry. Senator Lambie and I have ideas about how it could work. Those are on record. We're keen to hear what everyone else thinks too. Let's get everyone in a room and thrash it out. Let's find a way to start doing disaster relief and clean up better after fires and floods. Because Minister Watt was right this week when he said our current system isn't going to work long term. Climate change is here. It's happening. That's not a question anymore. The question is how we learn to live with it. Thank you.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you. The government supports Senator Lambie's proposal for a select committee into Australia's disaster resilience, and I congratulate the senator for her passion and her drive on this critical issue. We know how devastating the impacts of fire, flood and drought can be, both in terms of the economics, but also in terms of the impact on people's lives. Losing your home, your school, your workplace, being unable to find your pets, losing your favourite photo, your memorabilia from your family and your lifetime, items that cannot be replaced. It's tragic. And while communities pull together in these situations, which is excellent to see, the impact that it has on their lives is a tragedy. In my home state of South Australia, we're holding our breath at the moment, waiting but not knowing how the flood waters are going to come down, how they will impact us, how high the water will go. We've had a report today that it's going to be much higher than we thought it was going to be last week, and people wait and prepare and wait. And it's a terrible situation and it's a terrible fear about what is going to happen next. The modelling shows us that it's going to be the highest flood since 1975, and everyone's concerned. And what we rely on, and what we've seen in the last couple of months in other states, is we rely on the Herculean efforts of our emergency services personnel and our Australian Defence Force personnel. They work to support our communities when they are at risk and when they are in crisis. In recent months, the ADF have stepped in, responding to natural disasters as they always do. And for those communities, seeing the ADF roll in to their region is a welcome sight. It's a sight that tells them that help is here. It is a relief to know that there's someone there to help prepare, to help clean up, to help protect their community. The ADF personnel at the moment, as we're all in here, are supporting the local authorities with flood-related tasks across both those areas that are waiting for floods and those areas that are currently in floods, but also those areas where the floods are now receding. They are assisting with flood preparations, relocation support, community engagement, sandbagging. They've got helicopters assisting with reconnaissance. The evacuation and the relocation of communities is also on their list. They're lifting and moving heavy equipment. They're providing support to locate supplies, to deliver supplies. They're filling sandbags, and they are supporting those communities. They're supporting our farmers with provision of livestock, feed for livestock, but also relocation of livestock and the other critical issues that need to be covered on a farm that's looking down the barrel of a flood. Earlier this week, I was talking to some farmers who were telling me what the impact on their properties were. And I spoke to one who said they were looking at a bumper crop. And I know this, I've heard this for months from a range of farmers telling us that this is going to be one of the best crops they've seen in a very long time. And they were saying that they've lost everything. And the only thing for them to do now is to plough that crop into the ground and start again next year. We have to acknowledge that our increasing incidents of fire, flood and drought are placing a corresponding increase of pressure and the reliance on our emergency services and the ADF. As these things happen more frequently, our 1 in 100-year flood happens every 10 years.
Excuse me, Senator Grogan. I draw your attention now to the time, and we've reached a hard marker of 5:30. Thank you. Pursuant to order, the Senate will now proceed to the consideration of the Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022. I call the clerk.
General Business Order of the Day number 18, Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy Chair. I rise to speak to the Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022. I have listened carefully to the debate and will be opposing the passage of the bill. The arguments in favour of the passage of the bill through the Senate do not find favour with me. The arguments advancing the bill are twofold, as I understand it. Firstly, there is a need to restore to the territories the democratic rights to legislate for issues such as legalising euthanasia, and further to that, as the states have chosen to legalise euthanasia, this of itself has created an imperative that the right to access a legislative regime allowing euthanasia should be made available to everybody living in Australia. A territory is not a state. The Senate and the other place are the democratic chambers that have ultimately been entrusted under our Constitution to make decisions for the peoples residing within the border of a territory. In my view, it is not possible to abrogate that responsibility. We have an obligation to inform ourselves of the consequences of the passage of this bill and make our own judgments accordingly and in accordance with our own conscience. We cannot seek to avert our gaze as to what will happen should this bill pass. The positions on euthanasia of Territorian parliamentarians are clear and in the public forum. On the same journey of reasoning, I do not warm to the view that in voting against this bill, I am in some way diminishing the franchise of those residing in our territories. This debate is inevitably about the legalisation of the practice of euthanasia. To think otherwise is, I respectfully suggest, being wilfully blind. Further, I do not believe that the states that have passed such legislation should have embarked on that legislative path. If I had remained in the South Australian Parliament, I would have voted against the proposition. I therefore do not agree with the assertion that euthanasia is a universal right in Australia and citizens will be disadvantaged in the event access is not legalised and subsequently facilitated. My views opposing legalising euthanasia are informed by my work in the law, particularly in the area of securing informed consent, from the communities I have lived, worked and volunteered in, as well as my beliefs and ethical understandings of the meaning and value of human life. I acknowledge that arguments for and against euthanasia are complex and their articulation has filled books, reports and journals. Nothing I say in this contribution will do this issue justice. The advocacy for legalising euthanasia is grounded on a value placed on individual autonomy, with any associated risks mitigated by imposed safeguards. My strong view is that Parliament should not seek to legislate for the taking of life, except in circumstances of collective or individual self-defence. A democracy must always have as its principal concern value for the lives of its citizens. Representative bodies should never seek to topple or undermine this fundamental pillar that supports our community compact and seek to normalise the termination of life. I quote an old adage, "An act tends to form a habit tends to form a character, and a character tends to form a destiny." Assisted dying is not a private act. It requires the assistance of others. Legalisation of euthanasia blurs the bright line between intending to kill and intending to heal. Such legalisation creates a new permission which will inevitably lead to a shift in professional and legal standards that will not favour the same respect for the sanctity of life. In a just society, no one is entitled to act on the opinion that the life of another is not worth living. In preparing my comments, I acknowledge the writings of Professor John Finnis that have assisted me in the deliberations on this bill. I do not support the bill.
Senator Junium.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President, and I too seek to make a contribution to the debate on the Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022. It's interesting, and I reflect on the contribution made by my colleague Senator McLaughlin, and it's an important distinction to make around the eventual intent of the bill relating to specifically voluntary assisted dying, as opposed to putting the territories of this Commonwealth on the same footing as states. Look, before I do turn to that issue, though, I do want to start my contribution by reflecting on how difficult and complex this issue is for many Australians, for those who've had personal experiences, family members, friends who have experienced a terrible end to their life and who have sought the services that would be available to them under a legalised arrangement such as this bill would enable to be contemplated in territories in Australia. I don't want to diminish that at all. I acknowledge the pain that so many people have felt, friends of my own that have gone through some terrible journeys, many accounts we've heard in the debate on this bill thus far, and indeed previous versions of it. And so in doing that, though, I do think it is important to reflect on what this bill does, what it seeks to do, and what consequences may flow from affirming this bill, by passing this bill and enabling territories to perhaps legislate on the issue of euthanasia. Reflecting again, though, on the fact that the bill does talk about restoring rights to territories, I think it is important to focus on the fact that this bill does singularly enable territories to legislate with regard to one issue, and that is the matter of assisted dying. It doesn't alter other constitutional arrangements. It doesn't alter issues around resourcing and responsibility for service delivery in the jurisdictions we're talking about here. It doesn't change anything of those matters. It simply does allow territories to legislate on the matter of voluntary assisted dying, on the matter of euthanasia. It isn't about equality between states and territories, and I think it is important to remind ourselves of that as we do proceed to eventually vote on this bill, because turning to that substantive issue, the ultimate end point here about legislating to enable people to access assisted dying, as this bill would enable contemplation of, I think does deserve serious contemplation. And I don't know that the bill does it justice, given that's where we end up. If this bill is passed, the reality is that we are legislating for assisted dying. At the outset, I do want to indicate that I won't be supporting the bill, and there are a range of reasons for that that I've given great thought to over a long period of time, because this is not the first time I've thought about this issue. This parliament did debate this issue in 2018, of course, and with my involvement in politics over many years, I've observed this debate occur in different parliaments, including this one, and considered the views that have been put forward. For many across Australia, faith is a reason to vote against such legislation, and I'm one of those. As a Christian, I do believe that life is a gift from God, and one that you must be very grateful for and take very seriously. And it's on that basis that I fundamentally find great difficulty in what's proposed through this bill. And I put this very personal aspect to my thinking on this on record, because this is a conscience issue. It is a matter that we are dealing with in conscience. And I do want to actually reflect on the respect with which the debate has occurred in this chamber, and it does show that on serious issues we as a parliament, senators in this place, can operate with respect, and honour one another's views while holding different ones ourselves. But for me, as I say, one of the central reasons I will not be supporting this bill is because of my faith and how I view life. And I know I'm not alone in that view and why I hold it, but as I stated before, there are a range of reasons. Many Australians hold concerns or indeed objections about this bill and what it will do. And this debate is one that has happened, as I said before, in many, many parliaments across this country and indeed other legislatures across the world. In the United States, for example, between the years 1994 and 2011, there were 122 attempts in different Congress and state legislatures to legislate for voluntary assisted dying or euthanasia. And as I examine the issues that have previously been canvassed, I think it's important to note that a lot of the issues that have been raised in these previous debates haven't been addressed satisfactorily, to my mind, and I know certainly to others that I've corresponded with as I've engaged with members of the community on this issue. And fundamentally, I have to say I remain very concerned that there'll never be a way to completely ensure that any abuses, malfeasance or any other negative activity that might occur can be prevented from occurring by legislating. I was drawn to an article authored by Mark Powell nearly 4 years ago now in a publication here in Australia, and he outlined 10 non-religious reasons which I thought sum up many of the issues that have been raised in other debates around the country and indeed around the world that I think we do need to pay attention to and consider if we do intend to legislate on these issues, as this bill, if passed, would enable certain parts of our country to do. And I think going through those reasons, it's important to perhaps have a bit of a draw breath and weigh up what actually will happen here. I know others have considered the issue of the role of the medical practice. What are medical professionals to do? The first concern, of course, being that one around bioethics, doctors, healers, helpers or killers. And in the United Kingdom, a survey showed that the majority of doctors didn't support the practice of euthanasia. Indeed, here in Australia, the AMA has been critical of the practice, and Dr. Chris Middleton stated, "I think it would completely change the mindset and the ethos of medicine in Australia, because in their practice, in their training, doctors tend to see themselves as agents of hope and of healing and comfort, and certainly not agents of death." And so that does bring into question, it does change the focus of the role of a medical practitioner who is seeking to heal and to help. And that is one thing we need to consider. Does a change of this nature change that relationship as well, and the role of a doctor? Secondly, the potential for elder abuse. The European Court of Human Rights stated that the risk of abuse inherent in a system which facilitated assisted suicide should not be underestimated. Jeremy Pritchard wrote in an op-ed in a paper down in my home state of Tasmania, in the Examiner, that in coming decades we face a rapidly ageing population, a shrinking tax base and increases in health problems like dementia. Euthanasia could form part of a government planning for service provision for people nearing end of life. And if that sounds far-fetched, consider 2 cases from Oregon where patients' applications for medical treatment were rejected, but followed by departmental notifications informing patients they were eligible for assisted suicide. And I think those sorts of examples are things to be very concerned about. When these options are available, perhaps government entities might well turn to them as a reason rather, or a way of dealing with some of these issues. The psychological pressure being a third concern to consider around ending one's life. There were statistics taken from the state of Oregon in the United States. Oregon, of course, legalised euthanasia in 1997, and there was a study undertaken around people's attitudes, in this case on the issue of pressure, a concern around wanting to not be a burden to their family or friends, and citing that as a reason to elect to be euthanased. And in 1998, 12% of those surveyed indicated that that was a reason for their electing to voluntarily suicide. In 1999, that went to 26%. In the year 2000, that was at 63%. Fast forward to 2012, with the statistics available to me, that was at 57%. So people are citing wanting to not be a burden as a reason to elect out of this life. The fourth reason, of course, is the negative societal perception for those who have a disability, and death being treated as an act of compassion. And as stated by Jeremy Pritchard and another author, there is a claim or an implication that people are better off dead and that some lives are not worth living. And they're phrases I think we need to be very, very wary of, but they're ones that are being used in this debate across the globe. I think also noting the issue of bracket creep, another concern, and it's something that has been observed in other countries where euthanasia has been legalised, and that's, you know, if that is the wish of the family, they've pressured a patient to choose to be euthanised, you know, what sort of practices are we enabling to be included in that? What sort of reasons are we enabling to be included as legitimate reasons to elect to voluntarily end one's life? So bracket creep is something very, very serious that we need to take into account. Safeguards, of course, are something that we need to consider, and again this point around never being able to properly ensure that there will never be any abuse of these laws. In the same document I've already referred to by Jeremy Pritchard, in Flanders, in Belgium, approximately half of euthanasia cases were not formally monitored, as doctors don't report them to authorities, and the rate of underreporting in the Netherlands tended to be something like 20 to 23%. And in, again, the state of Oregon, the number of people being referred for psychiatric evaluation has decreased markedly. In 1998, the year after voluntary assisted dying was legalised, it went from 31% to, again, 2012, the same period of time, 2%. Obviously, there are concerns around non-voluntary euthanasia. In Belgium, where euthanasia has been legal since 2002, people were put to death, it's been claimed, without consent. And that, of course, trying to provide certainty and surety around preventing that from happening, I think is something we'll never be able to do, given the nature of relationships between carers and patients and family members. We've already talked about some of those concerns as well. Look, I could go on with a lot more around those concerns and those claims that have been experienced in other jurisdictions as reasons why not to just head down this path. I cannot find myself, one, as I said before, on the basis of my faith, my belief in the sanctity of life, but also, importantly, seeking to wave through legislation that would enable jurisdictions in this country to legislate for something I don't think can be ever done safely, can ever be done in a way we can prevent there being abuse, malfeasance, bracket creep, pressure on individuals to end their lives for reasons not entirely pure at all. And so, again, acknowledging the difficulty so many people in our community face with this issue, with family members who've experienced extreme pain as they ended their lives, with people who've witnessed family members suffering terribly. I acknowledge the difficulty and the complexity of the issues they've faced, but it's for those reasons and the risks I've outlined I cannot support this bill.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I oppose this bill because I believe there's nothing more important than protecting the sanctity and sacredness of life, and I am worried and concerned that going down a path to legalise or sanction the removal of one's life elevates issues that are not to do with the sacredness of life above life. And once you get into that path, we move down into a utilitarian world, which can be very, very dangerous. I will come back to those points, but first I do want to deal with the issue that this bill, of course, itself doesn't seek to legalise euthanasia. It simply seeks to give those rights and powers back to or reinstate them after an amendment in the late 1990s to the ACT and the Northern Territory. A lot's happened in the past 25-odd years. I certainly think the rationale for this restriction 25 years ago was a strong one, because at that time no other jurisdictions in Australia had legalised euthanasia, and given the territories being a smaller jurisdiction, I don't think it would have been proper for them to do that first, to make such a monumental change first. It was right and proper to see that change occur in jurisdictions of a larger percentage of the Australian population. Now, of course, since then many jurisdictions have legalised euthanasia, but and so perhaps the original justification of this restriction is not as strong. But I take up the points that Senator Dunningham has made here, that this is not quite a black and white question, that it's not simply a decision to legalise euthanasia or ban euthanasia, because as we have seen in other countries that have longer experience with this, once euthanasia is made legal, there are extremely difficult circumstances that arise, and there are not clear lines about who should have access to assisted suicide, and how might the arrangements around that be regulated. In fact, what we have tended to see in countries that have legalised euthanasia is a continual expansion of the availability of assisted suicide to more and more people. For example, in the Netherlands, euthanasia has been legal since 2006, and the number of deaths from assisted suicide has risen from 2% to 4% of all deaths over that period. There have also been cases in recent years where a dementia patient who had not consented to being euthanised was given a sedative, and she actually woke up during the process, but it was later concluded with additional drugs, I believe. It is also the case that there was a survey done in 2015. The Netherlands found that 6% of euthanasia cases were carried out without an explicit request of the patient. And in Oregon, the rate of complications of cases where circumstances are known is almost 7% in 2020. So I think this raises the question of if we are to allow territories to not just simply legalise euthanasia, but also, of course, to design the regulations around them, what protections are there in place to ensure that we do not go down the paths of other countries, which I don't think is being proposed by most people who have made contributions to this debate. I think most of the people that support euthanasia come in good faith and seek it to involve circumstances at the end of life and where there are a few options for people. But clearly in other countries there has been this expansion of the use of euthanasia to cases which are clearly not those in those circumstances. And how can we ensure in the territories in question here, where there are unicameral parliaments, there are not upper houses, there are not the same parliamentary rigour associated with changing of laws of these circumstances. And so I realise this is a tough issue for the territories, who would understandably think, well, we deserve to decide on issues in their region, but given their smaller numbers, as I say, they do not have a bicameral system. They are representing a much smaller percentage of the Australian population, and I remain of the view that it's still right and proper for the Australian Parliament to set any regulations for the territories. We could, of course, have a bill or debate a bill in this chamber that did legalise euthanasia in the ACT and NT. We could do that. We have the power to do that, just as other states do. and I would recommend that would be a much better pathway here, because that would allow us to go through a full Senate committee process and weigh up all of these very difficult questions with due consideration. I also think right now, given the circumstances, especially in the Northern Territory, we have other issues we should be focused, especially on life matters. There is a shocking outbreak of violence in many areas of the Northern Territory. There is a real deterioration in social and community conditions. A year and a half or so ago, I was there in Darwin, and in the outer circuits of Darwin. This is not just in communities. There is barbed wire around people's fences in suburbs because of out-of-control crime and violence. And I just come back to my original point here that right now we should be fighting steadfast for the protection of every human life and the dignity of every human life. The minimisation of that, I think, is one of the ills that is creating the breakdown in community and societies in the Western world, because we have been founded as a Judeo-Christian country. The preamble to our constitution is done so humbly under God, and we say those words, or those words were said by our founding fathers because they believed we were all created in God's image. And that preamble, while not saying explicitly, effectively embodies the Judeo-Christian view that every human life is sacred and should be protected and not sacrificed for other ends. And I say that, in saying that, I recognise that in the difficult cases that we often discuss with legislation like this, there should be the provision of appropriate palliative care to make the suffering at the end of life no harder than it otherwise should be. But as soon as we break the glass on that principle that life is more important than anything else, then we open the question to what else should be traded off for it. Because effectively what we are saying with legislation like this, or with legislation seeking to eventually deliver a circumstance of legalisation of euthanasia, effectively what we are saying is that the human suffering that occurs at the end of life, which is terrible and very difficult for people to go through, that human suffering is more important to avoid than the protection of life. That is I'm trying to give the best demonstration of the argument of my opponents on this debate. They are ultimately saying that the human suffering at these times can be so great that it overturns the principle that we should protect life. So I'm not saying that my opponents don't want to protect life. They do, I'm sure they do, but they are introducing circumstances where some other issues, that is the suffering at the end of life, is more important than the actual protection of life itself. I just worry the can of worms that opens, because it is a utilitarian calculation. I'm opposed to this bill because I believe in a natural law. The natural law we, I think, get from effectively Moses and the Ten Commandments especially, but whichever area you get it from, the ethical system is a natural law that says there are certain axioms, there are certain beliefs or ethical behaviours that cannot be voided, that cannot be sort of offset through some other circumstance. So the protection of thou shalt not kill is one of those axioms that you must adhere to in everything we do. I think the communities, the societies that have been based on a natural law, be it a Judeo-Christian one or another one, those societies have tended to be the most generous, compassionate, and ultimately cohesive societies, because we all are on an equal footing before God, or we all agree to certain principles. Once you introduce some kind of utilitarian ethic that someone's life is less important than another principle, well, that does open a Pandora's box ethical questions that often leads to the greatest demonstrations of evil that we have seen on the earth. I believe there is something special and unique about human life, about humans, and we should do everything we can to reduce human suffering. But breaking and breaching that principle of human life, I think, opens us up to the kind of calculations that would occur in a spreadsheet, not the humane principles of caring and loving every human being. Because we should, through the laws passed in this place, seek to celebrate human life, to seek to demonstrate a love for human life, including for those who suffer on this earth, but by sanctioning in any way the removal of life violates, in my views, those principles and the best ethical system that has given us the country that we sometimes take for granted. Now, as I said earlier, I do think that the issues that are important to the people of the ACT and the Northern Territory definitely deserve consideration in this parliament, and I would encourage my colleagues that would seek to change the principles around this issue to bring forward legislation that we could consider properly. I do think that the ways and methods we're seeking to do this will not provide the proper parliamentary scrutiny, the issue that it deserves. For example, through this particular process, we really haven't been debating these weighty issues of who should have access to euthanasia, who has to approve it, how many doctors have to be involved, do people have to be of a certain age or consciousness to make a decision to conduct assisted suicide. Those questions have not been canvassed in this debate. They really haven't been in a proper parliamentary way, because we are focused here on the process, not the particulars of euthanasia. And I go back to where I started here, that I do think we are a mature enough body to weigh those issues up ourselves. We could do so in a way that takes into account the views and considerations of the territories. Our constitution gives us that right for a reason. We have the absolute constitutional right to make laws for the territories. That was put in our constitution for a reason, and the reason being that this parliament has got a scale that gives us the capacity to potentially deal with issues of this greatness that aren't always available to smaller jurisdictions. Now, of course, if those jurisdictions do and want to become states themselves, that particular constitutional hurdle will be removed too, and the Northern Territory has had the opportunity, at least before, to acquire statehood. That wasn't supported when it was put to their people many decades ago, but that would be another process that could obviate this need. That if one of these territories becomes a state, we no longer have the power over them. But while they are territories, there is a good reason in our constitution, in my view, for oversight from this body, from not just the House of Representatives, from the Senate as well. And I think that would be a much better way to deal with these sensitive but very, very weighty issues.
There are no other speakers. As there are no more speakers, the sitting of the Senate is suspended until 8:15 p.m.
I know, but that's terrible. It should be.
I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 15, Budget Statement and Documents 2022-2023, resumption of debate on the motion to take note.
Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, President. President, I seek leave to have the Coalition's 22-23 budget reply speech incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Birmingham.
Thank
you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to table a response to the budget from Senator Pauline Hanson on behalf of One Nation.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Roberts.
Thanks, Senator.
That's it. So the sitting of the Senate is adjourned, and beg your pardon, I pose the question that we now adjourn. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Payman. Senators, we've just called a senator to speak, so Senator Payman.
Sorry, I didn't realise I'd be on my feet so soon.
That'll go.
Sorry?
That'll go before you.
Nice try,
if
Senator
you don't
Canavan.
mind. Yeah, go first.
Okay, Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I'd like tonight to speak about a lovely, beautiful place of North Queensland, the Pioneer Valley. I had the privilege last week to visit and travel up to Youngla and its surrounds around the Pioneer Valley. And I want to thank all of the local residents who came out to meet with me. A few weeks ago, the people of the Pioneer Valley had their worlds turned upside down. The Queensland Government announced that it would flood up to around 50 homes in the Pioneer Valley, and the people of the Pioneer Valley found out in the news. No. They found out in the news that their homes would be flooded. So I spoke to one family whose daughter found out from others and had to go home after school and ask their parents what was going on. No. This is no way to treat people. No. Whatever your view on this particular project is, the way the Queensland Government has treated Queenslanders is despicable here, to make them find out in the news from their kids, from their own children, that their homes, their family homes, would be flooded under a Queensland Government plan. The situation here is that the Queensland Government announced to big flashing lights a new energy plan, a $62 billion energy plan, a component of which was a $12 billion investment in a Burdekin Pioneer pumped hydro system. Not one minister, official or anyone else connected with the Queensland Government had visited the Pioneer Valley to inspect this scheme before committing $12 billion of taxpayers' funds to it. This is fiscal recklessness on steroids, because if anyone from the Queensland Government had gone to the Pioneer Valley, they would have seen a subtropical rainforest. They would have known that there are endangered species in this area. They would have seen that there are regular mudslides on the mountain they want to put this pumped hydro scheme, which may just raise the question whether this is safe to actually do so. Before you commit billions of taxpayers' dollars, you'd think you'd drill a few holes, walk the ground, ask some engineers. But no, that is not how this Queensland Government operate, who are more interested in a press release than a project. Now, I don't think this project will ever proceed because it's been designed on the back of a postage stamp, but I am standing with the people of the Pioneer Valley to ensure that this project never goes ahead, because the way they've been treated is absolutely terrible. Now, up there at the Pioneer Valley last week, I had meetings in Finch Hatton, Youngla, and visited a number of people's residents and homes, and they expressed to me their love for the area, the beauty of the area, and the complete contempt with which they had been treated by the Queensland Government. Not only had they found out through the news, a few days later, swarms of bureaucrats in new shirts just freshly ordered from RB Sellers turned up with a little Queensland Hydro embroidered logo on their chests. This organisation didn't exist a month ago, and now there are dozens of public servants based in Brisbane trying to tell people what to do in the Pioneer Valley. Worse, those people couldn't answer simple questions for the people of Pioneer Valley. For example, the Queensland Government hasn't been able to clarify to the people of the Pioneer Valley if they can access legal assistance funded by the Queensland Government. The Queensland Government here is acting worse than the worst mining company in Queensland. Mining companies today, best practice mining companies, will offer to fund the legal assistance of landowners affected by their own projects, yet the Queensland Government has failed to even offer that basic protection to people who stand losing their homes. Last week, after my visit, I wrote to the new CEO of Queensland Hydro, Chris Evans, asking him, as a matter of good faith, to restore some degree of faith and trust with the community of the Pioneer Valley, to offer such assistance, to offer it in writing and make it very clear that local residents can choose their own legal assistance funded by the Queensland Government. Because people, Madam Acting Deputy President, are being asked and pressured to sell their homes in the next few months. They're being asked to resolve these acquisitions by March next year, I've heard, over Christmas, and they've been threatened with compulsory acquisition if they don't do so. And I would ask the Queensland Government to take compulsory acquisition off the table, because it is not fair to make people find out in the news they're going to lose their homes, to then come and threaten them with an army full of bureaucrats where someone doesn't have legal representation, doesn't know their rights. They're trying to hoodwink these people to sell out their livelihoods at a cheap price. This project has to stop for now. This project should be sent back to the drawing room. Something should be, if they want to proceed with something like this, there should be more than a desktop study done at ANU in Canberra. That was the foundation of this, a desktop study on Google Maps, and they need to actually take the Queensland people into their trust before they do anything.
Senator Canavan, your time has expired, and I just remind you it's been a long time since I was acting Deputy President. Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. This week, Treasurer Jim Chalmers handed down the Albanese Labor government's first budget. Throughout the term of the former government, women's voices were ignored. Women knew that the former government were not interested in representing their interests, and I heard it time and time again while campaigning that the Liberals were out of touch on issues like women's safety in the workplace and at home. They abolished gender-responsive budgeting, a Labor legacy. But now, with the first Labor budget in nearly a decade, we have finally restored it, putting women back at the centre of our budget. It was a special moment on Tuesday night, hearing this Labor government's budget indicate a true understanding of what will improve the lives of women in Australia, like making early childhood education more affordable and accessible, like 6 months of paid parental leave with the flexibility to be shared with both parents, like tackling the gender pay gap, and investing in women's safety. As a Labor Senator, I am so proud to be part of the team that will be driving gender equality. And as a young woman, I feel incredibly lucky that our country's government is recognising and rewarding the work of women. When you support women's equality, our ability to participate in society and our contribution to the economy, you support the entire nation towards progress and prosperity. The Albanese government knows this. We know that women's equality is central to building a stronger economy and a better future for all Australians. I want to take this opportunity to reflect on the disturbing trends we are witnessing globally of the erosion of women's rights. In Afghanistan, girls and women being denied their God-given right to education, they're being denied the essential social and economic participation. In India, the sexual crimes against women continues to rise, and female feticide remains an ongoing tragic concern. And in almost every conflict around the globe, crimes against women are used as a tactic of war. In Iran, the human rights violations have long been a concern for Australia. But the recent death of the young and innocent Mahsa Amini has sparked widespread protests. My heart goes out to Mahsa's family and loved ones who have endured the loss of their daughter, sister and friend. As I stand here today in this chamber advocating for greater opportunity for women, greater respect for women, calling equal rights and equal pay for women, better education for women, and change in the global perception of women, I must point out that I am doing so with my hijab on my head. This hijab is an integral part of my identity and expression of my faith. It is the crown I wear with pride. It is with her hijab on her head that Malala Yousafzai stood up against the Taliban and became a global advocate and hero for female education and progress. It is with her hijab on her head that Senator Ilhan Omar entered the US Senate. It is with her hijab on her head that Kubra Dagli won gold in the International Taekwondo Championships. The hijab does not oppress. Lack of opportunity oppresses. Lack of education oppresses. Lack of access oppresses. Ignorance oppresses. Outdated perceptions oppresses. Oppressive regimes oppresses. It does not help women and girls in Iran or anywhere in the world to misunderstand the issue and falsely label the hijab as oppressive. I stand here strongly in solidarity with all women and girls around the world in their struggle for equality and recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Payman. Senator Bolly.
I rise to speak about the first Albanese Labor federal budget. A proud moment after 9 years of rorts and policy drift under the former Liberal government. Tuesday night's budget was a budget for Australian families and working people. A budget that addresses cost of living pressures that all Australians are feeling. It is a budget that is responsible. It's a budget that is the right budget for the times. And it's a budget that is right for our future. This budget delivered cost of living relief, including cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, expanding paid parental leave, more affordable housing, and getting wages moving again. It is the most important thing that we are doing in this budget is we are ending the waste and rorts of the previous government. For 9 very long years, the Liberals piled on waste and rorts and left Australia $1 trillion in debt. Delivering our election commitments. The Australian people voted for us to deliver on our promises, so that's what we're doing, including the cost of living policies, but also other big important policies like free TAFE, and bulk billed urgent care clinics. We're delivering for Australians. This first budget will strengthen Medicare, restore dignity in aged care. An extra $11 billion is spent on health over the next 4 years, and it will ensure that more affordable housing, and it will get wages moving again. At the May federal election in my home state of Tasmania, the Albanese opposition outlined a strong plan for jobs and health care across my state, and in particular the area I'm responsible in representing is northern Tasmania. And in the budget on Tuesday night, the funding commitments were delivered. The Albanese government has a plan to deliver secure, well-paid jobs for northern Tasmanians. Already, we're so far ahead of those on the opposite side who were very good at making announcements, getting the media and getting all the photo opportunities, but they never delivered, and they left Bass without the essential leadership that they needed so urgently in Tasmania, and particularly in the electorate of Bass around health, secure jobs. But our plan is to invest in local and secure jobs that will bring manufacturing back to our shores. An Albanese Labor government will strengthen the jobs market, and in northern Tasmania our economy will prosper under our leadership. We've invested on Tuesday night $3.4 million in Firmus Tas to allow the purchase of additional equipment for the Legana facility and ongoing jobs growth. Investing $6.1 million in Waverley Woolen Mills to preserve the historic mill and improve safety, and supporting another 120 ongoing jobs. investing $2 million to support Costa's berry distribution and workforce, investing $5.5 million into line hydrogen to assist the green energy future and hydrogen-powered trucks and buses, investing $70 million in the Green Hydrogen Hub to assist with the infrastructure for this really important start-up phase, investing $35 million in the TransLink intermodal facility at the Launceston Airport to assist again in securing long-term tenants for the site and increased support for our very important tourism. Along with this investment in the jobs market, the Albanese Labor government is delivering on infrastructure commitments in northern Tasmania, investing $15,000 to support the upgrades of the Ravenswood Skate Park to keep the park users safe, including the constructions of a boundary fence, investing $150,000 in the Port Dalrymple Yacht Club slipway environmental upgrade. All of these investments, which is only a few that I've touched on tonight, are also crucial for northern Tasmania. We will deliver on our health commitments. There's funding to ensure that people have better support in aged care. We need to invest in the care economy. We need to support Tasmanians in secure, well-paid jobs. Part of that has been supported by this government for aged care workers, but there's so much more to be done. But we will not leave Australians behind. The Albanese Labor government will be and continue to be a very strong supporter and a friend of Tasmania. I look forward to rolling out the rest of our commitments to ensure that all of Labor commitments get a hearing.
Senator Polley, your time has expired. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, President. And before I make my contribution, I would like to acknowledge the extraordinarily important points made by Senator Payman in relation to the plight of women in many parts of the world, and in particular, if I can say to our wonderful Australian Afghani community, that our thoughts and prayers are with the women of Afghanistan at this extraordinarily difficult time. On Saturday, 22 October, I was delighted, indeed honoured, to attend the 20th anniversary celebration dinner of the Buddha's Light International Association of Queensland Loving Care Group. Now, this is a group, President, who have been providing charitable support to all sorts of organisations across Queensland for the last 20 years. And I want to provide with you three important reflections on my attendance that evening. The first is the extraordinary number of charities which this group has supported over their 20-year period. And in their beautifully prepared presentation booklet for the 20th anniversary dinner, they list a number of those charities which were supported just in the last 12 months. So just in the last 12 months, they've supported the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust, Food Bank, Logan City SES, Give It Storms and Flooding Appeals, the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust again, the Royal Brisbane Women's Hospital Foundation, the Children's Hospital Foundation, the Australian Koala Foundation, Surf Lifesaving Queensland, Gold Coast Youth Centre Services, and many, many more, just in the last 12 months. And there are dozens and dozens of more charities who have been supported by this group. And as the Mayor of Brisbane, the Right Honourable Adrian Schrinner, the Mayor of Logan, the Right Honourable Darren Power, the Lady Mayoress of Brisbane, Nina Schrinner, Edward Tao, Director-General of the Taipei Cultural Economics and Cultural Office in Brisbane, all mentioned they have provided outstanding service to our community in Brisbane and the wider Queensland community, but also internationally. The second reflection is the bond between the members of the Loving Care Group. United by their Buddhist faith, they've been attending, many of them, the same temple in Logan and the Greater Brisbane area for the last 20 years, the Chung Tian Temple in Outer Brisbane. And you can just see that through their faith, through their love and compassion, they have formed a family bond that is truly inspiring and deeply moving on so many levels, and something we should all be, or could all be, inspired by. third point I'd like to make is I'd like to pay tribute to a number of individuals who participated in the evening and whose name should be put on the Hansard of this place as an example, a positive example for all Australians. First, the Chief Abbess for Australia, the Venerable Man Khan, was there and made a presentation, as did the Abbess of the Chung Tien Temple, the Venerable Man Wang. There was also the current group leader of the chapter, Mrs Pei Lien Su, who also made a moving presentation. I'd also like to give my deep appreciation and respect to the Chair and Founding Advisor of the Love and Care chapter, and that is Mrs Wan Fu, who has just provided outstanding leadership of this group through her personal example, her character, her care and commitment. She has just been an outstanding leadership figure in this group over many years. And I congratulate all the members. I congratulate all the members of the Love and Care group on their 20th anniversary and their celebration on Saturday night. Now, during the course of the celebration, we were all given a leaf which came from what's known as the Buddha tree, and I made a commitment on the night that I'll keep that leaf in my drawer in this place. I'll keep that leaf in my drawer in this place to remind me of the great work that so many Australians are doing, the great charitable work, the love and compassion which this group and others are doing to make a better Australia.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. I remind honourable senators that legislation committees will meet to consider estimates commencing on Friday the 28th of October at 9 a.m. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Monday the 21st of November at 10 a.m.